Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 101, Chapter 90, I Have a Dream. 1118 CE. Time passed in an instant. Anna had grown up. She's a grown woman now. She had studied everything that Pluto gave her: maths, medicine, philosophy, history, languages, and many more. These last decades, she had dropped her ambition to become empress. Instead, she became obsessed on writing a book about her dearest father. She talked to his advisors, she talked to her mother, she talked to the commoners about the emperor, she gathered everything she could about her father, including her own memory of him. One day, she was called by her father again, but this time, he wasn't in the solar, he was in the bedroom, laying weakly on his bed, slowly dying. In front of the room stood Pluto, Thea, and Fastos. As she saw them, she bowed gracefully, before Fastos opened the bedroom. As she entered the room, a weak voice spoke. "Anna, is that you?" asked the dying emperor. Anna quickly grabbed a chair, and sat near the bed. "It's me, father," she said, smiling at her father. "Thank you for visiting this old man," chuckled the emperor while coughing. "Nonsense, father, I will always visit you," refuted Anna. The emperor just smiled. "How is the book?" "It's coming along, father, I just need a little bit more time," stuttered Anna. "No matter," said the emperor, "as long as you finish it, I will be happy." "Do you not want to see it, father?" "Anna," said the emperor softly. "Look at me, I only have a few days left before God takes me." Anna just smiled softly, tears coming down her eyes. "Do not cry, Anna," comforted the emperor. "Death is inevitable for us humans, well, unless you are like those immortals outside," joked the emperor. Anna also chuckled. "Don't say too many words, father, you should save your strength." The emperor sighed, and held Anna's hand. "When will you get married?" "I want to see your children." Forgive me, father. Is it because of that damned Pluto?" grumbled the emperor. "All my daughters have eyes on him, why is that?" "He's already married, father." "Ah yes, Lady Thea, a beauty among beauties, skilled in fighting as well, don't tell your mother I said that." Anna just giggled at her father's antique. "You should rest now, father." "Yes," smiled the emperor weakly. "Yes, I think I'll rest now." The emperor then closed his eyes, and as Anna would know later, it would be the last time she saw him alive. Emperor Alexios Komnenos had died, and a funeral was held. While at the end of the emperor's reign had been a rough time, the emperor was still respected. He brought the Byzantine emperor from the brink of collapse, and raised it to become a strong empire once more. As the funeral was finished, Anna decided it was time to get out of Hagia Sophia. She didn't want herself to be used as a political tool by the court, so she moved away from it. She still stayed in Constantinople, continuing her book, determined to finish it. But then she heard that Pluto, Thea, and Fastos were leaving. She was confused and annoyed. What about the promise? So she ran towards the leaving entourage, and confronted Pluto. "Ah, there you are," smiled Pluto as he saw Anna running towards them. "Why are you leaving?" asked Anna, a bit hurt that he didn't tell her. "Well, the contract is only after Alexios dies," answered Pluto. "How is your book coming, Anna?" "It's almost finished, give me more time," pleaded Anna. Pluto just chuckled. He then walked towards her, then ruffled her hair. "You've grown so much, Anna." "I'm in my 30s, Pluto, don't do this to me," snorted Anna as she pushed away Pluto's hand. All right, laughed Pluto. He then stretched his hand, and asked, "Give me your hand." Anna was confused, but she gave her hand to him anyway. Pluto then held her hand, covered it using his other hand, and when he let go, a ring was in Anna's finger. The magenta ring was glowing faintly, signaling that it had been activated. "There, your reward," smiled Pluto. He also took out a book, and gave it to her. "This book will tell you how to use it. You can't open it until you've proven worthy of it though." What will I get from this book?" asked Anna. "Anything," answered Pluto. "As long as it's in your mind, that is." Anna was confused, but didn't say anything. "Oh, by the way, you're immortal now," added Pluto. "So I'll see you around, Anna." "Wait, what?" Anna freaked out. "Wait, you didn't tell me about this." Pluto shrugged. "If you have questions, travel to Alexandria. A daughter of mine will recognize that ring of yours." "You have a daughter?" questioned Anna suspiciously. Pluto smiled mysteriously. "In a way, I'm sure you've read something about her." Anna was even more confused, but then Pluto just backed away, waving as he did so. "Let us meet again, Anna Komnene, descendant of my dearest daughter." Anna was about to yell at him, but she decided not to. She then watched as the three Eternals walked away from her, traveling through the busy streets of Constantinople, before disappearing from her gaze. Chapter 102, Chapter 91, The Unseen Ones, 1150 CE. Chapter 91, The Unseen Ones, 1150 CE. China. A cloaked man walked through the city streets as the moon shone brightly above. It was quiet, too quiet. The man continued to walk, then he noticed that a group of people were stalking him, hiding beneath the shadows. He then stopped. He stood in the middle of the town center, a wide square that was used for festivals and such. He looked around, and he saw that those people started to move. He then took something from his pocket. It was a small crossbow bolt that was glowing faintly. He then suddenly released the bolt, and the bolt floated in the air. The men then flooded the streets, surrounding the lone man. They were dressed strangely, all covered in black, and wore a mask. An old woman then walked towards the men, and the men thought that she was their leader. "I've come from Alexandria, bearing a warning," said the men. "Throughout the years, you have attempted to harm our master. This is the last warning we will give, and if you still attempt to harm our master, we will show no mercy." The old woman then continued to walk towards the men. Her face was hit with the faint moonlight, revealing her wrinkles and age. The old woman then looked at the men. "Do you know who I am?" The men just smiled. "Gao, a bandit queen that operates around China, and one of the founding members of the Hand." The old woman frowned. "So you do know about us?" "We have watched your movements, Gao," said the man coldly. "You tried to kidnap our master, tried so hard to uncover his secrets. You do not know who you are dealing with." The old woman clenched her hand. "He discovered the secrets of resurrection, is it not? He knows how to be an immortal. That is the goal of our organization. He has the key, and we will take it." "I do wonder how bad your information-gathering team is," murmured the man. "Are you so blinded by his secret that you don't care about finding anything about him?" "Of course I do know about him," scoffed the old woman. "Master of magic, disciple of the Sorcerer Supreme." "So you know nothing," sighed the man. "I will say this again, Gao. This is the last warning. If you try to harm our master again, we will wipe out your entire organization." The man then turned around, walking away from the frowning old woman. As he walked away from her, he could hear the woman whistle, and those ninjas surrounded him once again, blocking his path. "Are you sure you will walk this path, Gao?" asked the man calmly, not caring about the swords that were pointed at him. The old woman didn't answer him. Instead, she commanded the ninjas. "Bring him to the dungeons." One of the ninjas nodded, and pointed his sword to the man. "Give up, foreigner, you are surrounded." The man then sighed. "Very well then." The bolt that was floating on top of him suddenly glowed brightly, and it moved. The bolt zipped through the air, targeting every head the man could see. It was controlled by a dark metal glove in his left hand. The glove was glowing blue, and the man commanded the bolt using his eyes. He could just look at a man, and the bolt would penetrate the target's head. One by one, the ninjas fell, all with holes in their heads. Blood spilled everywhere as it ran down the streets, painting the stone block red. The man then sensed a great danger from behind him. He turned around, and used the glove as protection. The man then grabbed a fist using his glove. It was that old woman's fist. She had a strong punch for an old woman, too strong. The glove absorbed the force that the woman's fist generated. "Last chance, Gao," said the man. The woman didn't say anything. Instead, she launched a kick from the side, and again, the man blocked it using his metal glove, absorbing the force that comes with it. After that, he punched the woman in the guts, launching the previously absorbed force inside the glove, knocking the woman a couple of meters back. The woman was moaning in pain on the ground. She coughed up blood, a lot of blood. The man then uncloaked his hood. He walked towards the woman, and his bolt hovered beside the woman's head. "I will take your hostility as the stance of your other 4 colleagues," stated the man coldly. "Don't worry, the unseen ones will make sure your heads will be displayed side to side." Then, the bolt penetrated the woman's head, before the man unsheathed a dagger, cutting the head of the woman. He then put the head in the bag, and walked away from the scene unnoticed, not caring about the dozens of bodies that were littered around the streets. Alexandria. A Greek woman was traveling through the streets of Alexandria, looking for a place. This woman is of course Anna Komnene, daughter of Emperor Alexios. She had finished the book that she called Alexiad. She showed the book to her brother John, and it was registered to the Imperial Library to be copied and distributed. After that, the book that was given to her by Pluto opened. Inside the book is strange knowledge that Anna had never seen before. It was magic, a magic to dream. So, she tried to study it, but she couldn't understand most of the things inside it. She needed a guide, a mentor. So, she followed Pluto's advice and traveled to Alexandria, where one of his daughters stayed. But as soon as she got to Alexandria, she didn't know where to go, so she kept looking, wandering around Alexandria, not knowing where to go. That is until someone suddenly tapped her in the back. She turned around, but saw no one. She frowned, and looked around again. She then saw a hooded woman entering a small alley while looking at her. Anna's instinct told her to not go there, but her heart says otherwise. The ring, it's like it's whispering to her, to follow that woman. Anna then gulped, and steeled herself, before following the woman. She then entered the alley, where the hooded woman was waiting for her at the edge of the alley. The woman then unhooded herself, revealing a beautiful face that Anna felt she had seen before. She smiled at Anna, before offering her hand to her. "Welcome, sister, I see you have a ring." "Yeah," murmured Anna. "Are you Pluto's daughter?" "Oh, she called me his daughter." The woman's eyes in front of her shine like a diamond. "Yes, I am his daughter. I am Cleopatra of Alexandria. Nice to meet you, sister." "Wait, what?" shrieked Anna. "Why, you're Cleopatra. As in the Cleopatra 7. "Ah, father told you about me, I see," nodded Cleo proudly. "Yes, I am Queen Cleopatra 7, a past ruler of Egypt." "See Cleopatra," murmured Anna frantically. "Pluto's daughter." Yes, waved Cleopatra. "Come on, sister, we have a lot to talk about." Anna was confused. "To where?" Cleo smiled, and she touched a wall beside her. Slowly but surely, a door appeared, revealing a secret entrance. "You are Pluto's apostle. While he was doing his mission, we worked in the shadows, protecting him from all the threat, however small it may be. While also looking out for a new apostle like you, of course." Does he know about it?" "Probably not," shrugged Cleo. "I'm quite careful after all. Come on, let me show you the place." Anna gulped, and nodded. She then followed Cleo, entering the door, revealing a giant hall, with a strange symbol on its tile. It looked like a bident, with a dot between the two prongs. Those two walked again to the corridor. On the way, Anna saw cloaked men and women wandering around, all wearing a metal glove on their left hand. "In a way, we are father's left hand," stated Cleo calmly. "We watched him as he did his mission, and we will wait for him until the time comes." "The time comes?" questioned Anna again. Cleopatra smiled, before opening the door. "Welcome to the Unseen One, sister, take a rest first, and I will tell you everything later." Anna nodded meekly, and entered the room. The room looked quite lavish, like her own room back at Hagia Sophia. The door behind her closes, and she takes a deep breath. She thought that this was quite a long and tiring day, and she walked towards the bed, before succumbing to a deep slumber. Chapter 103, Chapter 92, a measly 10 rings, 1151 CE. In Cleo's office, Anna was studying how to read runes that were used in the books. She was struggling with it, but Cleo was patient with her. "This is Algaz?" questioned Anna nervously. "Meaning, to protect." "It's Algiz," corrected Cleopatra. "Yes, it means, to protect. Anna groaned. "Why is this so hard?" "Be patient, sister, I was once like you too, struggling to read it, and I have no mentor whatsoever," said Cleo calmly. "Pluto didn't teach you?" "No, sadly," sighed Cleo. "I wouldn't mind having a private lesson with him." Anna stared at Cleo weirdly, before a knock came from the door. "Mistress, may I come in?" "You may come," said Cleo. The door then opened, revealing a handsome man. He had his hood down, because of that, Anna could see his facial features. Anna blushed a bit as he saw him, but kept it to herself. The man then walked towards Cleo, saw Anna. He threw a questioning look at Cleo. "A new apostle," said Cleo calmly. The man was surprised. He then bowed to Anna, before he faced Cleo again. "Mistress, I have done it." "What did they say?" asked Cleo. "They attacked me," answered the man calmly. "So I wiped them out." The man then dropped a bag on the floor. It looked heavy. Cleo nodded. "Good job, Altair, you could put their heads in the trophy room." "Mistress, if I may." Cut off the man. "What is it?" "When I was in the East, I heard some rumors about another apostle," informed the man. Cleo raised her eyebrow. "Really? Well, why didn't you look it up?" "Well," murmured the man nervously. "Because that man has 10 rings, instead of 1. Cleo was surprised, as well as Anna. A ring could make an ordinary girl like Anna become attuned to magic, let alone 10, so they were definitely surprised. "Are you sure?" repeated Cleo. "Father gave him 10 rings. What is he thinking?" "That man became a warlord," continued the man. "He waged war on everyone, before disappearing altogether somehow." Cleo hummed. She thought about it for a second, before snapping her fingers. "Then I'll investigate by myself." "Mistress," questioned the man, surprised. "But you could just ask the others to investigate it." If he has 10 rings, Altair, surely father liked him a lot," said Cleo. "I will investigate it myself, who knows what knowledge I would get, maybe I'll become father's favorite again." Anna and Altair raised an eyebrow, but didn't say anything. They've got a feeling that she wants to investigate in the wrong direction. China, a couple of months later. When Wu was sitting on his throne, watching his minions train diligently as another batch of men was getting a tattoo of the 10 rings. He had been proud of what he did, but it wasn't enough. He wanted to conquer more lands, more people, he wanted more power. He stood up, making the others bow before him. He told them to stand down, and he continued walking towards a pavilion, where he could see everything in his base. He took a deep breath, enjoying the scenery. Sounds of shouts from training could be heard echoing throughout the sky, and he felt at ease. Until something appeared in the middle of the field. It was an orange portal, and from that portal came 2 women and a man, all cloaked in white. Wen Wu frowned as he saw it, and jumped to them, making the ground shake as he landed. "Are you Wen Wu?" the woman who had tanned skin asked. "Who are you?" questioned Wen Wu with a frown. The woman didn't say anything. Instead, she scanned Wen Wu's body. "You're not an apostle." "Apostle?" The woman ignored the men once again. She turned towards the men behind him. "He's not an apostle, Altair." "Forgive me, mistress. I thought it was because of the rings." "That's not even rings, that's bracelets. The man who named it 10 rings is quite stupid." Wen Wu's eyebrow twitched as he heard it. Before he knew it, his hands shook, and the 10 rings, bracelets, shoot out through the air, launching towards the woman. But strangely, the rings didn't hit at all, as if an invisible force was forcing it to move the other way. Wen Wu was surprised, but he kept trying, to no avail. He looked like an idiot. His 10 bracelets kept missing the targets, not hitting it at all. As time went on, he grew frustrated, and the woman looked amused. "You're not going to give up, are you?" asked the woman in boredom, which made Wen Wu more pissed. He kept trying and trying, to no avail. The woman sighed. She then suddenly conjured a magical chain, and forced Wen Wu to kneel on the ground. Wen Wu spat blood as the chains were stabbed to his body. He looked at the woman in front of him curiously, with a bit of anger in his eyes. The woman walked towards him. She touched his chin, and examined his eyes. "I'm sorry to disturb you, you're quite rude to a woman like me," said the woman calmly. "Who are you?" Wen Wu groaned as he held the pain from the chains. "Me. I'm Cleopatra," answered the woman. "You see, I thought you're an apostle of my father, turns out you're not. Well, I think it's time we part ways." The woman then walked away from him. She and her peers entered the portal, before disappearing away, as if nothing had happened. The people around Wen Wu were astonished by the sight. The chains have disappeared, but Wen Wu was still bleeding. His disciples quickly helped him. Meanwhile, Wen Wu was thinking. He had never felt that way before. He's never been dominated. It's a strange feeling. He could also feel something strange when he remembered that beautiful face. He wanted to feel that way again. Wen Wu gulped as his vision darkened. This feeling, he wants more. He wants to find that woman, and he wants to make her his. Chapter 104, Chapter 93, Maid of Orleans, the Heretic. 1431 CE. Jean's POV. The loud sounds of cheering and shouting crowd drills my ears as I was tied to a stake. Below me, a stack of firewood, ready to be burned as soon as the others were ready. I looked around. It was the old marketplace. A beautiful crucifix was standing between the crowd at my request, the men who erected the cross shouting words of salvation towards me, and it made me at peace. "Oh, God, I only did what you ask, why must you abandon me? I stayed true to my words, I only did it for the good of the others, yet why am I considered a heretic?" As the bishop in front of me recited my false crimes, I kept hearing the screams of the crowd. Some prayed for me, some called me a lowly whore, a heretic, some apologized to me. I tried to be still. I kept staring at the cross, the symbol of my God before me. I prayed to him, begged for forgiveness, begged for salvation. But no answer came. A man with a black hood then walked towards my pyre. I flinched. How could I not? I was about to die. Everything I did for this kingdom, for the king, all was thrown away. I was but a mere tool. They didn't care about my divine visions. They had greed in their eyes, greed for the throne. I was too naive to realize that then, but I could see it as clear as day now, however late it may be. The executioner then lit up a torch, which made me gulp as I kept praying and praying to God, to the Archangel Michael, to Saint Margaret, to Saint Catherine, but still, no answer. The executioner looked grim. The bishop told him to get on with it, and he finally lit up the firewood below me. I could already feel the heat from my feet. The crimson fire tickling my toes, as if taunting me. Slowly but surely, the fire spread. I could feel it burning my 2 legs. I screamed, not knowing what to do, but I didn't plead. I didn't beg towards the bishops. I just cried. I prayed loudly, hoping that God would somehow not abandon me. As the fire was getting bigger and bigger, it started to burn my entire body. It was unbearable. I kept screaming, screeching. I could feel my skin being burned, peeled off by the heat. All just watched, not doing anything. I kept screaming God's name, Saint Margaret's name, Michael's name, but they didn't come. Maybe the bishop was right. I was a heretic, I was abandoned by God. I could hear the executioner arguing from beneath me. I heard him asking to put me out of my misery, but the bishop refused. As the fire burned me thoroughly, and I kept screeching, the crowd noises subdued, I could only hear what's close to me. And I heard the executioner said, "God forgive us, for we have burned a saint." He crossed his heart in front of me. I kept staring at the crucifix that was standing behind those bishops as my vision blurred. I don't know how long I was on that pyre, it kept burning me non-stop, the pain, the grief, the anger, it was all overwhelming. As I closed my eyes, not having the strength to scream anymore, my body's charred, almost unrecognizable, I saw a faint blue light surrounding me, nobody seemed to notice, and I can almost feel that the fire was no longer lit below me. I saw the blue sky, and I feel grass touching my seared back. As my visions kept getting darker and darker, I saw a heavenly woman, examining me, she was giving me something, jewelry. I looked around again, and I saw a beautiful and majestic man, staring at me with pity. Perhaps I was not abandoned after all. Perhaps the Archangel Michael and Saint Margaret saved me. Perhaps God did not forget about me. I smiled as they did something to me, before my vision darkened wholly. Third POV. In the middle of the forest, a pair of men and women were sitting in front of a fire, they were toasting some rabbit that they hunted. Near them, a young and beautiful woman, not even reaching 20, was sleeping soundly, she was covered in a thick blanket, she looked pale, tired, haunted. As the pair of men and women continued to cook silently in each other's company, the young woman suddenly jolted awake, as if she just had a nightmare. She was sweating profusely, she looked around, and saw the man and the woman. I'm alive, she murmured, examining her own body, she dropped the blanket, and her body was naked, clear of wounds. The woman near the fire quickly got up and walked towards the young woman. "Don't move too much, Jean, you're still healing." Jean's head snapped towards the woman. "Saint." The woman sighed as she covered Jean's naked body with a blanket again. "I am no saint." Then, how can you?" Shush the woman. "Just rest a little, we'll answer your questions after you recover." Jean somehow meekly nodded, she felt a sense of safety from this woman, like that when she prayed. Jean then lay on the ground again, the woman smiled at her, before standing and walking away. It felt empty when she walked away, the warmth, it was that of a saint, or an angel. She then turned her body away from the fire, as if thinking she wasn't worthy of facing them, and she closed her eyes, trying to sleep. Next evening. Jean had woken up, the sky was crimson in color, a sign of the evening, she had slept for so long, she then looked around, only to find those two heavenly beings missing. She frantically looked around, to no avail. She stood up, her body still naked, and started to run around the place. She ran through the forest, she didn't realize how fast she ran, how functional her body became, but she kept searching, looking for those who saved her. Then, as soon as she arrived at a small river, she found them fishing, while also cleaning their clothes. They turned to her, and saw her naked body. The woman then quickly stood up, taking a large cloth with her, and wrapped her body with it. "What are you doing?" asked the woman. "You're running around this indecent. I thought you're better than this." Jean then realized that she was naked all along. She blushed a bit, but waved it off, she then kneels in front of the woman. "Oh, Saint, thank you for not abandoning me in my darkest times. Forgive me if I ever thought that I was abandoned by God, please, I beg for forgiveness," she announced to the woman. The woman sighed again, and also kneeled in front of her. She cupped Jean's cheek, and said, "I told you, I am no saint." Then how did you save me?" "I was sure that I died, burned, I could feel my body seared as the fire to dash." "Stop," murmured the woman softly. "No need to think about it anymore." The woman then looked at the men at the river, she smiled at him, and he nodded. The woman then turned to Jean again. "Let's go to the camp again, I will explain everything." Jean was now standing in front of the fire, warming herself as she had worn new clothing. In front of her were the two heavenly beings that saved her. But it turns out, they weren't heavenly at all. "Magic," stuttered Jean, her face as pale as snow. "Why you did witchcraft on me? Do you know what you have done to me?" she said as she stood up, scared to death about the consequences. "We saved you, girl," said the man calmly, not staring at her directly. "Why you condemned me," shouted Jean. God would not accept me anymore." "You are already condemned," said the man again, a cold tone this time. "Burned by the stake by your own religion, your own people betrayed you." "I'd rather die, believing that God would accept me in his embrace rather than be resurrected by a demon-fueled witchcraft that you used on me," refuted Jean. The woman then walked up to Jean, trying to calm her down, but before she could touch her, she slapped her hand away from her, glaring daggers at the woman. "Don't touch me, you witch," shrieked Jean. She then walked away from them, before talking to herself. I need to report you to the church, and you will be burned at the stake." "And then what?" You will be burned at the stake too, you are supposed to be dead after all, stated the men, making Jean flinch. The woman then looked at the men with worry. Pluto, don't, she's confused. Jean ignored his jab, and started to run away from them, through the forest. She ran much faster than normal humans, she could feel it now. She grit her teeth, this is a demon's power, she didn't like it at all. She kept running, and running, and running. Before she knew it, she saw the light of a campfire in front of her. She kept running there, but then she noticed that it wasn't what she hoped for. It was a bandit camp. As soon as the bandit saw her, the bandit's eyes filled with lust. A beautiful woman ran into their camp, how good is that? A rough-looking man then walked up to her. Hello, young lady, what are you doing in the middle of the night like this? The man grinned madly, as he kept getting closer and closer. Jean gulped, while she had basic training on fighting, she couldn't fight a group of bandits at once, she could only inspire, not fight. She tried to run, but her hand was already grabbed by the bandit. Where are you going, young lady? Sneered the man. Please, accompany us on this lonely night. Unhand me, shouted Jean, but the man didn't let go, she kept struggling, making the bandit laugh and laugh more. She tried so hard to let go, but then, she snapped. I said, unhand me, she roared, her eyes suddenly glowed with a bright light, scaring the bandit. Jean realized what she did. What is this? What is happening to her? Never mind, you're quite a scary bitch, murmured the bandit, but then, he scanned her body, only to find a gold and silver ring resting in Jean's finger. Although, that ring must have cost a fortune. Ring. Jean then looked at her hand, and lo and behold, there was a ring in her finger. The bandit then unsheathed his sword, and pointed it at Jean. The other bandits also did the same, making Jean scared shitless. The bandit then sneered, he then tried to attack Jean, and in response, Jean tried to run, but she stumbled. The bandit then laughed. Running, are we? Not on my watch. The bandit then made a stabbing motion, and Jean only thought about protecting herself, she tried to cover herself using her hand, looking away from the men. But then, nothing happened. She then opened her eyes, only to find that she was protected by a light shield, surrounding her completely. A witch, the bandit frowned. I am not a witch, shouted Jean in her heart. As she was about to run again, the sound of something piercing the wind could be heard, and the next thing she knew, the bandit was impaled by a spear. You're really stubborn, aren't you? Said the voice of a man behind Jean. He turned around, and saw the man and the woman from before, standing mightily. Jean then saw the woman conjuring some kind of weapon, before leaping towards the bandits. She almost split a bandit in half, before killing the rest of the bandits like it was nothing. Jean saw what the woman was capable of, and gulped. She had thought that that woman was that of an angel, trained by Archangel Michael itself. As the woman finished, she looked at Jean, which made her flinch, as the woman was covered in blood. The woman then walked up to her, and offered her hand. We're not trying to hurt you, Jean, we're trying to help you, so stop running. The woman gave her a warm smile, it felt like she was facing an angel, even though the woman was covered in blood, she still felt warm, she felt it again, like she was praying peacefully. Jean then unconsciously took her hand, standing back up. You are not condemned, Jean, not by a long shot, said the woman. You're a brave girl, you fought for your kingdom, for your family. I don't care if you lie about the vision or not, to me, you are just a peasant girl, trying to make a difference, tired of all the blood and wars, and that is good enough for me. Jean then just stood there, tears running down her eyes, she was conflicted. What is the woman saying? She was revived by magic, a demon's art, she is definitely condemned, her family, even if she came to them, they would not accept her, the kingdom, they had betrayed her, letting her be burned at the stake, not caring about her life. Jean, however, unconsciously hugged the woman, not caring about the blood. She wept on the woman's shoulder, letting out all her emotions, her burden, her grief. Chapter 105, Chapter 94, Maid of Orleans, the Peasant Girl. 1431 to 1455 CE. Thea, Pluto, and Jean were now back at the campfire, sitting in front of it. Jean was wrapped in a blanket once again, a bit traumatized on what she saw a couple of hours earlier. Honestly, you've been in wars, why are you still afraid of blood? Scoffed Pluto casually, which earned an elbow from Thea. No, it's just too gruesome. She murmured, warming herself more. Thea sighed. Sorry, I lose myself in battle sometimes, she said, making Pluto worried. She just held his hand, telling him that it's fine. Jean looked at the two, and asked. Are you two married? Yes. Pluto chuckled. What? You want to report us to the church for adultery? I was just asking, said Jean calmly. She stared at the fire in front of her, crackling softly as the fire burned the wood below it, just like it did wit. Jean clenched the blanket tightly as she remembered the pyre again, the pain, the shouts, she still remembered it, anger filled her heart as she saw the bishop that was sitting calmly in front of the pyre, not caring about her scream at all. Thea noticed her anxiousness and held her hand. Jean flinched as she felt her warm hand, and sighed. So what happens to me now? She asked the two. Pluto and Thea looked at each other, before Pluto answered her question. Usually, I would tell you to go to my daughter back in Alexandria for some shelter, but your case is different, he said. Different how? It's Thea's choice, said Pluto. She was the one who asked me to accompany her watching you. Watching me, repeated Jean. We've been watching you, nodded Thea. When you rushed to that battle, banner in hand, I knew that you were something special. You have a lot of courage for a young maiden. I only did what I have to. She answered, blushing at the compliment. God gave me strength and a path forward. I don't want to disappoint him. God, huh? Hummed Pluto, looking at the starry night sky above him. Do you still believe in him? Jean frowned and clenched her fist hard. Of course. That doesn't sound convincing. Jean clenched her fist even harder, her knuckles white. Are you trying to make me a heretic? Pluto sighed as he heard that. No, he said. I just admire you. After all that suffering, all that pain, you still believed in him. Your devotion reminds me of someone I know. Jean didn't say anything. She kept staring at the fire in front of her, as if drawn to it. Do you believe in God? I mean, it depends on what the definition of God is, shrugged Pluto. But. Yes, we do believe in God. Then. Do you think my devotion for him is justified? She asked again, her voice cracking. I don't know. Thea smiled, patting her shoulder. You need to ask that yourself. In your heart. Jean looked at Pluto. What about you? What? Do you think my devotion to God is justified? Why are you asking me? Scoffed Pluto. It's your life, not mine. You decide if you want God to be in your life again or not. Jean didn't say anything, she just kept thinking and thinking. She then asks again. Then, if you believe in God, why do you use this, witchcraft? It's a sin to practice witchcraft. Pluto then continued. Most people used witchcraft to do bad things, and they used a magic that requires some kind of sacrifice too, like a maiden's blood, a babe's heart, or anything demented like that. Pluto's arm then was slowly covered in eldritch armor, shining as the light of the fire got to it. But, if you use it to do good things, wouldn't it be a virtue instead of a sin? Witchcraft can be good, scoffed Jean. Pluto sighed. Okay Jean, have you noticed that there aren't any demons around? Demons? Yes, demons, nodded Pluto. Creatures from hell. They are invisible. Pluto shook his head. No, because someone protected Earth from the demons. The angels. Pluto shook his head again. No, sorcerers, answered Pluto, making Jean frown. They protected Earth from otherworldly invaders, such as demons. And I'm supposed to believe you. You don't have to. Pluto added. I was trying to make a point. You are not condemned Jean, you can use your powers for good, and save people like what you did before you were burned at the stake, but, if you don't want to, you could give the ring back to me. Jean then stared at the ring in her finger, and gulped. Am I really not condemned? Thea then held her hand. You are not Jean, you are a courageous woman, you fought for your kingdom, for your God, if God still condemned you for that, then it is not a benevolent God at all. Jean clenched Thea's hand, before finally releasing it. She took a deep breath, and crossed her heart. She then looked at Thea, her eyes full of determination, and said. Then, teach me how to use it. In the middle of nowhere, surrounded by mountains, two women were fighting against one another. They both were using a sword, but it was a magical sword. One was made out of light, and the other was made out of cosmic energy. As their swords clashed against one another, the trees around them shook, birds flew out in every direction, and the sounds vibrated through the mountainous region. The two women were of course Jean and Thea. Jean had been trained by Thea for a couple of decades now, perfecting the art of combat, and Jean learned Thea's style of fighting. Jean also learned about her ability from Pluto. He taught her magic, but she was still hesitant to use it, she'd rather just use the ability to conjure weapons that use outright magic. Pluto was a bit annoyed by her strong head, but he relented. As Thea spun to make another strike, her weapon changed to an axe. Jean conjured a light shield to block, but it was too strong for her. Jean was thrown away a couple of meters, hitting the trees behind her. Thea sighed, and smiled. I can't teach you any more, you can go now, she said, walking to her as she helped her to stand. Thank you, Thea, smiled Jean. But I still feel that I am lacking. Nonsense, said Pluto suddenly, walking towards her. You're already good, what else do you want, unless you want me to teach you magic again? No thanks, said Jean calmly. Okay, then, where do I need to go? It's up to you now, said Thea. You can go to Alexandria, or you could explore the world a bit. Jean then stared at the clear sky above her. She closed her heart, and prayed to her god. She then turned to Pluto and Thea once more. Pluto, Thea, would you do me a favor? Thea smiled. Anything. Then. Can you accompany me to home? I want to see my mother. Thea and Pluto looked at each other, before shrugging. Sure, we still have a couple of decades before we need to move to Italy. Jean then nodded, before hugging both of them at once. Thank you. Pluto and Thea just sighed, and patted her in the back. Chapter 106, Chapter 95, Maid of Orleans, Vengeance and Forgiveness. 1456 CE. Notre Dame, Paris. A man was standing on a platform, below him were a crowd, looking at him curiously and nervously. The man opened a scroll, before speaking loudly towards the crowd. In consideration of the request of the Dark family against the Bishop of Beauvais, the promoter of criminal proceedings, and the Inquisitor of Rouen, in consideration of the facts. We, in session of our court and having God only before our eyes, say, pronounce, decree and declare that the said trial and sentence of condemnation being tainted with fraud, calumny, iniquity, and contradiction, and manifest errors of fact and of law, to have been and to be null, invalid, worthless, without effect and annihilated. We proclaim that Jean did not contract any taint of infamy and that she shall be and is washed clean of such. The crowd in front of them and cheered, some sobbed, cried, roared even, happy that their member of their village was not a heretic after all. One stood out the most, an elderly woman, crying loudly as the men announced the annulment. Meanwhile, a young woman was standing in the middle of the court, her hair now long, her skin tanned, and she was wearing a peasant dress. She was staring at the men on the platform, speechless on what she just saw. She clenched her fist hard, that blood came out, she was feeling conflicted. What should she feel? Happy? Angry? Sad? That woman was of course Jean, the one who the man on the platform was referring to. She then saw her mother, crying in front of the platform. She wanted to hug her and tell her that she was all right, that she was alive, but a tap on the shoulder reminded her of what her position is. Jean. Murmured another woman, it was Thea. Not here, not in front of the church. Jean held herself back, and nodded. She just stood there, watching her mother carefully as the crowd started to disperse. As she waited in the corner of the street, waiting for her mother to walk away, she saw someone she knew, someone that betrayed her. She saw Charles VII, walking out of the church, with his guard protecting him at all times. When she saw her, her heart filled with anger, filled with rage. If Pluto hadn't stopped her, she could have just unleashed her power at him, slaughtering the guards around him. Jean, stop, said Pluto, holding her hand tightly. While he may betrayed you, you did an idiotic thing, and he needed to run a kingdom and drive the English out of the kingdom, which he succeeded. I won't do anything, said Jean calmly, but Pluto could tell her rage was swelling inside. I just want to talk to him. Then not now, answered Pluto. Not in the middle of the day. Hearing Pluto's words, Jean took a deep breath, and calmed herself down. Okay. Do you want to meet your mother now? Jean then turned towards her departing mother, and then turned to Charles again. I need to get it off of my chest first, then I'll meet mother. Thea smiled, and hugged her. It's okay, we'll wait. Night time. At the king's chamber, Charles VII was sitting in front of his desk, writing letters to send to other nobles. The place was only lit up by a candle, and the moon was shining outside. Charles only focused on writing, he didn't feel anyone was near him, yet a woman was standing in front of him blatantly. Greetings, my king, said the woman suddenly, making Charles flinched, and almost fell out of his chair. Charles was freaked out, and when he saw who it was, he became pale. What is he seeing right now? He knew the woman in front of her, she was just like those years ago, as if she was frozen in time. What is this, he murmured to himself. Am I having a vision? No, you are not, my king, said the woman. You don't have my gifts. Jean, frowned the king. Is that, really you? It is, said Jean. I wanted to talk. How are you still alive? Questioned Charles, a bit nervous. Are you really a witch? I assure you, I am not, said Jean in annoyance. Then, why are you here? Alive. When you should have been burned at the stake a couple decades ago. They gave me a chance, said Jean calmly. A chance to live. God. You can say that, said Jean, voice cracking. Charles gulped, so she really was a God's messenger. What do you want from me now? My king, I just wanted to talk, said Jean softly. Why? Why did you abandon me? I did not, Jean, I tried to avenge you. We both know that's a lie, my king, continued Jean coldly. You never offered a trade for me. Charles then stared at Jean, before sighing. You are a nuisance after I became king, uncontrollable, you are reckless, you believe too much in God as you charge on battlefields recklessly, not caring about the dying men around you. Jean clenched her fist. He was right, Pluto had yelled at her, reminding her mistakes while she was still alive. But did I deserve such punishments? Burned at the stake, cursed as a heretic, for the crimes I never committed. It is true that it is harsh, Jean, said Charles. But you are only one, while I need to save many from the grasp of the English. Suddenly, Jean summoned a light sword, and split the desk in half, before pointing the sword at Charles's neck. The king was sweating profusely, how could he not? A strange power was displayed in front of him, the power of the saints, perhaps. Jean looked angry, betrayed, conflicted. Her expression changed a couple of times. She was about to cut off Charles's head, before, finally, she dropped down on her knees, weeping as she deconjured her sword. The king sighed in relief, as he wasn't killed. He looked at the weeping Jean, and said, I'm sorry Jean, but I did what I had to do. The king was mad, but he couldn't do anything about it. A saint, an actual saint, in front of him, he could not punish her, as it wasn't his right. The king was standing in between the split desk, the candle still somehow lighting up the place. Jean had calmed down somehow, and said, Thank you, for restoring my name. She smiled at him, her eyes still had a trace of contempt, but she hid it. The king just nodded, and suddenly, Jean disappeared, blue dust scattered around the room, only leaving the king with his lonesome self, thinking about what he just experienced. Orleans. Jean was now in front of a house, behind her Athena and Pluto. She looked at the house in confusion, and Thea then clarified. It's your mother's, she said, making Jean's heart skip a bit. She moved away from your village to here. Jean nodded, and walked to the house. She knocked on the door, only to be answered by a loud voice from the inside, telling her to wait. Jean braced herself for what she was about to experience again. She took a deep breath, and finally, the door opened. It revealed an old woman. She looked tired and haggard, but there was a sense of new vigor from her. The old woman looked at Jean, and froze. Meanwhile, Jean held back a tear, as she smiled softly. Mother. Chapter 107, Chapter 96, Guns N' Roses, 1499 CE. Smoke was rising above the city of Milan. Sounds of muskets and cannons echoed throughout the sky, and the citizens were running for their lives. Mothers were frantically searching for their children, men tried to support the soldiers in the walls, it was all chaos. France had invaded Milan, bringing their cannons, muskets, and swords with them. Meanwhile, the Eternals, who had gathered in Milan, were watching the siege unfold through their very eyes, and some were not happy. Fastos was watching it in the middle of the streets as cannonballs were flying through the air. He clenched his fist so hard, but didn't say anything. This is your so-called evolutionary process, Fastos, questioned Druig sarcastically. Them killing each other? Conflict can breed advancements, Druig, even if it means many casualties, said Fastos, voice cracking. Those black powders you taught them are dangerous, Fastos, added Druig. You may have been the downfall of humanity itself, those things kill people quickly. Yes, Fastos, frowned Jack. It may have been a mistake to teach them that the killing rate of that thing is no joke towards normal humans. It doesn't matter, Jack, answered Fastos. They will quicken their advancements in technology to combat this new way of war, and in turn, it will develop them even more. Jack just sighed, while Druig just kept staring at the running civilians. He had the urge to just stop it all once again, but as always, Jack stopped him. Stop, Druig, we can't interfere in their wars, said Jack softly. I'm tired of hearing that word, Jack, said Druig coldly. I've lost count on how many times you have said that to me. He looked at the army in front of them once more, before turning away, calming himself down. Druig called Jack, but he didn't turn. Jack looked at the army too, she sighed, before turning away from it, along with Fastos. Pluto and Thea were helping the citizens evacuate. They helped them transport their things, smuggling them outside the city. But, Pluto noticed that Thea was out of it. As they ran across the street, Pluto saw Thea suddenly stopped, freezing in place. Pluto looked at her, and saw cosmic energy leaking out of her face. Her eyes changed from pale white to normal again and again, as if something was wrong with her. Thea, are you okay? Questioned Pluto in worry. He cupped her face, but she didn't answer, she was still in a trance. Thea, shouted Pluto in front of her face, trying to make her snap out of it. Thea, stay with me here, please. Thea then snapped out of it, looking confused, as she saw Pluto looking at her with worry. What just happened? She stuttered in confusion. You're spacing out, answered Pluto, caressing her face. I don't know what happened, she said, a bit worried at herself. Did I do something? No, you didn't, you just spaced out of nowhere. I don't remember. Pluto clenched his fist. It's okay, Thea, let's just go. Thea nodded meekly, before running again. But then, when they were traversing the street, Pluto saw a man, desperately trying to bring his things. Paintings, manuscripts, bags, everything. Hey, what are you doing? Shouted Pluto, running towards him, as well as Thea. The city is under attack and you want to bring that much? But this is precious, friend, refuted the men, still desperately bringing everything. My paintings, my designs. Pluto looked at Thea, before sighing. Let me help you. Ah, thank you. Pluto then helped the men with his paintings and manuscripts. Pluto looked at one of the manuscripts, and saw strange designs from it. Pluto raised his eyebrow. Did you make this? He asked while quickly running towards the evacuation spot. Why yes, said the men. It's my life's work. What's your name? Asked Pluto once again. Ah. Forgive me, Leonardo da Vinci, at your service, smiled the men. Pluto just nodded, before running away with the men. A couple of minutes later, they had gathered with the other Eternals, and they were looking at Leonardo with confusion. Who's this? Asked Fastos. Pluto just gave him one of Leonardo's manuscripts, and said. Leonardo da Vinci. Fastos looked at the design, and his eyes widened. He looked at Leonardo da Vinci, and frowned. Pluto raised his eyebrow once again at Fastos's reaction. But then, a cannonball was coming towards them dead on. Leonardo panicked, but Pluto just grabbed the cannonball with his hand, the ball still red from the heat, but he managed it. Fastos, I'm quite annoyed that you taught these people to throw pebbles like this, but I guess it's necessary. Meanwhile, Leonardo looked pale. How did you do that, friend? He stuttered. Pluto just smiled at him, and said. I'm good at catching things. Chapter 108, Chapter 97, A Man Who Awoke Too Early in the Darkness, 1502 CE. Florence, Italy. The Eternals were now staying in Florence. They had followed a man whom Pluto had met in the evacuation of Milan, Leonardo da Vinci. At first, the others were hesitant, but when they saw what Leonardo was capable of, they relented. Leonardo was now talking excitedly with Fastos, talking about ideas and things that interest him. Are you sure, friend? But this is expensive, questioned Leonardo. It's fine, trust me, you don't want to go the weapon design route, spoke Fastos as he gave Leonardo a pouch of gold. You will not bear the guilt. But, this is too much, exclaimed Leonardo. There must be something I could do for you. Just take it, shrugged Fastos. No, I insist, exclaimed Leonardo. He thought about it a little, before snapping his fingers. How about I paint you and your family? As a token of my gratitude, asked Leonardo excitedly. Fastos raised his eyebrow, before looking at the others. He threw a questioning look at them, and he saw Jack nodded, smiling faintly. Fine, grumbled Fastos. Paint all of us at once. Yes, I'm quite good at painting as you can see, nodded Leonardo. All right then, want to start now? Now. Leonardo asked back. Okay, I just need to gather the tools for a couple of minutes. Leonardo then ran away from the group, towards his belongings that haven't been tidied yet. Pluto meanwhile, was examining him, or more specifically, his sketchbook. He flipped the pages, drawings of strange things, like a wooden tank, a parachute, a helicopter, and human anatomy. Hey, Leonardo, you drew this, asked Pluto casually. Draw what? Asked him back. Human muscles, bones, organs. Added Pluto, which made Leonardo flinch. Leonardo quickly turned toward Pluto, and grabbed his sketchbook back from him. Please don't report me to the church. They'll burn me at the stake. Pluto looked at him in confusion. Why would I report you? Leonardo blushed, but didn't say anything. He quickly turned back, preparing the painting tools. Pluto then got it. Wait, you dissected human beings, asked Pluto, which made Leonardo flinch again. Oh, well, don't worry about it, we don't really care. Leonardo then sighed in relief, before telling them to stand in lines, so he could paint them. The rest of the day went by, as Leonardo sketched the Eternals on a painting cloth, and started to work. That painting would be his long-term work, just like another painting later on. A couple months later, Leonardo was busy in his workshop, engineering one of his creations from the money Fastos gave him. It was that wooden tank. It was coming off quickly, but then, a messenger suddenly knocked on his workshop. Is this Leonardo da Vinci's workshop? Asked the messenger. Yes, what brings you here? Asked Leonardo casually. A message from the Borgia family, said the messenger, which made Leonardo frown. Leonardo took the letter, and opened it. It was an invitation to the Borgia territory, to become a weapon engineer. Leonardo was excited. Finally, a family who would accept him as a weapon engineer instead of a painter. He paid the messenger some gold, before running towards the Eternals' residence, who had become his only friends in these couple of years. So you want to accept it? Asked Fastos, frowning as he did that. What choice do I have? Said Leonardo in excitement. Finally, a family will accept me. A weapon engineer is not the type of job you want, Leo, trust me, commented Fastos. War is everywhere right now. I could become rich. It's not about the money, Leo, said Fastos calmly. It's about the guilt. What guilt? Fastos sighed. You know what? Do what you want, he said, leaving Leonardo alone, confused at what he's saying. And so, Leonardo traveled to the territory of the Borgia, hoping to make a name for himself as a weapon engineer. 1 year later. Leonardo was not in a good mood. After 1 year of serving the Borgia, he had left them quietly. He did as he wanted, to make a name for himself, but at what cost? His inventions killed many people, he had been slapped in the face by reality, that war is not glorious, that war is not holy, war is brutal, and war is cruel. The Borgia hired him so that they could kill as many people as possible, and it pains Leonardo's heart and consciousness to know that many people died because of him, because of his invention. And so, he ran away, and he traveled back to Florence, hoping to be a painter once more. As he walked inside the city, he saw a familiar face, it was Fastos, buying things from the marketplace. Friend, is that you? Shouted Leo, and Fastos turned to him, and he was surprised to see Leonardo here. Leo, what are you doing here? I thought you became what you wanted. Why, you were right, shouted Leo. I do not want to become a weapon engineer anymore, all those people. Fastos sighed, and patted Leo's shoulder. No matter, let's go home, Gil is cooking. Leonardo smiled. Yes. Yes, I would love to eat his cooking once more. Chapter 109, Chapter 98, Lalisa, Love Me, Lalisa, Love Me. 1503 to 1519 CE. Leonardo was now in his 60s. These days, he just keeps to himself, still drawing designs, and paint. Right now, he was painting someone, a wife of a textile merchant. She was quite young, and had a rather strange facial expression. Her face was so interesting to Leonardo, and he decided that it would take a lot of time to finish it, not to mention that he had to finish the Eternals painting. You see, Leonardo had a habit of not finishing things, he knew it himself, but now, he was determined to finish both of them, as one of his last works as a painter. He was getting older and older, and he didn't like it at all, he wanted to make a name for himself once more, before death claimed him. He kept working by himself, trying to finish the two paintings. 1506 CE. Leonardo was leaving Florence. He was now walking towards the Eternal's residence, and knocked on the door. A Jack greeted him, and saw that he was sad. What's gotten into you, Leo? Asked a Jack. A Jack, I'm leaving, said Leo, which made a Jack smile faintly. The governor of Milan asked me to come, and I will probably not return again. Well, good luck, Leo, it's been an honor knowing you, said a Jack, patting the old man's shoulder. But the painting? It's okay, said a Jack. Bring it with you, as a reminder of us. Then how am I supposed to repay you for all this time? Asked Leo, voice cracking. Just live a good life, answered a Jack. It will be more than enough for us. Maybe we'll visit your grave if you have died. Leo smiled at her. Thank you, a Jack, for all this time. Don't mention it. 1516 CE. Leonardo was now at the Vatican City. Pope Leo X had hired him to work on some things for him, but Leo was ill. He had had a stroke this couple of months. He had tried to finish the Mona Lisa and the kind Eternals, but his health did not allow it. He tried though, his hands were now shaking, he could barely paint anymore, but he pushed himself. He then heard the news about King Francis I taking over Milan, so he followed Pope Leo X to Milan, where he met the king. The king said that he admired Leo's work, which flattered Leo. The king asked if he could make him a painting, and stayed in France. Leo reluctantly agreed, and followed the king to France. 1518 CE. Leo cannot paint anymore, he could only teach people how to paint. Leo tried to finish Mona Lisa and the kind Eternals, but he couldn't. He could only lament and regret not finishing it. Leo is dying, he can't even move his right hand anymore. He could only stare at his creations, sighing in regret. 1519 CE. Leonardo da Vinci had died, leaving his works to his heir. Leonardo died in the king's arms, stating his last will. Leonardo, in his last will, gave the painting of Mona Lisa and the kind Eternals to the king. And so, the king put the painting in the royal collection. A simple painting of a young woman, the king knew of Mona Lisa, as he often saw Leonardo try to finish it, but the other painting. He knew none of it. He opened the cloth that covered the painting. The king thought that it was the most peculiar painting he had ever seen. It was a painting depicting 11 people. 6 men, 4 women, and 1 little girl. Boy. The king can't tell. They wore different color clothing. They sat around a long table, as they stared directly at the painter, or in this case, the king. They had different skin colors, different expressions, different personalities, but the king somehow could tell that there was something special between all of them, a majestic aura, a wise aura. Leonardo, unlike many of his paintings, had signed this painting. LV, Eterni. Eterni, murmured the king. He examined the painting once more, and thought, this might be the best work of Leonardo da Vinci. Chapter 110, Chapter 99, The ocean is deep and wide, like your mom's is dash. 1511 CE. Atlantic Ocean. As the sea breeze hit the face of Pluto, Thea, and Gilgamesh, the Portuguese flag waved on top of the ship. Pluto was sitting beside Thea, talking soundly at each other. Thea, you had one of your episodes again, asked Pluto worriedly. No, she murmured. I told you, Pluto, it was just a one-time thing. It didn't look like it, refuted Pluto. Let me bring you to the Sorcerer Supreme, she'll help you. I swear Pluto, I'm fine, insisted Thea. Don't worry about me. Pluto sighed, and just squeezed her hand. He then looked through the window, the sky was clear as day, but Pluto could feel that something bad was going to happen. Gilgamesh then entered the room they were in, and said to them. The others have arrived. They started the cleansing without us. Well, we don't have to work then, said Pluto casually, earning an elbow from Thea. No, said Gilgamesh. We got another mission. Pluto raised an eyebrow. Another. Yep, said Gil, sitting in front of them. We were told to eliminate the deviants in the Atlantic Ocean. Pluto frowned. Are you serious? Dead serious, said Gil seriously if you can't tell. Pluto massaged his forehead. Fine, let's just get this over with. With what? Swimming, scoffed Gil. No, you guys stay here, I'll use my constructs to just do this quickly. How many constructs do you have? Asked Gil. Pluto shrugged. Dunno, my head is really loud right now, so maybe like 69 million. Maybe 70. Gil looked at him weirdly. You know. I don't know why a Jack doesn't just allow you to use the constructs to eliminate all the deviants in a couple of years. Well, that would be boring, said Pluto. And we can't show our powers to the majority of humans anymore, remember. My constructs running around Europe would be a dead violation for a Jack's so-called rules. Well, you have a point. Good thing we're in the middle of the ocean, right? Said Pluto as he stood up, winking at the two of them, making them groan. Nobody will ever see it. You guys just sit here, I'll do the hard work for you, said Pluto as he walked away from them, exiting the cabin. Pluto was now standing on one of his old constructs, Ghidorah. The strong breeze of the ocean hit his face, and behind him, thousands of constructs followed. Most of them are flying constructs, with frost giants' constructs on their backs. Right, boys. Let's get to work, shouted Pluto, and the frost giants' constructs cheered behind him. God, finally, my head calms down a little. Murmured Pluto, happy that his construct is not in his head for a while. Then, suddenly, a giant snake came out of the ocean. It had fins, and deadly teeth. Well, I guess the ocean's deviants will be much deadlier. Murmured Pluto. He then ran on one of the heads of Ghidorah, before jumping to the deviant, summoning his Persephone. The spear heats up, boiling the seawater around him. As he got nearer and nearer to the deviant, he stabbed the giant snake in the head, its brain melted from the heat of the spear, its body blistered, boiling. The snake screamed as loud as it could, but Pluto ignored it as more and more deviants suddenly appeared from the ocean. His golden legion stepped in, pouncing, freezing, biting, and cutting them off one by one. As Pluto stood in the corpse of the now dead deviant, the seawater boiling around him, he smiled. This is a good day. He was about to jump again, but then a construct of a teenager appeared before him. Can I play too? Asked the teenager. It would be boring if you play, Juno, said Pluto, which made the teenager sad. But fine, go, do your space magic thing. Juno then smirked at him, before disappearing altogether. After that, Pluto jumped again, and he killed a deviant one by one. Pluto was standing on top of an island of deviant corpses. He sat on the biggest of them all, catching a breath. Suddenly, another island, bigger than his, appeared in front of him. It was Juno, bringing all the corpses she had killed. Wow, I shouldn't have allowed you to play. Murmured Pluto in annoyance. Juno then walked up to him, and sat beside him. Where to next? She asked. Pluto took a deep breath, cosmic energy from the deviants around him slowly gathered to him, before all the deviant corpses vanished, making Juno help Pluto float in the air. Let's just follow the mission first, said Pluto, before taking out the Tesseract. After that, I will probably place this somewhere safe. Tunsberg again maybe. I don't need it anymore, as you seem to be growing. And then what? Thea's sickness, said Pluto in worry. She's quite headstrong. I can't convince her to meet with the Sorcerer Supreme yet, she's adamant that it's Fine. Yeah, that would be a priority indeed. Pluto sighed, and put the tesseract back, before saying, "Let's go back." Juno nodded her head, before opening a portal towards Thea and Gil. Chapter 111, Chapter 100, Americas. 1513 CE. Tenochtitlan. Pluto was standing calmly, leaning against a temple wall, while an Aztecman was suddenly dragged towards an altar on top of the temple. They tied the men on the altar, ignoring the man's plea and scream. A priest suddenly walked towards them, a dagger was in his hand. He then whispered something like a prayer, and stabbed the men to the heart, letting the blood flow to the temple. The priest then took the man's heart, before putting it in a vase. Pluto sighed as he saw it, and walked away from it. Soon, he saw Sprite, sitting in front of children, showing off stories that she made. "You all right?" asked a woman suddenly. It was Thea, walking towards him with a drink in her hand. Pluto smiled at her warmly. "Yeah, I'm fine." "You don't look fine, something's bothering you," commented Thea. She knew him after thousands of years, she knew if he's upset or not. "No, it's just unbelievable that our mission is almost coming to an end," answered Pluto. "And there is so much to worry about." "Well, we could go home after this, right?" smiled Thea. "We could spend the rest of our lives in Olympia, maybe have a kid." "We can't have children, Thea," chuckled Pluto. Thea shrugged. "Maybe when we go home, they already discovered a way to do it," shrugged Thea. "Who knows?" Pluto just clenched his hand, hearing Thea spoke of coming home. "Thea, there's something I need to tell you." "HM. Just say it." "We are not dash." "Pluto, Thea, how are you doing?" Someone interrupted him. He turned around, and saw a Jack, smiling widely at them. Pluto frowned, but said, "We're fine." Thea also nodded, agreeing with Pluto. "Good," said a Jack. "Pluto, I need to talk to you for a second." Pluto looked at Thea, looking for her approval. Thea just squeezed his hand, and smiled, giving her permission. Pluto then hummed, before following a Jack to their home in the city. Pluto closed the door as they entered the room, and a Jack told him to sit, but he kept standing. "What do you want to talk about?" asked Pluto flatly. "You know what?" answered a Jack. "You almost told her." "I will still tell her after this," continued Pluto. "Pluto, we can't tell them, they will." "What?" "Rebel," cut Pluto off. "It is your own fault, a Jack, you should have told them earlier, and they won't be attached to humans so easily." A Jack looked at him for a second, before sighing. "I understand that you feel pressured because of your relationship with Thea, Pluto, but it is Arisham's command, we can't break that." "Well, tell him I will tell her then," scoffed Pluto. "A Jack, I am tired of it, using the names of Arisham in order to stop us." "But it is the rules, Pluto. Did you know? Druig had a breakdown last summer. When he saw these people killing their own on those altars for the first time," commented Pluto. "Did you know? Ikaris is going through the same thing as me right now, because you just had to tell him the truth but not to everyone." Pluto dash. "Did you know? That Thea had symptoms of mod WY, said Pluto again, which made a Jack surprised. "Since when?" "A couple of years ago," answered Pluto calmly, but a silent rage was brewing. "It wasn't bad now, but I could tell on her sleep, dreaming of the times she had on other planets." A Jack hummed. "We need to get to the domo to erase her memory." Then, silence. Pluto stared at a Jack with his deep violet eyes. "Erase her memory?" "It's the only way, Pluto." "No, it's not the only way, you and I both know that," continued Pluto. "You just don't want to risk her knowing everything, right?" "Pluto, we can't risk her spreading the real mission objective." Pluto then slammed the table in front of a Jack and shouted. "Damn it, a Jack. You're supposed to be our mother. Not our warden." A Jack's eyes went wide when she heard that. She stared at Pluto speechlessly, and she didn't say anything. Pluto stared at her. "I will fix her memory after the mission is complete, I will tell her everything, and you can't stop me," he stated. "It's your choice to tell the others, but I will tell Thea." Before a Jack could say anything, Cersei entered the room. She sensed the tense atmosphere around them, and asked, "Did something happen?" Pluto then answered her, without even looking at her. "Nothing happened, Cersei, nothing happened." Pluto then walked out the room, leaving a Jack pondering to herself, while Cersei was even more confused. A Jack looked at the window, she saw children playing with their mothers. She then asked Cersei, "Cersei, was I a good leader to you?" Cersei was confused. Yes. I think you're a good leader." It didn't make a Jack happy though, instead, she just clenched her fist, before calming herself down. Chapter 112, Chapter 101, Massacre, 1521 CE. As the moon shines brightly on the city of Tenochtitlan, the city itself was burning. Crimson red could be seen everywhere, the ground shook as statues fell, screams of men, of women, of children echoed through the sky. A thick fog from smoke and blood formed because of muskets. People ran to the jungle around, trying to save their own lives. Moans of pain were heard, as Spanish men raped little girls and women, plundering every house they could see. It was a bloody sight. Cersei watched it with a pale face. Druig's expression was full of rage, yet he was calm. He was the best at calming himself. Meanwhile, Pluto was always at Thena's side, watching over her as she battled the last of the deviants. He was anxious, he knew what was coming, and he kept his watch. They were now walking towards a side of the jungle, stones scattered everywhere as the city fell slowly but surely. A Jack was waiting with Fastos and Druig, watching out for the others. "Where are the others?" asked a Jack to Makari, who had just arrived. "We had to split up," answered Makari. "It's chaos out there, we saved some people along the way." A Jack nodded, waiting patiently for the others. Meanwhile, Fastos opened a map using his powers. A hologram of Earth was floating on the air, where all the Eternals could see. "That should be the last of them," commented Fastos. "With that, our mission is done." "Feels empty, isn't it?" added Cersei. "Our mission ended, just like that. After almost 7,000 years of traveling, we're finally done," smiled Gil, resting below a tree. "Now, we wait for the command to go home." A Jack nodded sadly, carefully eyeing Pluto in the corner, who was with Thena at all times. Sounds of screams suddenly arrived at the scene. Druig quickly turned at the source. He saw Spanish men, running down the Native Americans with muskets and swords, not caring about whether it was men, women, or children. Druig walked towards them, against a Jack's advice. He looked disappointed, then rage, then disappointed again. "All that death," he murmured. "All of it could be prevented. Druig, we don't interfere in their wars." A Jack whispers. "I'm tired of your words," a Jack refuted Druig. "We don't interfere in that, we don't interfere in this. What is our mission really? Are we really helping these people thrive if we let them kill themselves like this, huh?" Druig's eyes glow golden, but a Jack touched his shoulder, stopping him. "Don't." A Jack said sternly. "This isn't war, a Jack. It's genocide." Druig murmured. "Everywhere we go, we encounter this. Carthage, Gaul, by the Crusaders, by the Mongols." Druig then focused his eyes on those muskets, those thick smokes that covered the jungle. "And now, their weapons made it easier to commit even more genocide," added Druig. He then turned around to see Fastos, who was also frowning at the scene. "Is this your target, Fastos? Making them kill each other using technology? I have told you many times, Druig. Technology is part of every sentient species' evolutionary process. I cannot stop them from developing weapons," defended Fastos calmly. "You can't stop it, but I can," refuted Druig. He eyed a Jack. "It's just that some godly beings don't allow me to." Meanwhile, Thena was staring at the running Aztecs calmly. She had no expression whatsoever, her face leaking cosmic energy. "Thena, let's get away from everyone right now," whispered Pluto worriedly as he escorted her away from the fighting Fastos and Druig. As the two kept bickering, Pluto kept dragging Thena away, her face pale, leaking with cosmic energy. Then, her eyes turned white. "It's too late," she announced flatly, making everyone look at her. "Everyone is going to die." "No one's going to die, Thena," whispered Pluto softly. "It's okay, let's just get away from them." "Pluto, what's going on with Thena?" asked Cersei, worried about Thena too. "It's fine," smiled Pluto. "It's fine, I'll take care of it." Meanwhile, a Jack frowned. "Everyone, get away from them quickly." Thena then suddenly conjured her sword, and tried to slash Pluto. Pluto clenched his fist, and grabbed the sword with his bare hands. Waves of force pushed the leaves around them as he did that. "Thena, stay calm, it's me." Thena's eyes wavered a bit as Pluto said that, but it quickly went back. She conjured another sword, and tried to stab Pluto with it. Pluto just grabbed the other sword, and absorbed its cosmic energy. "Thena, please, calm down," murmured Pluto. "I told you, those episodes are a sign of something, but you didn't listen." Thena then headbutt Pluto, but it didn't work. Instead, Pluto just hugged her, trying to incapacitate her that way. Pluto's eyes glow orange. He used one of his rings. "Thena, calm down, it's me, Pluto," he smiled, caressing her cheek. Her eyes wavered once more. She stepped back a little bit, confused on what just happened. But then, her eyes turned white again, and he kicked Pluto towards the tree, knocking him away. "Pluto," screamed Cersei. Thena then dashed towards the nearest people she could find, which was Fastos, and she stabbed him in the stomach, hurting him. Pluto quickly stood up. His eyes turned orange once more, and he conjured a spell. "I'm sorry, Thena, I'm putting you to sleep for a little." He murmured an incantation, and specks of orange dust entered Thena's nostrils. Thena's consciousness wavered, and she dropped down on the ground, leaving the wounded Fastos alone. Pluto sighed as he walked up to her unconscious body. He knelt beside her, and caressed her cheek gently. I told you, you stubborn fool. Icaris then dropped down from the sky, confused from the sight. What just happened? A Jack just smiled sadly at the others. Let's find somewhere safe first. Chapter 113, Chapter 102, Mod Wiry, 1521 CE. The Eternals were now gathering around an altar above the Aztec pyramids. The city was still burning, people were fighting below, blood spilled on the ground, smoke rose to the sky, and screams echoed through the city. Thea was laying on the altar, her face still pale, and sweat was gathering on her forehead. Circe was looking at her body, caressing her hair gently. I thought it was a myth. Circe commented softly. There is no cure, said Fastos as he was healed by a Jack. So nobody really talks about it. No, there is a cure, or at least there will be, added Pluto. It's just that people don't want to study our psyche. And you studied it? Asked Fastos curiously. Pluto shook his head. No, the Sorcerer Supreme did. She has the notes on our psyche, I'll go to her after this. So she can be cured? Questioned Gil hopefully. Pluto, we can't be sure about that. A Jack softly said. We need to go to the Domo, we could take care of that there. You mean erase her memories? Pluto scoffed. Not a chance. It's not your decision to make, Pluto. It's not yours either, it's Thena's, he refuted. Then, Thea suddenly woke up, her eyes white for a quick second, making the others panicked, but then, she turned to normal. She stared at the ceiling, then she looked to Pluto, and asked. What just happened? Pluto smiled as he held her hand. You're sick, he said. I told you, didn't I? You should have listened to me. Thena's eyes widened as she heard that. Did I attack you? Thea. Said a Jack, touching Thena's shoulder. You attacked Pluto, almost killed Fastos. Oh no, she said, covering her face as she massaged it. I don't remember. You have Mod Wiry, continued a Jack. Your mind is fracturing under the weight of your memories. Druig was restless beside the door, watching as a Jack talked. I need to talk to Erisham about this, said a Jack. We need to take you back to the ship, where we have the technology to fix you. But she won't be Thea anymore, commented Makari. Pluto said it right. You'll erase her memories. A Jack just nodded sadly, making the others frown. What if she attacked us again? She could have killed all of us, argued Kingo. Kingo, I swear, your cowardice ticked me off sometimes, refuted Pluto coldly. He turned to Thea, and looked at her softly. Thea, I can fix you, the Sorcerer Supreme has the notes. Thea smiled at him, tears running down her eyes. She held Pluto's hand tightly, and said. I want to remember. I want to remember you. Helen. Everyone. Pluto just smiled at her, but a Jack interrupted. Thea, we can't make sure if the Sorcerer Supreme could cure you, our best bet is to bring you to the Domo, and dash. Shut the fuck up, a Jack, roared Pluto. He slammed his fist to the altar, cracking it. The room's temperature rose considerably, even the stones started to melt. Are you serious right now? After all this time, you still care more about the mission than us? Pluto. Warned Icaris slowly. Pluto, calm down, said a Jack. Calm down, chuckled Pluto dangerously. You're asking me to calm down while you tried to convince my wife to erase her memories. Pluto, you know it's the safest Wadash. For you and your mission, not for her. Pluto's eyes grew golden, Persephone floating above him, ready to launch a Jack at any second. The others went alert, and the fighters quickly protected the others, and activated their powers. Pluto, what are you doing? Gil shouted. Are you trying to attack a Jack? You're defending her, Gil, questioned Pluto. Did you know that she's been dash? Pluto, cut Icaris off. Don't. Pluto, calm down, please, suddenly said Thea, cupping his face. Seeing Thea's crying face, Pluto calmed down, he then stared at a Jack. I'm tired of your lies, a Jack, you can lie to the others, but you can't lie to me, you can't lie to Thea. Lie. What are you talking about? Asked Circe, voice cracking. A Jack clenched her fist. Pluto, please, calm yourself down. I am calm right now, he said. A Jack sighed, and nodded. Very well, you can bring her to the Sorcerer Supreme, but please, give me time to tell the others. Pluto looked down at the cracked altar, and chuckled. After all this time. You're still so stubborn, a Jack. He sighed, he looked at Thea, and caressed her cheek. We're leaving, I'll see you all when I see you. Pluto, wait. But then, both of them just disappeared, blue particles floating around the space they used to be. And, they're gone, said Fastos. A Jack, what is Pluto talking about? Asked Circe. A Jack just smiled sadly. I can't tell you right now. Why? Please Circe, trust me. Why should we trust you? Suddenly said Druig. What are you and Pluto hiding, a Jack? Druig, please, I know you're upset dash. Upset, roared Druig. We've trusted you for thousands of years, and now Pluto is telling me that you've been hiding secrets from us. I thought we're a family, a Jack. Druig, we are. Then why do I feel like I'm your prisoner, right now? Questioned Druig again, making a Jack stiffened. It's the same thing that Pluto told her. Every time I used my powers, you forbid me. Every time I tried to save a human that was suffering, you forbid me. What is our mission really, a Jack? Is our mission a lie? I thought we are supposed to help them advance, not help them kill each other. Druig dash. No. Druig continued. No more. He then turned around, seeing the bloodbath below them, his eyes glow golden, and the humans below them stopped, freezing in place, mesmerized by Druig. Icaris then stepped in, he slammed Druig to the wall, and said. Let them go. Or what? Sneered Druig. You're going to attack me. You didn't do it to Pluto, is it because you're scared that he'll beat you down again? Icaris frowned, and his eyes glow golden, but Druig kept talking. You are blinded by loyalty, Icaris, spat Druig. A pawn to a Jack, a slave to Ereshkigal. Icaris' eyes glowed more and more brightly, but then, a Jack stopped him. Stop, the two of you, she shouted. Druig shoved Icaris off, and he walked to the stairs. He then looked at the other Eternals. If you want to stop me, kill me. He then walked to the humans below, before bringing them to the jungle, away from the city itself. A Jack looked at him departing, she clenched her fist, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. You may all go, said a Jack, surprising everyone. I want you to explore this planet, learn what you can from the humans. What about the mission? Asked Makari. The deviants are gone, Makari, smiled a Jack. You are free. Live your life fully in this world, not as soldiers, but as yourselves. Shouldn't we ask Ereshkigal first? Asked Icaris. We're a team, we should stick together. I didn't ask for your opinion, Icaris, stated a Jack coldly. Do not forget your place. Icaris frowned, but didn't say anything. There's no reason for you to stay with me now, continued a Jack. This is where we say goodbye. But, what will we do? Asked Sprite. A Jack just smiled. Find your own purpose, she said. And one day, I will come visit you, and tell me what you have learned in this world. And then what? And when the time comes, she continued. I will tell you the truth. Chapter 114, Chapter 103, London, 1521 CE. In a crowded front of Tower Hill, London, a man was laid on a chopping block, his head covered with black cloth, ready for an execution. Beside him was a large man, holding a giant axe, standing menacingly in front of the crowd. Another man then walked to the platform, bringing a scroll with him. He then stood in front of the man that was laying on the chopping block, and turned to the crowd. In the name of His Majesty, King Henry VIII, the Duke of Buckingham, Edward Stafford, is proven guilty of treason. Therefore, Edward Stafford will be sentenced to death by decapitation. The Duke whimpered as the man announced his sentence. I did no such things. I never attempted to assassinate the king. The man didn't answer him, instead, he got off the platform. The executioner, who was sharpening his axe, walked towards the Duke, he raised his axe, and slammed it against the head of the Duke. The head rolled to the ground, the crowd gasped, but no one cheered. Meanwhile, a man and a woman, who was wearing strange clothing, quickly walked through the crowd, towards the center of London. Stay calm, Thea, I can't afford to stop you in these crowded streets, murmured the man to Thea. P. Pluto. Thea, please, calm yourself down, murmured Pluto softly. We're almost there, I'm here, you'll be fine. The two Eternals then quickly got out of the crowded streets, entering an alleyway. Thea's eyes suddenly turned white again, and she stopped. Thea, it's me, smiled Pluto sadly. Take my hand. Thea stared at him, before conjuring her spear. She raised her spear, and tried to slam Pluto with it. Pluto then grabbed the spear, absorbed it, and held her hand. Thea, hey, it's me, come back to me, Thea. Thea stammered. She stepped back a little, her eyes turned to normal. It just happened again, didn't it? It's okay, comforted Pluto. It's just around the corner, they changed buildings. Thea just nodded meekly, and they both quickly traversed the alleyway. But then, a group of thugs suddenly surrounded them. Are you kidding me? Sighed Pluto in annoyance. I've got no time for you all right now. Hey, look who's here, sneered one of the thugs. Strange clothing you've got there, must have cost a fortune. Are you rich? You're serious, right? Scoffed Pluto. Get away, don't have time for you all. One of the thugs laughed again. He then pulled out a dagger, and threatened Pluto with it. You walk in our alleyway, you need to pay. I can't believe I'm being threatened right now, chuckled Pluto. He then conjured his Persephone, it floats above him, heating up its surroundings. A wizard, gulped the thug. His face turned pale in an instant, and he stepped back. I didn't know why you're a wizard, sir, please forgive me. What, you don't report me to the church, scoffed Pluto. And no, I won't. I swear. Just don't kill me, sir. Pluto raised his eyebrow, and he pointed his fingers at the thug, and Persephone launched towards him. The thug then was nailed to the wall, his body blistered as the hit burned the man's flesh. The other thugs were scared shitless, and they ran away from Pluto. Fucking thugs, murmured Pluto in annoyance. He then calmed down when he saw Thena's pale face. Come on, it's near here. Pluto and Thea then traversed the small alleyway, leaving the body alone. He then entered the big road again, and arrived at the London sanctum. He knocked on the door slowly. No answer. Pluto frowned, and knocked again, more roughly this time. Still, no answer. Fucking stuck-up sorcerers, cursed Pluto. Always thinks that they're the shit. Pluto then slammed his hands towards the door, and shouted. Open the fucking door, you bald woman. The door then opened slowly, revealing a bunch of sorcerers, ready to fight at a moment's notice. Where's your master? Asked Pluto calmly. They didn't answer, instead, they conjured eldritch shields, ready to fight. Hey little girl, shouted Pluto out of nowhere. If you don't show up right now, I'll kill your pets. No answer. Pluto sighed, and summoned his Persephone once again. The wooden floor below him charred as he stabbed his Persephone to the ground. He was about to attack, but then, she appeared. Everyone, stand down, she said. She floats in the air, the time stone around her neck, and she hovers to Pluto. A rather rude entrance, don't you think so, Mr. Smith? You know I would come, why bother acting this way? Questioned Pluto curiously. A being such as you is always dangerous to be around, Mr. Smith, she said casually. Don't act like a wise man, little girl, I'm more ancient than you, scoffed Pluto, shoving her away as he walked towards the Sorcerer Supreme's office. The bald woman raised her eyebrow in amusement, and followed Pluto, who was walking through the sanctum as if he owned it. Well, technically, he helped build it. Chapter 115, Chapter 104, The Ancient One, 1521 CE. Pluto opened the door of the Sorcerer Supreme office roughly, he looked around, a bit different than the last time he visited, but still familiar. Thea, sit on the chair a bit, I'll look for the notes concerning the eternal psyche, commanded Pluto. Thea nodded, and walked to the chair in front of the desk. What will we do, Pluto? See, can you really cure me, stammered Thea. Love, please, are you doubting me? Pluto chuckled. Have faith, Thea, have faith, I'll do anything for you, you know that. Thea just smiled warmly at him, she wanted to say something, but another woman interrupted her. As much as I adore the romance that is blooming in front of me right now, I do not appreciate the trespassing, Mr. Smith, Mrs. Smith, commented a woman, the Ancient One. Pluto sighed as tried to find Giordano's notes around the room. Look, little girl, what's your name? You can call me the Ancient One, Mr. Smith, smiled the Ancient One. Again, I am more ancient than you, and it is just strange calling you that. When were you born? 1300s. 1400s. 1300s, said the Ancient One. Well, from the looks of it, you look like you're of Celtic descent, so I'm going to call you Boudica, continued Pluto, making antsy. Boudica's mouth twitched. Well, Boudica, do you know where it is? Where what, exactly? Asked the Ancient One innocently. Don't play with me, little girl, give it to me, demanded Pluto sternly. I don't have time to play words with you, give it to me. You have to understand, Mr. Smith, that you are an eternal, an agent that will help the celestial below us born, and destroy Earth in the process, explained Tao. It is my job to defend Earth, and you are a threat to Earth. And you have to understand, Boudica, smiled Pluto menacingly, that I don't give a fuck. Give the notes to me, or I swear I will burn this entire sanctum. Fuck the future, fuck Strange and his arrogant arse. Tao frowned at Pluto's words. You know the future, she asked, Thea also looking curiously at Pluto as well. Well, yeah, I have the seer ring, lied Pluto. Now, last chance, give it to me. Tao sighed, she then conjured the notes on eternal psyche, and gave it to Pluto. Thank you, smiled Pluto innocently as he read the notes. Any place where I could perform the surgery? We have one at the end of the corridor, said Tao. But may I ask you, what ring? Oh, I forgot it's immune to the time stone's sight, smirked Pluto. You could discard all those visions that involve me interfering, Boudica, because it doesn't have the rings in it. Tao frowned even more. I don't quite understand, the time stone is a powerful artifact. Yes, I know what a time stone is, I'm not going to be taught a lesson by a little girl like you, scoffed Pluto. He then looked at Thea, who was trying to keep herself calm. Let's go Thea, I'll cure you now, he said, offering his hand to her, smiling. Thea just nodded meekly, and both of them got out of the room, leaving Tao alone. Suddenly, a blue construct of a teenager appeared out of nowhere, scaring Tao a bit. Hello, said the teen girl construct. After she greeted the shocked Tao, she looked at the eye around her neck, and examined it. She walked closer to Tao, and tapped the eye innocently. Time, are you there? Asked the construct, making Tao amused. It's me, Space. The eye suddenly glowed green, and it made a rhythmic glow, as if conversing. Well, I was absorbed by Pluto, shrugged the construct. I am now with him, traveling. It's quite fun actually. The eye repeatedly glows again, as if answering the construct. Well, I don't know if the bald one allows it. Murmured the construct, looking at Tao casually. But I could talk to Pluto, I mean, he could just grab it from her. I think. The eye then answered the construct again, repeatedly glowing. Well, see you later as well, Time, smiled the construct warmly. Pluto is good at naming things, he'll probably have a good name for you as well, you see, he calls me Juno. The Ancient One was watching the whole scene with confusion and doubt. What is happening right now? She didn't see this in her vision, are all of those visions she saw false as well? Excuse me, but who are you? Asked Tao to the teenage girl construct. The teen tilted her head. I told you, didn't I? I am Space. Space. As in the space singularity. Yep, nodded the construct. Pluto calls me Juno. A really cool name. He absorbed you. Well, not wholly, shrugged Juno. Just a part of me. But I'm growing right now, so maybe I'll be whole once again in the future. The Ancient One suddenly felt like she would be in for a headache in the future. Chapter 116, Chapter 105, Thank you, for always taking care of me, 1522 CE. It was a sight that Pluto would hope never to see again. Thea was floating above the ground, her head was split into parts, golden cosmic energy was leaking from it, and the wiring of the body could be seen clearly. Pluto was nervous. Even though he does have the notes, he never technically operated in Eternal. He was only relying on the notes, the drawings, the explanation, and the worst part is. Pluto, are you okay? Asked Thea nervously, she was awake the whole time. Pluto snapped out of it, and smiled. Why yeah. I'm okay, he took a deep breath, and asked again. Thea, I wanted you to choose. Choose what? Asked Thea curiously, not caring about her head floating in the air. Do you want to keep your previous memory? Or should I just erase it? Asked Pluto. What? I thought you said I can remember, said Thea, surprised at Pluto's question. No, you could still remember me, and everyone else, answered Pluto quickly. But, your previous lives dash. Lives. Pluto sighed. Thea, I'm going to tell you a secret that could possibly freak you out, so please don't. I don't understand. What secret? Pluto gulped, and he proceeded to tell her everything. The true mission, that Mod WYRE isn't a sickness, rather a production mistake, and that the Earth will be destroyed in a couple of centuries. Thea didn't say anything, she just stared at the ceiling, thinking. So, asked Pluto softly. What do you think? I understand why you kept that a secret until now. Murmured Thea. The others would definitely freak out if they heard it. Pluto chuckled. Look, Thea, I recommend that you forget all your previous life's memories. Why? Smirked Thea. Are you worried that I would remember my past life's lovers? Well, it would probably be Gilgamesh, shrugged Pluto. But I'm your husband now, can't change that. Gilgamesh, questioned Thea in amusement. What makes you think that? I'll tell you later, said Pluto calmly. Now, what would you choose? Thea then thought about it a little, before answering. Just erase it. I don't want to be traumatized because of my past memories. It'll probably be a bother to you as well. Hey, I'll support whatever you choose, Thea, smiled Pluto. Don't worry about me. Erase it, she repeated. Yes ma'am, chuckled Pluto, and he got to work. Thea was now recovering, sitting on a chair. She was holding her head, she had a bit of a headache after the whole thing, and Pluto was sitting in front of her. How do you feel? Asked Pluto softly. Like I just had sex with you for a whole week, she groaned, massaging her head. A compliment by the way. I won't last for that long. Pluto chuckled. If you can joke right now, you should be able to stand, said Pluto, standing up, offering his hand to her. Thea raised her eyebrow. Where are we going? Pluto rolled his eyes. Just take my hand. Thea looked at Pluto suspiciously, before taking his hand, and they both disappeared from the room, nowhere to be seen in the sanctum. They then appeared on top of a church. They could see the whole city from here, the people walking through the roads of London, minding their business. Horses resting near buildings, people gathering for God knows why. Why are we here? Asked Thea curiously. I want to tell you something, said Pluto calmly. That I never tell anyone, ever. Thea raised her eyebrow. Well, I'm flattered, she rolled her eyes. Pluto chuckled. He looked at the sky, and murmured. Old man, if you could help me a little bit here, cover us from prying eyes. Who are you talking to? Asked Thea again. Pluto just smiled at her. He then raised his hand towards the view of the city, and the view changed. Strange boxes now covered the streets, rain pouring from above, a giant clock standing in the middle of the city. Thea was surprised. What's this? She asked, standing up, curiously looking at the surroundings. London, said Pluto. 500 years from now. The future, stammered Thea. And you know it, how? Pluto smiled at her weakly. I can't lie any more to you, Thea, he said. I just can't. Pluto then walked up to the edge of the church, and explained to her his situation, his stance, his origin, everything. Thea was just listening the whole time. She didn't cut him off, she just held his hand tightly, her face expressionless. So you're telling me, you're not one of us the whole time? She asked, her voice calm. I am. Pluto answered. It's just that we have different creators. Thea stared at the simmering lights of London, and asked again. Why are you telling me this? Why shouldn't I? Questioned Pluto back. Thea clenched her hand. It's dangerous, what if I dash? You won't, said Pluto confidently. I trust you. The two then suddenly disappeared again, nowhere to be seen on top of the church. They appeared in front of a house, the illusion still working. Inside the house, they could see a middle-aged woman, her face foggy, talking to a teen. They were laughing the whole time, eating dinner peacefully. That's me, said Pluto calmly. Past me. Thea was surprised. Both of them walked towards the window, watching as the woman and the teenage boy talked to each other. And that's my mother, spoke Pluto again. She's strict at times. But that's what mothers are like, right? Thea just smiled, and Pluto continued to talk. Well, she was my only friend in the past, said Pluto. You don't have friends? Asked Thea. No, I do, smiled Pluto sadly. It's just, they died, when I was about 13 or so. Thea continued to observe the family. Why is your mother's face dash? Foggy, chuckled Pluto. I don't remember her face anymore, it's been a long time, and the old man told me to forget it. Pluto looked at the house longingly. But I never could. Thea smiled at him sadly. Oh, Pluto. She then hugged him tightly, caressing his back. You asked me why I am telling you all this, continued Pluto. Because you're part of my life now, Thea, I want you to know me, all of me. Thea just hummed, still hugging him. And I want to thank you, said Pluto, separating from Thea. For always taking care of me. What are you talking about? Chuckled Thea. It's you who's always taking care of me. Pluto looked at her solemnly, and he kissed her forehead. You kept me in check, Thea, he said softly to her ears. You kept me in check. Chapter 117, Chapter 106, Too much time on my hands. 1522 CE. Tao was sitting in her office. She was in a state of thinking, staring at the emptiness of space around her. She was playing with the globe on her desk, spinning it. Then, the door in front of her suddenly opened, revealing a man with deep haunting purple eyes. Those eyes stared at her, making her gulp unconsciously. What made you come here again, Mr. Smith? Asked Tao. Nothing really, shrugged Pluto as he walked towards her. I just want to borrow that necklace of yours. Tao frowned. Mr. Smith, it is the duty of the Sorcerer Supreme to protect the Time Stone. I cannot just give it to you carelessly. Pluto clicked his tongue. Fine, let's trade. Tao raised her eyebrow. Trade. I'll borrow that green stone for a few minutes, and I'll give you this, said Pluto, and a glowing blue cube appeared on his hand. You're worried that my interference would mess with your plans for the future, right? Here, I'll give you this, you could fix the timeline a little. Tao was a bit surprised. Mr. Smith, you have the space stone. What? I thought you knew, questioned Pluto weirdly. I have Juno, remember? But I thought Tao then just sighed. She looked at the space stone intently. If you keep it, and the Germans didn't get it, who knows what the implication will be? I will be blind in the future. So, questioned Pluto again. What do you say? Tao looked at Pluto, and relented. Very well, Mr. Smith, let's trade. Tao was about to take the space stone, but Pluto pulled off. The time stone first, said Pluto. Tao rolled her eyes. She then opened the eye, and took it out. A few minutes, Mr. Smith. Pluto hummed. He threw the stone to Tao, which made her panicked, and he took the time stone. Well, now I have too much time on my hand, he smirked. Juno then appeared in front of him, looking at the time stone curiously. Do it, she said impatiently. I want to see him already. Be patient, will you, scoffed Pluto. Is he your lover or something? He's my brother, said Juno sternly. Just absorb it. Fine, fine, shrugged Pluto. He then slowly absorbs the time stone, green energy entering his system, and he feels that pain again. He screams on top of his lung, but this time, he could bear it. He shut his mouth, letting more and more green energy enter. Then, his eyes glowed green, and he was transported to his mind once more. Pluto found himself in a dark and empty void once again. He looked around, and he saw a green construct of a boy, not around 13 or 14, standing a few meters away from him. You must be time that Juno begged to absorb, said Pluto casually. I am, he said, walking towards Pluto. Well, do you want to join me? Asked Pluto, offering his hand to the construct. Time stood in front of him, examining Pluto. What are your intentions? Pluto raised his eyebrow. Meaning? What are your intentions with us? Time repeated. Honestly, nothing, shrugged Pluto. I just accidentally absorbed Juno, and now she begged me to absorb you. Time just frowned, and he kept examining Pluto's body. Pluto sighed. You should know this, you have access to my memories. I do, said Time. I'm just making sure. Look, I don't have time for dash. We have all the time in the world, said Time innocently. After all, he's right in front of you. Right, coughed Pluto, and he sighed again. Fine, what do you want to ask? How do you intend to be free? He asked. If I want to follow you, I want to make sure that me and my siblings won't be the weapon of the Celestials again. Well, if I want to be free, I need to be a Celestial myself, said Pluto, shrugging. While absorbing your brothers and sisters seemed like a good idea at first, ultimately, you only worked on a single universe, while the Celestials are multiversal beings. Time nodded. That's right. We only govern one universe. While if you kill a Celestial in this universe, the other Celestials that are scattered across the multiverse will know. Pluto hummed. Any more questions? How will you be a Celestial? Asked Time once again. Pluto just smiled. You know how. You're relying on luck, answered Time. There are millions of possibilities that it could fail. Well, I just have to make sure that it won't fail, right? Said Pluto. Time was surprised. Do you understand what millions mean? I will have you right, said Pluto. I'll figure it out. Time frowned, and sighed. Fine. Give me a name. Pardon. A name. Time repeated. Give me a name. Oh right, said Pluto, snapping his fingers. How about Kronos? Kronos. Time tilted his head. A god of agriculture. It's also the god of ages and time, added Pluto. So it fits. I guess. Time nodded. Very well, from now on, I am thou, and thou art I. Kronos offered his fist, offering a fist bump. Pluto smiled, and answered the fist bump. I am thou, and thou art I indeed. Chapter 118, Chapter 107, The Future Seer, was a doctor. 1544 CE. Ceylon, France. The smell of burning flesh permeates throughout the town, thick fog hiding the roads ahead, men with strange masks walking through seas of men, tending to their needs. Men and women were dying, their skin blackened, blistered as it dripped blood. A middle-aged man was commanding a group of men, telling them to bring the dead to a field, separating it from the ones who are still alive. Bring the dead to the square and burn the bodies, he said. Don't forget to clean your garments after it. The men just nodded, and hurried, picking the dead bodies that littered the roads one by one, before burning it. The men just sighed, looking at the horrible sight in front of him. He walked towards a room, his office, and sat down. He took off his mask, and wiped his sweat off from his forehead. Suddenly, another man entered the place. He looked young, but the doctor could feel this wise aura from him. He could tell, he knew this mystical stuff since he was a kid. Can I help you, monsieur? Said the man to the young. Yes actually, said the man, he has a British accent, but the doctor could tell he was fluent in French, maybe other languages. Michel de Nostradame, right? Nostradamus, corrected the doctor calmly. Michel de Nostradamus. Right. Monsieur, I was wondering if me and my wife could volunteer in this outbreak. We are outsiders, but I hope we could help somehow. Nostradamus flinched as he heard the word wife, your wife. Yes, she's outside, she's already helping, is that all right? Look, said Nostradamus sternly. The plague is more dangerous than you think, monsieur. I advise you to bring your wife out of this town before you lose her. The men smiled sadly at him. Forgive me if I bring bad memories, Monsieur Nostradame, but, we've decided, she can't be stopped. Nostradamus sighed. It's Nostradamus, and fine, I'll allow it. Nostradamus stood up, and looked at the men. I'll bring you to the warehouse, we need to give you some proper garments to deal with the plague, else you will be infected yourself. The men just nodded, and he followed Nostradamus outside. Fetch your wife, we'll give her garments too. The men nodded once again, and walked away from him, before coming back with his wife. She was probably the most beautiful woman that he ever saw, but he also felt that if he did anything, he'd lose his head instantly. So Nostradamus just gulped, and guided the couple to the warehouse, just outside the hospital. Ah, right, name, questioned Nostradamus. Selwyn, said the men. Thomas Selwyn. And this is my wife, Millicent. Nostradamus frowned. English. Is that a problem, questioned Thomas. We lived in London for a while, but we are not English. Where are you from then? We're Greeks, answered Thomas. The name is the one we used in London. Whoa, a long way from home, friend, said Nostradamus in surprise as he opened the warehouse door. Why is that? We just wanted to see the world, answered the wife. Only one life, might as well use it. Nostradamus hummed as he opened a cabinet. I wish I could be like the two of you, but alas, I'm getting older, and gout started to consume me, chuckled Nostradamus. He then took 2 medical garments, and gave it to the couple. Here, this should fit. The couple nodded, and accepted the garments. Thank you for letting us help. You don't have to thank me, grumbled Nostradamus. This job only brings suffering. I'm thinking of retiring after this. Well, what will you do when you retire? Nostradamus just thought for a while, and said. Maybe writing. The 3 then exited the warehouse, before walking back to the hospital. What kind of writing, questioned Thomas. My family delved into astrology, answered Nostradamus. So perhaps I will write about that. Astrology. Like the stars. We can see many things from the stars, commented Nostradamus. For example, the future. Really? Thomas raised his eyebrows. The future. Nostradamus sighed. What am I saying, forget about it. No, I'm intrigued, tell us more, continued Thomas, smiling at Nostradamus. Now, Nostradamus was the one who raised his eyebrows. I said just forget it. We have work to do. As they continued towards the hospital, Nostradamus suddenly groaned in pain and he almost fell to the ground, before Thomas grabbed him by the shoulder. Are you all right, monsieur? Questioned Thomas. I'm fine, said Nostradamus weakly. It's just gout. Gout. Thomas frowned. And you're still working? Well, as I said, not for long, shrugged Nostradamus. It's nothing really, it just makes movement really difficult, but I am just a plague doctor, I don't need to move much. Well, I think you should retire early, suggested Millicent. A gout may develop into something more if you push yourself. You know about medicine. Well, we volunteered after all, she answers. It's not like we just wanted to carry things for you. Nostradamus sighed. You're right, but the plague is still rampant in my home, I at least need to help them. You're killing yourself, friend. Nostradamus smiled as he stood up. Perhaps, but I just can't see people die helplessly because of this plague. I don't want to see someone's kids or wives dead because of this, while I could help them. He then walked back to the hospital, leaving the 2 to tend to the others, while the 2 looked at Nostradamus, a bit surprised by his words. Chapter 119, Chapter 108, He Who Saw, 1547 CE. Nostradamus was sitting in his office as always, writing prescriptions and combining ingredients to cure the plague. That cure was of course ineffective, but it gave people a sense of hope, so he seemed to make it more and more. Then, a man entered his office, wearing his plague garments, and he looked at Nostradamus while leaning against a wall. You should stop, Michel. Your gout is getting worse and worse. Maybe just a couple of weeks more, answered Nostradamus. He walked to his chair slowly, his legs practically killing him. I don't really have anything to do besides this. The man sighed, and walked to the chair in front of Nostradamus. Just retire, get married again, your late wife would probably allow it. Nostradamus gulped. I don't think. I think you can, cut the man off. Stop sulking, you have to face reality. I hear that the rich widow in town is interested in you. Nostradamus chuckled nervously. Thomas, even if I get married, how long will I be alive? 3 years? 4 years? This gout is literally killing me. If I have children with another woman, I won't see them grow up. Then don't have children, scoffed Thomas. Easy for you to say, said Nostradamus, shaking his head. Thomas sighed. Michel, it's okay, my wife and I will take care of this place, you could retire and live peacefully after this. You just want to take my position. Thomas rolled his eyes. I'm serious, Michel, you're dying, he said. Nostradamus clicked his tongue. Fine, if you want to get rid of me that much, he stood up, groaning in pain a bit. But I will not get married, unless a miracle happens. Thomas perked up on the words, miracle. What miracle? Nostradamus scoffed. If my gout ever gets cured, I will marry that widow, she swore. But no children. Thomas chuckled. You sure about that, friend? He said teasingly. You may have to eat your words. My gout will not be cured. Nostradamus stated. So it's practically impossible. Thomas laughed, and stood up, before walking away from Nostradamus. We'll see, friend, we'll see. Next morning, Nostradamus had just woken up from his nightly slumber. He sat on his bed, before standing. He walked towards a table, and drank water. When he gulped the last drop of the water, he noticed something. He was standing perfectly fine, no pain, no weakness, nothing. He looked towards his foot, and he saw that there's nothing wrong with it. He could jump, he could run, in fact, he felt like he was young again. He walked towards the mirror, and saw that his skin looked like it was de-aged, like he was in his 20s again. What kind of witchcraft is this? Questioned Nostradamus suspiciously. He examined his body once more, and he found a ring on his finger. It was a dirty golden ring, shining faintly as he touched it. What is this? He murmured. He tried to take it off, but it was of no use. He spent almost all his morning taking off the ring, but it won't budge at all. He panted loudly as he was tired of trying, and sat down on a chair. What in God's name is going on? He then just decided to hide it for a while, and he prepared to go to work, to the hospital. He entered his office back in the hospital. His face looked pale, still confused about what had happened to him. It was a miracle that his gout was cured in a day, sure, but if people somehow discovered it, would it be considered blasphemy? But then again, the Catholics are losing their power more and more, maybe it won't come to that. He put his belongings on the desk, and started to wear his garments quickly, hoping that no one would notice that he could walk normally now. But then, a certain man entered the room. How are your legs, Michel? Questioned the man, smirking as he leaned against the door frame. Nostradamus flinched. He turned around, and saw Thomas, smiling smugly at him. Did you do this? How? What are you talking about? Thomas said innocently. I just noticed that you're walking fine, so I was just asking. Don't lie to me, Thomas, said Nostradamus, rushing towards Thomas, grabbing his collar, a feat he couldn't do until today. I know you're somehow involved in this. Thomas just smiled, and patted Nostradamus' shoulder. How are your legs, friend? Questioned Thomas again softly. Nostradamus froze, and he released Thomas's collar. He took a step back, and sat down on the chair. How? He questioned weakly. Me and my wife have been watching you for a while, said Thomas calmly. You're a kind man, Michel. You spend your whole life devoting yourself to help people in these times, even if you have severe gout that could possibly evolve into something worse. What, are you? Stammered Nostradamus. You came out of nowhere, volunteered to help the infected, at the time where people are sick with it. I'm just a simple man, smiled Thomas. He sat down in front of Nostradamus, and calmly stared at Nostradamus. I saw that you're talented with astrology. Yes. I told you many times about my family. You're quite talented with it, continued Thomas. Nostradamus just nodded weakly, confused on where Thomas is going with this. You see the ring on your finger, pointed Thomas. Focus your consciousness on it. What? Just do it, Michel. Nostradamus then stared at the ring. He gulped, and he focused on the ring. Sooner or later, his eyes rolled back, his body spasmed, and he began to sweat profusely. Nostradamus woke up on a wide street of a city. He looked around, and saw crimson flames around him. Heat was heating every inch of his body, the sting of the fire could be felt, making his body sweating heavily as he had trouble breathing. The city is burning. People were running away from the fire, some had burn marks, blisters in their skins, some brought their things, panicking as the fire spread. He could also see rats coming out of the warehouses, a lot of them didn't make it, burned, roasted alive as the fire kept spreading. Nostradamus couldn't move. He tried to touch the running people, but they just passed through him. His mouth then moved on his own, speaking on his own. The blood of the just will commit a fault at London. Burnt through lightning of 23's the 6. The ancient lady will fall from her high place. Several of the same sect will be killed. After he spoke, he was jolted awake, the fire was gone, and he was back at his office, with Thomas staring at home with a strange smile. What was that? Questioned Nostradamus, swiping his sweat from his forehead. So you have talent, nodded Thomas. The man then stood up, offering his hand to Nostradamus. Welcome back, my new apostle. Nostradamus just stared at him confused. But something inside him was compelled to grab Thomas's hand, sealing the deal. Chapter 121, Chapter 109, Almanac, 1550 CE. In a study room of a rather lavish home, a man was sitting on a chair in front of his desk as he was writing pages and pages of words, stacking it one by one beside him. He was entirely focused, writing poems and phrases that couldn't be understood in an instant, vague sentences formed together, telling hidden stories underneath. That man was of course Michel de Nostradamus. He looked younger, healthier, happier. He had married a woman, a widow to be precise. While his children have already died from the plague, he had stepchildren to take care of, the children of the widow. He was friendly towards them, loving even, they reminded him of his own. He had retired, staying away from the plague doctor profession. Now though, he became a writer. A writer of prophecies. It sold really well, many people wanted to read it, wanted to buy it, and were simply curious about the predictions that he made. Suddenly, a knock came from the door of his study. He stopped writing, as he knew who was behind that door already, a person that he was deeply indebted to. Come in, he said. The door opened, revealing a young man with violet eyes, and a beautiful woman with him, blonde hair, with a face that looks like it was carved by those Greek gods. I see you've grown accustomed to the ring, said the man, sitting in front of Nostradamus. Yes. Chuckled Nostradamus softly. Though I still have much to learn. What I have seen, if that were true, I'm looking forward to seeing it. Even the bad ones, questioned the man, taking a page from the stack beside Nostradamus. Not really, shook Nostradamus, sighing. The man in front of him hummed, and read the page he took out loud. Within 2 cities, there will be scourges the likes of which were never seen. A horrible vision that one. Said Nostradamus grimly. Mushroom clouds, waves of force, devastating a city in seconds. Well, don't use it too much, said the man. You'll become insane. Instead, try focusing on other things other than visions. The fighting side, questioned Nostradamus. I don't know Pluto, these old bones. Those are no excuse to you anymore, Nostradamus, you know that, scoffed the woman beside Pluto, who was quiet until this time. I can train you for a while if you want. I'd rather not be a burden to you, my lady. Chuckled Nostradamus nervously. Then I think it's time for you to contact your brethren, continued Pluto. Go to Alexandria, find my first daughter. Very well, as soon as I'm finished with my mortal business, I will go to her straight away, nodded Nostradamus. If you could just leave me an address, if you can. Oh no, you don't need an address, trust me, continued the woman beside Pluto. She'll know if you're there. Then, can I at least have a name, Lady Thea? It's Cleo. Thea answered. Cleopatra. Nostradamus was surprised. As in Cleopatra 7. I'm surprised you know about her, stated Pluto. The church isn't exactly friendly with those types of history. The church is changing, said Nostradamus. Protestants are dominant around here. Gone are the days of the Vatican. Not true, said Pluto. But in France, I suppose, speaking of which. How's your wife? I heard she's quite a religious woman. Nostradamus sighed. She's fine. A bit disapproving about my ways, but still supportive. You'll have to leave her sooner or later, you know. I know. Murmured Nostradamus, leaning against his chair. I'm not good at separating, especially the children. You can stay with her until her death, you know, stated Thea. Take care of her. I don't know what is more cruel, my lady, leaving her while she is alive, or leaving her when she dies. Said Nostradamus. I can't stay with her forever, people will know I am not aging, not to mention, the children, they can take care of themselves, old enough to marry, perhaps I'll find them wives and husbands first before I leave. That way, they can take care of their mother's grave. I'm sure you'll find a way. Thea smiled. Nostradamus sighed. I still can't decide, if longevity is a gift or a curse. I'm preparing myself to watch as people that I knew, that are dear to me, die one by one, as I keep on living. My advice. Don't get too attached to people anymore, said Pluto. Develop bonds with them, but don't be too close with them, otherwise, it'll just hurt when you see them swallowed by the earth, to their final rest. Will do, hummed Nostradamus. Anyway, I think it's time me and Thea leave this place. So soon, questioned Nostradamus in surprise. Where are you going, if I may ask? Pluto and Thea stood up as they walked away from the desk. East. Pluto said. To the land of the rising sun. Chapter 122, Chapter 110, Duel of the Ages, 1612 CE. Gonrio Island. As the wind was blowing strongly from the sea, waves roughly hit the rocks near the beach. A man was standing on the sands of the island as the waves hit his feet. The skies were dark, thunder echoed throughout the sky, and rain dropped strongly to the ground. Another man then arrived with a small boat, rowing strongly, following the rough waves to the beach. As he landed on the beach, he jumped from the boat, towards the other men. "You are late," said a man. He was quite tall for the populace at this time. He had a long Japanese sword, a nodachi in his hand, already unsheathed, while the scabbard was in his left hand. His clothing was soaked from the rain water, his hair wet, hiding his furious expression. "Forgive me," said the other man calmly, but he doesn't look apologetic at all. As he saw the man in front of him had already drawn his sword, he also did so. He drew a simple wooden sword. The large man frowned as he saw it. He then threw his scabbard towards the sea, a sign for a battle to the death. He was angry at his opponent, he disrespected him because he showed up late, and he was having none of it. The shorter man saw what the man in front of him did, and commented. "You have no use for that sheath anyway. You are already dead, Sasaki Dano." Sasaki became more and more irritated as he heard his opponent's insult. He took the first step towards his opponent, and did an overhead strike using his nodachi. Miyamoto only dodged, rolling on the sand. "Miyamoto Dano, how dare you mock me this way?" said Sasaki calmly. "You showed up late to the duel you asked, and insult me." "I believe I have apologized, Sasaki Dano. I had an urgent matter to take care of." "Do not lie, Miyamoto Dano," continued Sasaki. "Prepare yourself. For this will be a fun duel." Miyamoto smirked. "With pleasure, Sasaki Dano." Sasaki then continued. He raised his nodachi again, and did a vertical slash. The sword cut off some of Miyamoto's hair, making the men drop a cold sweat. Miyamoto turned around, and took a couple of steps back, playing safe. Sasaki moved again, this time, a horizontal slash, hitting the wooden sword of Miyamoto. As Sasaki looked at the wood, it made him furious, and tried to slash it again, but Miyamoto stepped back, avoiding the slash. "Take out your katana, Miyamoto Dano," spoke Sasaki. "I will not be mocked this way." "This sword is enough for you, Sasaki Dano," smiled Miyamoto, which made Sasaki furious. Sasaki continued to relentlessly attack Miyamoto, and the exchange lasted for a while. They fought one another seriously, with Sasaki mostly attacking, and Miyamoto mostly dodging. It wasn't until in the evening that the duel was starting to end. Miyamoto and Sasaki had tired themselves out, with both of them out of breath. Sasaki was smiling. He had never been in this kind of duel before, where the opponent was his match. They kept battling one another, until Sasaki decided to use his signature move, the swallow cut. He raised his sword to the top of his head, and slammed the sharp blade towards Miyamoto. The strike was so powerful that it made Miyamoto's wooden sword break, and Miyamoto must dodge the swing. Miyamoto sidestepped, and used his broken sword to stab Sasaki's rib, breaking it, and making Sasaki's lung collapse. Now, Sasaki couldn't breathe. He had finally dropped his sword as he clenched his chest tightly, trying to stop the pain. He knelt in front of Miyamoto, holding his chest as he coughed up blood. "That was the best duel I have ever had, Sasaki Dano," smiled Miyamoto as Sasaki laid on the ground, still trying to breathe. Sasaki laughed in pain on the floor as he tried to stay alive for a little more. "Likewise, Miyamoto Dano." Miyamoto nodded. "Perhaps, yes, forgive me for using such cunning tactics to anger you. I regret what I did. What's done is done. Miyamoto Dano." Sasaki coughed up blood more, blocking his throat. "Again, forgive me." Miyamoto then bowed respectfully towards Sasaki's dying body, and then he left, walking towards his boat, before rowing away from the boat. Meanwhile, Sasaki was staring at the sky above, thinking about his life. He had regrets, sure, if he had the chance, perhaps he'll fix it, but he doesn't have any chance anymore. As his lungs were filled with blood, his vision getting blurry, he closed his eyes, accepting his fate. But then, he heard footsteps, walking towards him. His eyes opened again, trying to see who that is. As he opened it, he saw a man. He looked foreign, had violet eyes, and looked younger than him. The man just stared at him calmly, not saying anything. Sasaki doesn't have the strength to speak anymore, he can't even breathe, so, he can only watch as the man stared at him. But then, he saw the man's hands glowed green, and his chest also glowed green. That was the last thing he saw, before passing out, entering a deep slumber. Chapter 123, Chapter 111, A Higher Purpose. 1612 CE. Unknown Island. Sasaki jolted awake from his deep slumber. He looked around. It was a typical house that he used to live in, made of wood, and was relatively cool. He looked at his bed. It was soaked with sweat, his clothing too. Then he realized he was wearing a different clothing. He was wearing a simple white shirt, but it was, foreign to him, not the clothing that he usually wore, but it was more comfortable. He then tried to remember what had happened to him, and the memory of Miyamoto stabbing him in the chest was still clear to him. He instinctively touched his chest, but no wound at all. What is going on? He murmured to himself. As he touched his chest, he noticed something as well in his finger. A ruby ring was in his finger. It wasn't his, he knows it, he rarely wore any jewelry, not to mention, the craftsmanship is foreign to him. He tried to take out the ring, but it didn't move whatsoever. He quickly gave up, and tried to stand up. At first, he fell down as he stood. But he tried it again, and eventually, he can. He quietly walked to the door, and slid it open. It was a tidy home. The fire in the middle of the house that was used to warm up had just been extinguished, and he could feel a cool breeze from the left, meaning someone was opening the door. He looked around again, nothing strange, well, except that there were some weapons that were displayed on a drawer. It was not a native weapon. A straight sword gilded with gold was lying around. Sasaki thought the man who owned it was an idiot. If a thief sees it, this house would have been the place of a dead man. But, Sasaki took the sword, and unsheathed it, using it as a means of defense. It was quite a sword, but Sasaki had no time to examine it any further. Instead, he walked towards the open door, towards the terrace outside. As he neared the open door, he held the sword tightly, preparing himself for a fight. He took a deep breath, and ran outside, sword raised beside his face. As he was finally outside, he didn't find armed men, or an army of demons waiting for him. Instead, he found a man, sitting just on the edge of a terrace, painting what's in front of him. It was again foreign to Sasaki. People never paint like that here, using a block. He can't tell, it was maybe animal skin tied to a wooden frame, placed on a wooden tripod. In front of the man was a woman with blonde hair, sitting on a cloth to not dirty herself, wearing traditional clothing he had used to seeing. She was drinking tea, and behind her was a pond and a sakura tree, and the pond was reflecting the beauty of the tree. The man noticed Sasaki's presence, but he kept painting. "You're awake," he said, his voice soothing, making Sasaki mesmerized. Sasaki dropped his guard, but he was still careful. He watched as the man kept painting, not caring about Sasaki having a sword in his hand. "Sit down," said the man. Sasaki was doubtful, but he relented. He walked to the man carefully, and sat down beside him. He finally saw the man's face. He had pitch black hair, his face seemed young and foreign, his eyes violet. "So," continued the man, "you must have some questions. Ask away." Sasaki thought about a question. He looked around, and noticed that he was on an island, but he couldn't see the sea. Instead, it was covered with fog, but apart from that, it was a beautiful place. Rabbits everywhere, along with some cats laying around the place, minding their own business. It was a heaven to live in. And then, he thought about a question. "Are you, God?" questioned Sasaki. The man chuckled in amusement. "Why do you think that?" "I was dead. No, I am dead," Sasaki said in doubt. "This is the afterlife, isn't it?" The man sighed, his face still seemed amused. "Sorry to disappoint you. But this is not the afterlife." "Then, who are you?" "I don't quite know anymore really," hummed the man. "I've been called a lot of things in my life. But right now, I'm your savior. So that means I'm alive." "You are better than ever," smiled the man. He finally stopped painting. The woman that was drinking tea also stopped what she was doing, and walked towards them. The man turned to him, while the woman sat beside him. "You see, you've been chosen," continued the man. "Chosen? You are supposed to be dead," Sasaki Kojiro, stated the man. "I saved your life, so you could do something other than waving your sword towards other men." The woman then elbowed the man, amused by what he said. "Okay, that came out wrong," murmured the man. "The point is, I chose you for something." Sasaki frowned. "I do not understand." "You now have a higher purpose in life, Sasaki," the man said. "I will give you power, in exchange for servitude." "Servitude? Higher purpose?" Sasaki jolted, standing up as he raised his sword. "Demon." As Sasaki stood up, he could feel something near his neck. He didn't see anything move, but he felt it. And when he realized it, the woman had stood up, and a golden transparent sword was at his throat, barely touching it. "Careful boy," said the woman sharply. "I might have chosen you between the two, but that doesn't mean I can't change my mind again." "The two? Between me and Miyamoto, you chose me," gulped Sasaki. He took a step back, lowering his sword. "Why?" "Because you lost," answered the woman, making Sasaki clench his fist. "Are you mocking me, lady?" "No, I am impressed with your skill. If you could just control your emotion, you would win the battle easily." "But I lost, and I was supposed to be dead," said Sasaki. "We're giving you a second chance to live," said the man. "Will you not take it?" Sasaki looked at the man. "What will I be? A ghost? A slave? A sword?" answered the man with a smile. "Your duty is simple. When the world is threatened, you will be the sword of humanity. Just me. There are others like you. Older than you in fact, said the men. Scattered around the world. Sasaki looked at the sakura tree as the wind blew the leaves, scattering the beautiful blossoms around the place. Before I accept, please, tell me, who are you? Sasaki asked. The men smiled as he simply stood up. I'm just a simple man. Trying to be free. Chapter 124, Chapter 112, The Crimson Demon. 1615 CE. A lake, somewhere in modern-day Canada. A Japanese man was standing in front of a cliff. He was wearing his usual traditional clothing and wooden sandals. At his waist is his new nodachi. The scabbard was red and black, with an eastern dragon carved as decoration. This was of course Sasaki Kojiro. Behind the men were two people, a blonde woman and a man with violet eyes. It was Pluto and Thea. They were wearing rather thick clothing, as it was snowing around them. Pluto-sama, you want me to jump to the lake? Questioned Kojiro. Don't call me that, said Pluto calmly. He walked towards the edge of the cliff, and hummed. I want you to find the creature underneath the lake, as a final test for you. What kind of creature do you want me to fight? Questioned Kojiro, also walking towards Pluto, checking the frozen lake below. A deviant, said Thea. An apex predator at their time. Now. Only memory remains, well, at least it's about to be that. You want me to annihilate an entire species? Kojiro was surprised at the revelation, narrowing his eyes. That species you're talking about almost halted the development of humans, explained Thea. If we weren't here, you wouldn't exist. Kojiro hummed, his face turned cold again. Where is it then? Beneath the lake. I have to dig the ice. Pluto shook his head. He summoned his bident. The tip of the spear was glowing hot, melting the ice around him. Pluto then threw the bident towards the frozen lake, piercing the layer of ice on top, towards the bed of the lake. Not a second later, steam started coming out of the thin ice, melting it slowly but surely. The lake rises as the ice melts, submerging some of the lakeside and trees around it. Pluto then made a grabbing gesture, which results in the bident returning to his hand. There we go. Pluto stated. Dive in then. Very well, Pluto-sama, nodded Kojiro solemnly. Pluto sighed. Bloody hell, don't call me that. Kojiro then slowly took off his robe, only using his trousers as coverage, revealing his toned-down body that had been trained by Thea and Pluto. He took off his sandals, and grabbed his sword. He took a deep breath, the cold wind was not bothering him, and then, he ran towards the edge of the cliff, diving to the now warm lake below. His body slammed to the water below, the sounds around him had been dampened by the lake, and he could only hear the small waves that the water made, and his own breathing and movement. He looked around, while the water was a bit murky, he could still see some things. He continued to dive towards the lake bed, where his target was supposed to be. He used his legs strongly, generating strong force that pushed him below. All the fish ran away from him. As he saw the sand of the lake bed, he unsheathed his nodachi, hunting for his target. The bottom of the lake was quiet, too quiet for his taste. Fish was nowhere to be seen, but he supposed that it was his own fault. He touched the ground with his legs, stabilizing his movement as he tried to see in the dark waters. Then, he heard a sound from behind him. It was the sound of moving water, as if someone was swimming alongside him. Kojiro turned sharply, his sword raised underwater. He could barely see it, but he can tell an outline of a creature, swimming around him. Its body was blue and green, and once the creature turned to Kojiro, he saw its eyes. It was yellow, its light penetrated the murky water. Kojiro frowned. He felt something's wrong. Then, he sensed it, something pounced on him from the back, but he avoided it, just barely. It was the stinger of a creature. The beast quickly turned again, and used its claws to strike Kojiro. Kojiro pushed his body away from the trajectory of the claws, and he swung his sword, cutting the water quickly, and chopped off the beast's leg. The monster's screech of pain was dampened by the water, but Kojiro could still hear it. He could sense another deviant, and he quickly avoided its attack. Kojiro grabbed the deviant, and threw it to the largest deviant that was watching the whole time. As the deviant hit each other, Kojiro also grabbed the other deviant that was missing a leg. He pushed him away towards the two other deviants, and he raised his sword. His sword glowed red, as well as his eyes. He took a stance on the floor of the lake, and he slammed the sword towards the direction of the three deviants, making a vertical slash. The slash generated an abundance of crimson energy. It went through the water easily, like a hot knife in butter. The slash energy quickly traveled through the water, and sliced the three deviants in half. But, as the deviants were torn apart, the energy slash continued through the lake, splitting the body of water in half. It was a quick second, but the lake was literally cut in half, making Kojiro able to stand on the ground without water bothering him. His body was wet, his gray hair was dripping with cold water, and his sword was still in the position of slashing. Kojiro fixed his hair, pulling it to the back, and he sheathed his sword to the scabbard. He looked towards the cliff, where he saw Pluto and Thea, clapping slowly, amazed by his skills. He nodded towards them, before the water that was sliced around him flooded to him, submerging him again. Kojiro, Pluto, and Thea were now sitting in front of a fire. Kojiro was warming himself up, drinking tea that they had brought. "What will you do now?" questioned Kojiro. "You have trained me, and I am thankful for the chance you have given me, but, is this it?" Pluto chuckled at Kojiro's words. "It is just the beginning, Kojiro. We are nearing the age of heroes once again, and you will be a part of it. That is your true purpose, the reason why I gave you a second chance." Kojiro looked at the crackling fire. "I still do not know if I will be the man you expect me to be. Do not get me wrong, Pluto-sama, Thea-sama, you have trained me well, too well in fact. I have never trained this hard before," he chuckled nervously. "But I feel like it is not enough." "It isn't." Pluto smiled. "In the future, you will face enemies that you can't even think of today. Continue to train, gather experience, make bonds, consume knowledge. But do not ever, and I mean ever, be corrupted by power." Pluto breathed in the cold air around him, enjoying the sensation of the air. "Your ring is powerful," continued Pluto. "And you are susceptible to corruption, not because some being wills it, but because of yourself. Be careful with it." "I will take your advice by heart, Pluto-sama." Kojiro nodded solemnly. "So right now, I need to wait." "Not wait, prepare," said Pluto. "You are not alone, Kojiro, you have brothers and sisters around the world, seek them, or rather, maybe they will seek you. Befriend them, learn what you can from them, and maybe, explore the world, not just your home island." "And what will you do?" Kojiro asked. "Us." Pluto chuckled. He looked at Thea, who was also smiling in amusement at the question. "We'll be retiring for a bit, we'll be enjoying life as it is." Kojiro smiled. "Then good luck, Pluto-sama, Thea-sama." Chapter 126, Chapter 114, A Cup of Tea. 1754 CE. London. It was a sunny day for sure. Pluto and Thea were just exiting a small orphanage at the edge of London, finishing their visit to the place. Pluto was covering his nose with a handkerchief, while Thea was covering her nose with a wooden fan. Pluto helped Thea carry her skirt to the muddy streets that is probably mixed with shit, and walked towards the carriage. As they walked away from the carriage, the children of the orphanage were waving at them, saying goodbyes as politely as possible. Thea and Pluto smiled, and waved back at the kids. "The caretaker's quite shady," Pluto said, his face devoid of a smile as soon as they turned back from the orphanage. "Child trafficking most likely." "Then you tell Reginald to do anything about that." Thea hummed. "What else do we need to do here?" "I thought that's it," Pluto asked back. "Unless you remember something again." "Well, ask Reginald." Pluto and Thea then arrived at their carriage that was located at the end of the street. Reginald was waiting for them, and as they neared the carriage, he opened the carriage door, letting the two enter. But before they enter, Pluto asks Reginald about the issue of schedule. "Do we need to do anything else, Reginald?" questioned Pluto. "A letter has just arrived, sir," he said, showing a sealed letter. "A debutante ball, east of London." Pluto and Thea raised their eyebrows. "Us? Invited to a debutante ball? By whom?" "By the Duke," he answered. "We don't have any children, Reginald, does the Duke not realize that?" "Pardon me, master, but he must have hoped that you will attend for knowledge." Pluto sighed. "Let's just skip it." The two then entered the carriage, and Reginald climbed up the steering chair. The carriage was black, with a fancy S logo at the door. The carriage then moved, taking the couple through the streets of London. As their carriage passed people, a lot of people greeted them, saying good afternoons and hellos to Pluto and Thea, which they greeted them back with a smile and a nod. "So, children." Thea suddenly spoke. "When can we have one?" Pluto sighed. "I'm trying to find a way, love, just be patient. Might take years, centuries even. The Eternal's anatomy is not really biological. The Duke inviting us to a debutante ball seems his way to probe us." Thea said. "That if we secretly have children or not, to tie our family together perhaps." "I know. It's your fault, we should have just hid our identities, instead you told Buckingham Palace about our existence." "Well, not many know of us, just nobles and royalty," Pluto murmured. "And do you really want to change identities every 10 years? We tried that, remember? Didn't work out. Besides, they just know that we are immortal, nothing else, so stop complaining about it." Thea sighed. "Sorry, just a bit bored by this life," she said. "I hate the dresses, the courtesies, the makeup, the awful wig. Well, there's a reason we rarely left the estate." Pluto chuckled. I hate it too. Thea hummed. But then, she saw someone. 2 people were walking through the streets, passing every man and woman, trying to not be noticed. Hey, is that? I see it. Pluto nodded. He then peeked out the window of the carriage and yelled at the 2 people. Hey! You, he shouted. He turned towards Reginald. Reginald, stop for a minute, will you? Reginald abruptly stopped the carriage. Pluto and Thea then got out and walked toward the 2 people. Well, who do we have here? Pluto smirked as he covered his nose with a handkerchief again, trying not to smell the shit around them. Pluto. Thea. A man with a Scottish accent spoke in surprise. You're here. Well, yes, we've been living for almost a century here. Thea answered, hugging the woman beside the man. Good to see you, Cersei. Good to see you too, Thea. Cersei murmured. You look different. Cersei was looking at Thea's white dress, her fan, and her wig. Thea groaned. Well, living here comes with a bit of drawbacks, she shrugged. You live for a century here? The man beside Cersei raised his brow. You changed identities how many times now? Once. Pluto said, making the men surprised. We have privileges. Icaris. You brainwash the king. I don't do that anymore. Pluto chuckled. Although that's a good idea actually. Thea just elbowed him, amused at his answer. Pluto then hugged Icaris, which the men hugged back with the same enthusiasm. Can't say it's good to see you. Pluto said cheekily. Though, I see you're doing well for yourself. Cersei did most of the work. Icaris shrugged jokingly. Of course, I should have guessed that. Pluto rolled his eyes, making the group laugh. Hey, we're just going home, want a cup of tea? Catch up with things. Pluto looked at Icaris and Cersei. Both of them looked at each other and nodded hesitantly. Sure. Cersei said. Yeah, that would be great. Splendid. Pluto hummed as he walked towards the carriage, signaling the others to follow him. Come on, it'll be quite a trip. Chapter 127, Chapter 115, Tea Talk. 1754 CE. The Exeternals were now sitting in the guest room inside the estate. Cersei was quite baffled at the house, Icaris too, although he didn't quite see it. They sat down on the sofas, and Reginald brought tea for them. They drank the tea slowly. It was quite an expensive tea, as Pluto quite liked tea. At first, Pluto asked them about the last time they met. Cersei talked about what a Jack said to them, which made Pluto sigh. Can't say I didn't anticipate it. Pluto stated casually, sipping tea from his cup. Quite a coward she is. She's a Jack. Pluto must have had her reasons. Cersei defended. Pluto chuckled in amusement as he shook his head. Trust me, her reasons are selfish. And you know what the reason is? Cersei raised her eyebrow. Pluto just glanced at Icaris, to which the demigod slowly shook his head, refusing to tell her, which made Pluto raise his brow. Cersei noticed it, and turned to Icaris. What? Nothing, Cersei. Icaris sipped his tea guiltily. Nothing. Well, you'll know soon enough. Thea interrupted. Whether someone likes it or not. Icaris frowned at Thea's words, and put his cup on the table. Right, let's not talk about that, you two, how come? What? Pluto asked back. The house, the money, everything. Icaris added. Business. Pluto said. Mining, I'm investing in metallurgy too, slowly. Although the money just comes to me now, Reginald took care of the annoying things. How do you know all this? Questioned Cersei. Unlike you two, I have experience. Pluto hummed. I was abandoned for 1,000 years if you remember. I got to make a living in those years. Cersei just nodded awkwardly, and Pluto put down his teacup. So, now I'm asking the questions, why are you here? Honestly, a change of air. Said Cersei. We got tired of moving every 5 years, and we're trying to figure out how to live peacefully without moving. I could talk to the king if you like, said Pluto, making Icaris and Cersei surprised. Grant you the privileges that me and Thea got, but there are some drawbacks. Pluto, you realize what you're doing is breaching our code, right? The mission is done, Icaris. Pluto smiled innocently. We don't have to do it anymore, unless there's another mission that a Jack didn't tell us. Pluto. Pluto sighed. We're not a team anymore, Icaris. You can't tell me what to do anymore, especially now that you're in my home. Icaris frowned and stood up. Can we talk? Icaris then looked at the 2 women in the room. Alone. Pluto raised his brow and crossed his legs. Fine, he said, before he and Icaris were enveloped by bluish mist, and disappeared from the guest room, leaving Thea and Cersei alone. Thea just stood up and smiled at Circe. Come, I'll show you something. We collected some things from our travels. Circe just nodded absent-mindedly and walked with Thea towards the basement of the home. Meanwhile, Pluto and Icaris appeared in Pluto's study room. Inside of the place was a desk, a chair, and many bookshelves. Behind the desk, at the wall, there was a painting of a blonde woman drinking tea, and behind her was a pond and a blooming sakura tree. Pluto was sitting on his chair, legs still crossed, and arms on the chair, while Icaris was standing up, a bit confused at the sudden teleportation. What do you want to talk about? Pluto questioned calmly. Icaris looked around for a second and stared at Pluto. Did you tell Thea? Pluto continued Icaris' words. Yes. I did. Icaris frowned. How is she dealing with it? Fine. Pluto hummed. Because of the mod WYRE, I told her the truth. She took it well. And what is she planning to do? Pluto stood up from his chair and walked up to Icaris, slowly, hands behind his back. What? Do you want to kill her if she wants to stop it? Answer the question, Pluto. She said she'll do what I'll do. Pluto leaned on the desk, crossing his arms. Snap out of it, Icaris. The cost of Arisham's design is not worth it, never been. If you stop it, you are responsible for trillions of lives. Icaris pointed his hands at Pluto, shouting. Is it though? Pluto questioned. They're not born yet. And I could say the same thing to you, Icaris. If you don't stop it, you are responsible for the death of millions of humans in the present, and the unborn humans in the future. The celestial inside the Earth is just one, while on Earth, at the time of the emergence, the human population would be billions. That being is a god, Pluto. Icaris refuted. It creates life. You interrupting the cycle will disturb the lives of millions of other beings. Like I said, if you use that logic, I could use the same logic as you. Pluto walked up to him, stared at Icaris' eyes deeply. What if humans became a galactic civilization in the future, and their populations reached trillions as well? You know the Kree, right? From a Jack's lecture. Where are the Eternals on that planet? Did they rebel? Were they killed? Or simply weren't chosen as a seed planet? Asgardians too, where are their Eternals? We're talking about Earth, Pluto, not other planets. I just said to you, what if Earth became a galactic civilization? Pluto repeated. Does Arisham's grand design take account of that? It's an if, Pluto, it might not happen. Icaris refuted. That's the thing, isn't it? Pluto chuckled as he backed off, leaning on the desk again. If the emergence happens, we will never know truly. Pluto then sighed, and looked at the window outside, where he saw Thea and Circe talking to each other while walking through the garden. Are you not guilty, Icaris? Hiding that secret all this time? All for a so-called god that never even talked to you. Icaris walked towards the window, also watched the two talking. You have no idea how painful it is. Then tell her. Pluto stated. I cannot bear the consequences of it, Pluto, you know that. Icaris closed his eyes. If she chose a different path as me. There's still time. Pluto walked towards the door and opened it. I'll convince you, mark my words. It's useless. When the time comes, you either have to kill me or join me. We're family, Icaris. Pluto smiled. I might not be the friendliest to you, but you're my family. Even though we fight, all bloodied, on the brink of death, I will always pull my punches. What's the point in fighting when you can talk it out? Icaris just shook his head in amusement. Then I'm looking forward to our fights to come. Chapter 128, Chapter 116, An Abandoned Child. 1775 CE. It was a cold evening in London. The rain was pouring heavily from above, soaking the muddy ground below. A little boy was trying to find some place to wait for the rain to stop. He had short red hair, his clothes were a bit dirty, but it wasn't peasant-like clothing, it had color in it, a cyan and white color. He sat down on the muddy floor, leaning against a wall as the roof above him protected him from the rain. He had a gloomy face, staring at the dripping water that dropped from the roof. He hugged his legs, trying to keep himself warm, mourning. A man with a black umbrella suddenly walked up to the boy, standing in front of him, blocking the boy's view. The man wore a black tailcoat and white breeches, dirted by the mud. What are you doing here? Questioned the man. Good to see you too, buddy, the boy sneered. Looks like you've lived well. The man sighed sadly. Hello, Sprite, he said. Turns out, the boy wasn't a boy at all, it was Sprite, the trickster eternal. How come? How come what? She repeated impatiently. You know what I mean, the man answered. No home, dirty clothing, the hell happened to you? Sprite didn't answer for a while, she just played with her shoes for a little. Congo abandoned me, she answered, making the men frown. In Macedonia. Then how the hell are you here in London? Sneaked into a ship, she said. Wasn't hard. Why here? I heard Ikaris and Circe came here, didn't think you and Thea were here too. She said. Needed a place to stay, so. Pluto sighed. Get up, he said. I'll take you to Circe's home. Sprite slowly got up and walked up to Pluto. She stood close to him, using the umbrella for cover. Both of them then walked through the rain, walking towards a direction. Pluto just looked at her while walking, and he hugged her from the side, ruffling her hair. You're okay now, Sprite? Pluto murmured. You're okay now. Sprite stood closer to him, feeling the warmth of his body. Sprite was now sitting on a wooden chair in Circe and Ikaris' home in London, covered in a blanket, and she was staring at the furniture around. Circe, meanwhile, was making tea for her in the kitchen, bringing it to her. How come Congo be this cruel? She questioned in annoyance. He abandoned you just like that. We're about to do our move. Sprite murmured, drinking tea. We did it every 5 years, seeing that I can't age. People started to question it. Ikaris nodded. But he left you without a word. Sprite just nodded, continuing to sip her tea. Pluto sat down in front of Sprite. Honestly, I know how he feels, but that still doesn't justify it. Sprite just sighed, hugging the blanket tightly. I hate this. What do you mean, Sprite? Questioned Circe. You all can live calmly for a few decades before you have to move, while me. People started to question me. Well, we can't do anything about it, Sprite. Ikaris stated. You can live here if you want, just don't go out too much. Can I live with Pluto instead? She questioned. His house sounds bigger. Can't do. Pluto shook his head. The Duke'll try to marry you to one of his sons if you act like you're my family. You could just refuse it, you know. Sure, but you still have to attend the ball. Pluto smiled. You want to do that? Ball. It's when the sons and daughters of the aristocracy gather to find marriage partners. Circe explained. Sprite scoffed. Yeah, not going to happen. Then you should stay with Circe. Pluto said. You can visit me, but I can't take you in, Sprite. Understandable. Sprite murmured. Why are you playing dress up with those humans anyway? It's a way to blend in, Sprite, said Pluto, standing up, walking to the door. I might not like some of it, but if I want to live rich, I've got to do what I need to do. You used to destroy kingdoms out of pettiness. Sprite commented. Now you are just sitting in your big home, not doing anything. Pluto smiled as he opened the door towards the outside, still raining. Who said I wasn't doing anything? Pleasure to meet you again, Sprite, visit often. Then, Pluto exited the place, closing the door, leaving the three alone. Sprite was confused, and turned to Circe. Circe sighed at her gaze, and explained. He's trying to make a child, she said. Make. Eternals can't have children. Ikaris stated, frowning. He's trying to break that. So you mean? Maybe he'll find something for you too, Sprite. Circe then took the cups from the table, and walked to the kitchen. Your room's upstairs, first door to the right. Sprite was baffled at the thought, she just sat there, looking at the wall in front of her. Then, she smiled. Chapter 129, Chapter 117, Not Us. 1820 CE. Pluto was walking through the streets of London casually, breathing the smoky air, and stepping on the wet mud on the ground. He was greeted by everyone he passed. Good morning, Mr. Smith. How do you do, Mr. Smith? And, have a good day, Mr. Smith. He was walking to a steel factory, where he saw a lot of men carrying coal inside. He was not alone, however. He was accompanied by someone, who people were looking at weirdly. Why are the Eternals gathering in London now? Questioned Pluto in annoyance. Especially you, you're out of your fucking mind when you said you want to move here. Life is prone to challenges, Pluto. Relax, I'll be fine, said the man. He had a big stature. I just want to see the Industrial Revolution up close and personal. Like I said, you're an idiot. Pluto sighed. Not to be rude, Fastos, but your skin makes it kind of hard for you to live here. Possible, but it'll be full of hardships. I could only help you so much. I'll be fine, Pluto, truly, I'm used to it honestly. That's not fine at all, Fastos. Pluto then entered a neighborhood near Circe's and Ikaris' house. He opened a door to the house, and gave the key to Fastos. Be careful. Pluto patted Fastos' shoulder. If you need anything, contact Ikaris or Circe, or just go to me. Thanks, man. Fastos said in excitement. Hey, I heard you're doing something right, not? Pluto raised his eyebrow. What did you hear? I heard you're trying to find a way to make children. Oh, that. Pluto hummed. Yes, I'm trying to find a way right now, as in biological children, not artificial. Well, maybe I could help with that. Fastos said. Never tried to study our anatomy, but I'll see what I can do. I suggest you don't study it. Pluto stated sternly. Or you will regret it, Fastos. Fastos raised his brow. What's with the sudden threat? I'm serious, Fastos. Pluto sighed. And one more thing, are you planning on giving the humans some pointers again? Fastos shrugged. Well, to be honest. I mean, they developed the steam engine on their own. Can you believe that? I think this couple of decades will be a joy to watch. So you won't interfere? I guess. He murmured. But if I see something exciting, I'll think about it. Pluto sighed. Listen, Fastos, there are times where we should let our children do what they want to do. Do you know what I mean? Okay, what's the point of that euphemism? 'Cause I don't get it. What I mean is, Fastos, you should stay away from the humans' business from now on. Pluto advised. You can talk to those geniuses if you want, but do not try to make them do anything specific, they don't need hand-holding anymore. Our mission is done. I'm saying this to you for your own good, Fastos, if they create something deadly. I can't say that it's not your fault. Fastos shrugged. I'll try, but habits you know. I know. Pluto smiled as he patted Fastos' shoulder. Then I'll see you around. Pluto then walked away from Fastos, continuing his tasks around London, leaving the tinkerer alone. Fastos then played with the key, and nodded. He entered the home, closing the door softly. Pluto came home after a long day at London. He got out of his carriage, and took a deep breath. It was raining heavily now. The cold wind cools Pluto's body as he walked to his front door. Where's Tina, Horace? Pluto asked his assistant as he approached him from the front door, bringing an umbrella for Pluto. At the garden, sir. Horace said. Lady Tina seems like she's in a foul mood right now. Pluto raised his brow. While it's raining. Why? I didn't ask, sir. Pluto sighed. Make us a cup of tea, Horace, he said, entering his home. Horace put the umbrella away, and nodded. Right away, sir. Horace then disappeared into the kitchen, while Pluto walked to the back door, towards the garden. He took an umbrella that was just used, and opened the door to the back, entering the vast area at the back. As he walked through the paved walkway, he saw Thea on the field, training heavily with her conjured weapons. She was soaked by the rain, her clothing became semi-transparent, and water was splashed everywhere as she sung her weapons, changing it again and again. Pluto was standing a couple of feet away from her, umbrella in hand. What are you doing? He questioned. It's raining, come inside. Thea abruptly stopped as she heard his question. She rested her conjured spear to the ground, and faced Pluto. It's been so long, Pluto, she stated calmly. For thousands of years, our purpose is to kill, to fight the deviants, and to protect the humans from them. Pluto just sighed, and started to walk towards her. His shoes got muddied, his trousers soaked with water. Yet now. She murmured as Pluto stood in front of her. The deviants are gone, the humans are killing themselves, and we are left with no purpose. Pluto caressed her cheek, moving away her soaked hair from her face. Isn't it great? He smiled sadly. You don't have to kill any more, Thea, you can rest, pour yourself a drink, and besides, we still have one more thing to do. I know, she hummed. But, that's still a long time from now, Pluto. I can't just sit here and do nothing, it's not me. What do you want to do then? Pluto asked softly. What about the children, Thea? Do you not want one anymore? I know you're working on it, and I am grateful that you're still trying. Thea smiled. But in the meantime, let's explore again, you know this is not us. I miss those times back in Africa, just you and me. Pluto chuckled. You want to do that again? She nodded. Except, let's explore the whole world this time. We have the money, right? We do. Pluto hummed. Fine, let's do it. We need to say goodbye to the others first, though. Thea smiled, and kissed Pluto's cheek. Let's do it tomorrow, let's drink some tea first. Pluto laughed as he took Thea's hand, walking towards home. We might be addicted to tea at this point. Chapter 130, Prelude, Brothers in Arms. Congo Free State. A man was frantically running through the dense jungle of Congo. He was practically naked, only wearing an underwear that barely covered his private parts. His body was filled with injuries, traces of whips and bruises could be seen clearly, and worst of all, he didn't have any hands, it was cut clean, only stumps remained. He was crying all the way when he was running, desperately trying to run away from whoever behind his back. Sounds of gunshots echoed from behind him, making him flinch in fear. He stumbled from the terror, dropping to the ground below, adding more bruises to his skin. He didn't even stop after stumbling, he kept crawling, trying to stay away from whoever's shooting. Eventually, the chaser caught up. They had the same skin color as the men, but they were wearing proper soldier attires and armed with rifles. "We got him," one of the chasers shouted to his friend behind. The chaser then grabbed the man's head and made eye contact. "You want more whips?" "And no, please," pleaded the men in fear. "Or do you want your wife this time, huh? Your daughter not enough," sneered the chaser again. "No. Please. Anything but that. You already lost your hands." The chaser hummed. He then scanned the man's body, stopping at his crotch. "How about this one?" The chaser kicked the man's balls, and he screeched in pain, dropping to the ground once again. The rest of the chasers caught up, staring at the men on the ground in disgust. "We should just kill him," spat a soldier. "He's no use to us anymore anyway, he doesn't have any more hands, can't even harvest rubber." "Let the governor choose," another soldier said. "But he'll probably be another one of the governor's skull collections again." "True." The man on the ground was practically cowering in fear. He slowly backed up, but the chaser shot the ground, making him flinch. "Don't try to run again, or I'll kill you," the chaser threatened. The men gulped in fear, nodding vigorously at the threat. "Where's this anyway?" a chaser asked, looking around the jungle. "Quite far you've run." But then, the one who spoke suddenly fell to the ground. His head had a hole in it. Somebody had shot him, silently. The other soldiers frantically turned around, trying to see the culprit. "Who's there?" the soldier shouted, aiming their rifles around. But no answer, just silence. The soldiers kept looking around, while slowly taking cover between the trees. "Hey, check around," a soldier whispered. "Splitting. Are you nuts?" "We'll be killed instantly," another soldier answered. The soldier that ordered the check clicked his tongue. So, he decided to do it himself. As soon as he walked off from the cover, something shot his legs. There was no sound whatsoever, which scared the men. He held his scream and crawled to the tree again. He looked at what had shot him. It was a dart, made out of pure steel. As he wanted to take it, the dart suddenly flew back, making the men surprised. "What the hell?" the soldier shouted. He aimed his rifle, and shot his rifle towards the direction the dart was going. He kept shooting, and out of the confusion, his colleagues followed suit, shooting into nowhere. But the soldiers quickly realized that there was no one there. "Why the hell did you do that?" a soldier shouted. "I thought someone was there," the men who shot the first bullet defended. He then heard ruffling sounds beside the trees. He quickly turned to noise, and saw nothing. But, the trees were moving, which made him gulp. He then heard footsteps walking towards him, but again, he saw nothing. He was confused as hell on what was going on. But, he saw something revealing in front of him. It was slow, but he could tell what it was. It was a gorilla, wearing strange armor that looked like metal, but it was flexible. The gorilla stared at him for a little while, making the soldier scared shitless. "Don't come closer," the soldier stuttered. The gorilla frowned, and just gruffed at his words. The soldier panicked, and shot the gorilla. The sounds of gunpowder echoed throughout the jungle, before the jungle was silent again. As the soldier saw the condition of the gorilla, his face paled. It did nothing to the gorilla, and it just made it angrier. The gorilla growled in front of him, making the soldier shit his pants. The gorilla grabbed the man's head, slammed him to the tree, until the tree itself broke, killing him instantly. Meanwhile, the rest of the soldiers have been killed by other gorillas, all wearing the same attire. All of these were witnessed by the man who was previously running, and he was trying to escape again, but it was too late. The gorillas had gathered around him. One gorilla raised his hands, making the men panicked, but it didn't punch him. Instead, he made strange signs from his hands, making the men confused. Another gorilla then hit the gorilla that was making signs, that made him realize something. The gorilla pressed something from his attire, and did the signs again. This time, a voice came out of nowhere. The voice, which was probably the gorilla's, said, "Hello friend. Are you well?" At that point, the men just wanted to pass out, confused about what the hell was happening in front of him. The half-naked man was now standing in front of a table full of gorillas in strange dresses. They were discussing something apparently, as hand signs were thrown everywhere. In the edge of the room, there was a throne, and a king that was radiating a wise energy sat, watching the debate silently. The man had no idea what was going on, but suddenly, the king, who was also a gorilla, spoke. "Silence," he spoke calmly, surprising the men. In his words, all of the gorillas didn't move, respecting the king's wish. The king then stood up. He was practically standing straight unlike other gorillas, and he looked like he had seen history itself. He walked to the men, and knelt, as the man was significantly smaller than the king. "What happened to you, friend?" the king asked softly. The voice was not like he would think, it had this soothing feeling, like the men had known the gorilla for a long time. The man's toes curled as he heard what the gorilla said, and broke down, crying on the ground. They chain us, forced us to work, cutting rubber from trees, if we didn't meet the required amount. Those white men, they cut our hands. The king frowned as he heard it, and the men heard loud stumping from the table, possibly from other guerrillas. My daughter. The men continued to break down. She was killed. Her feet, her hand, brought to me. The loud thumping sounds were louder, the men couldn't see it, as he was on the ground, trying to erase his tears. The king stood up, his fist clenched. But then, he patted the man's head. He then spoke. Don't worry, brother. We will help you. The king then did hand signs in front of him, slowly, as if trying to teach him something. Apes. Together. Strong, the king said. The men looked at him, and towards the others. All of the guerrillas were doing the same thing as the king, a simple hand sign. The king then changed his hand sign, and spoke again. Family. Protect. And the other guerrillas followed suit, following their king. The men just looked at the ground, tears dropping to the ground. Please. He pleaded. Help us. Stand up, brother, the king spoke, helping the men stand up. We will not fight for you, he said, making the men almost lose hope. But the king continued. We will fight with you. Chapter 131, Chapter 118, War of the Apes, 1890 CE, 1. A church stood in the middle of the village. It was a modest church, with only an altar and wooden seats provided inside the building. There, a woman with raven hair was praying. She was solemn and serene. Oh, God Almighty! She murmured. Why? Why have you forsaken them? They have been devoted to you, praying non-stop, so that this hell on earth would stop. Men then suddenly started to flood the village. They were banging on the church door, who had been barred from the inside. The woman didn't care, she kept kneeling, praying to her God. Your creations are suffering, said the woman solemnly. Forced by their fellow brothers under the whip, enslaved for selfish gains, mothers separated from their children, wives torn from their husbands, and many suffered from diseases and inhumane torture. The men tried to kick the door open, they kept trying and trying, but it didn't work. Is it all just an entertainment to you? She questioned. All these deaths, all this blood, yet you sided with them, the ones who commit the atrocities. The men continued to try to kick the door open, and it's working. The lock was starting to get loose, and the door was slowly opening. The woman stood up from her prayer as her back suddenly glowed bright. Wings made of bright light started to spread, almost covering the entire church. If that is the case, continued the woman, light swords started to appear around her as she turned around, and she conjured a spear and a shield in her hands. Then you are no god of mine. The men then barged in, the church's door broke down as soldiers with rifles and muskets flooded the place, and they started to open fire. The woman covered herself with her wings, the bullet stopped when it hit it, dropping to the floor. It was as if the soldiers were throwing peanuts at the woman, it made no dent at all. The swords that were floating around the woman started to move, it launched towards the soldiers, nailing them one by one to the walls behind them. The remaining soldiers were still shooting, desperate to kill the woman. They were trying to call the woman a monster, but how can that be? She looked like an angel right now, sent to earth herself by God. The wings then spread abruptly, pushing away all the soldiers, and practically destroying the church, opening the roof above the woman. Heed my words, she shouted in anger. I am Jean, the apostle of Eshu. And I will send you to him myself. The woman then rushed towards the remaining soldiers. She impaled the first soldier with a spear, raising his body so all could see. She threw the body to the sky, and as the body came down to earth again, she split it in two, bathing her in blood. The woman stood in front of the soldiers, her wings spread, spear and shield in hand, covered in blood, and her face full of rage. The soldiers thought that she wasn't just an ordinary angel, God had sent the angel of death herself. Then, the soldiers could hear shoutings from the jungles. It wasn't a human, it was something else. It was the screaming of apes, hooving and shrieking. The jungle trees move uncontrollably, like every single one of them would fall under the weight or something. The soldiers felt a sense of dread in their hearts, an angel of death in front, and some strange apes coming towards them. The apes then suddenly jumped from the trees, towards the villages. They were armed to the brim, wearing metal-like attires, darts floating around them, and warhammers in their hands. The woman then suddenly walked towards them, making them flinch. As the woman did that, the apes did the same. The soldiers started shaking, some of them even shit in their pants. The soldiers were surrounded, apes in the back, and the woman in front. As the apes neared them, they quickened their paces, and the soldiers could sense death after that. The apes then roared towards the soldiers, their warhammers raised. After that, all the soldiers could see was blood. George Washington Williams's POV. An African-American man that was wearing rather sophisticated clothing was walking solemnly towards his tent. He was escorted by two soldiers, local mercenaries that were hired by King Leopold II to guard the Congo Free State. He entered his tent with a grim look, he sat down in front of his desk and massaged his forehead. "Dear God," he murmured painfully. He had seen what these men had done to the locals. They had practically enslaved them, even though it had been banned. They forced them for labor, cutting latex from vines, hunting elephants for ivory. They had no intention of improving the lives of these locals at all, they just wanted them to make money for the king. If they didn't meet the quota, the mercenaries would kill them, and take their hands as proof for their master that they didn't waste a bullet. But hands became a currency for the locals now. Tribes fought over rival tribes so they could get hands, and traded for quota. Over half of the population are dead because of this, and it isn't stopping. He had come here on the promise of seeing the development of an African country, but it was all lies, lies told by the king. He knew he couldn't protest to the governor of the place, and he would be killed if he did so, but he knew a way to make the world aware of the atrocities in this place. He then quickly began to write on a paper. He was trying to make a letter to the king, voicing his complaints to him. But it won't be just a letter, it would be an open letter, and the king won't do anything to him if all of the newspapers around the world made a headline out of this letter. All day, he didn't get out of his tent, as he kept writing and writing about the atrocities that have been happening in this place. But then, he heard screaming from the outside, which made him frown. He quickly got out of his tent, only to see all of the buildings being burned. He saw apes running around, slaughtering every single soldier and officers that stayed in the settlement. George's blood ran cold as a gorilla turned towards him. The gorilla's face was full of rage, blood all over his body. All of them had one thing in common, they were wearing metal-like attire, like they're some kind of army. The gorilla then rushed towards George, which scared the shit out of him. He ran towards his tent, but then, he saw the gorilla was stopped by another gorilla. The gorilla was bigger than the others, and unlike the others, he had a straight back, and could stand with 2 feet for a long time. He was wearing some kind of a crown, filled with jewelry, and the gorilla walked towards George, but George could feel he was not hostile. "You are not with those demons, are you?" questioned the gorilla in fluent English, surprising George even further. "I come from the United States of America." The men stuttered. I serve the Ohio House of Representative." The gorilla gruffed. "You've come from the New World," he stated, which George just nodded. "Then tell them about the atrocities that happened here. If any country dares to step on our lands and wreak havoc again, they will suffer consequences." George gulped and nodded. "Pardon me, but who are you?" "Apes talking." "You have a problem with that?" questioned the gorilla, frowning. "And no, it's just uncommon." "Fair point," the gorilla gruffed. "I am Grodd, King of the Apes, ruler of Zimura." "Zimura?" George questioned nervously. "A nation of apes that oversees the jungle of Congo," the gorilla informed. "Write to your representatives, I will talk with you again. What is your name, human?" "George," the men said. "George W. Williams, the Baptist minister." "Then George the Baptist minister, I advise you to enter your tent once again, and close your ears," said Grodd, turning away from George, putting his warhammer on his shoulder. "It will be loud for a while." George nodded vigorously, and ran towards his tent. He quickly sat down on his chair again, sitting in front of his desk. He breathed in, and breathed out, trying to calm himself down. He then quickly wrote on his letter again, adding more things in it concerning the apes that he had met. Chapter 132, Chapter 119, War of the Apes. 1900 CE, 2. A middle-aged man was walking through the jungle of Congo along with a dozen locals, armed with rifles and muskets that were looted from the bodies of the dead soldiers. They were sneaking in the bushes, preying on a Belgium outpost that was just established following the news of the breakout of the rebellion. The middle-aged man shushed the locals. The men were missing their limbs, but it was now replaced with synthetic arms that they could use. The middle-aged man also took out his weapon. It was a simple handgun, carved with strange words. It didn't look like a gun that came from this era, which was a strange sight. "All right, men, this is our objective," whispered the middle-aged man. "We will ambush the place, and take out the hostages that were being held here. Any families of the hostages here?" 2 men raised their hands quietly. "And my daughter," the man murmured. "My mother," said another man. The middle-aged man nodded solemnly. "We're saving them, don't worry. As long as you follow my lead, you'll be fine." The middle-aged man cocked his handgun, and the other men followed him. 3 men to the left, 3 men to the right, the rest follow me. The ones at the flank, watch out for runners, kill on sight, understand?" "Yes, sir." "Good," hummed the middle-aged man. "We're close, lads. Soon enough, your suffering will end, we just need one more push. The Belgians are sending reinforcements, but my siblings will take care of that. Our job is to secure the border, and take your land from the invaders." The others nodded at his words, solemnly preparing for the battle. "Death or bondage?" questioned the middle-aged man once again. "Death," answered the men in unison. The middle-aged man sighed in content. then move. The boys then softly walk on the ground, careful to not make a noise. The middle-aged men slowly walked towards the outpost along with 3 other men. As they arrived at a small hut, they could hear the soft chatters of the men inside. The middle-aged man took something from his pocket. It was a soft ball, made out of metal. He stared at the ball for a bit as his eyes rolled back, before coming back to normal in an instant. The man took a deep breath, he pressed an invisible button at the ball, and threw it inside the hut. The group then ran away from the hut, trying to avoid something. As they hid among the trees, the hut suddenly exploded, killing all the men inside and alerting the rest. All 4 men then rushed towards the outpost, killing the panicking soldiers one by one. The middle-aged men slid to a big rock at the edge of the outpost as soldiers were shooting at them. They were being shot down heavily, the rocks were slowly generating dust from all the bullets that shot it. The middle-aged man took a deep breath, he pointed his gun to the night sky above, and shot it. The bullets flew to the sky, but it turned around towards the soldiers that were attacking them. One by one the bullet smudged itself to a soldier's head, killing them instantly. As the bodies of the soldiers dropped to the ground, the bullet suddenly flew out of the body, and it flew back to the middle-aged man, where it entered the gun once again, now covered in blood. The middle-aged man suddenly saw the men beside him trying to peek, but he had a sudden vision that if the man peeked, he would die instantly, so he pulled the man away from the cover, stopping his death. The man then stood up, and went for it, which was weird. He ran towards the outpost, but none of the bullets hit him. He kept dodging and dodging, as if he could see the bullets travel through the air itself. The soldiers were starting to panic as the men kept getting nearer and nearer, and eventually, it turned to melee. The middle-aged man shot his gun, killing the soldiers near him. As the bullets were coming back, it also killed some that didn't got hit earlier. A soldier then suddenly was trying to hit him with the stock of his rifle, but the middle-aged man already saw it, long before the soldier was trying to do it. The middle-aged man grabbed the rifle, and took the rifle from the soldier, using it as a bat to crush the soldier's head. As he was killing the soldiers from the inside, he also saw his men rushing towards him, trying to help. One used his prosthetic hands to basically choke a soldier, one even deflected a bullet using it. Those men were effective warriors, consumed by hatred and vengeance. One by one, the soldiers were killed, slaughtered by angry men. They were bathed in blood, they didn't even use their rifles as weapons, they used their hands and the stocks of the rifle to give the soldiers painful death. As they walked towards the hostage hut, they were filled with a sigh of relief. Sure, they were covered in blood, but they were happy that they could see their families once again. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man just stood there, smiling contentedly at the sight. One of his men then walked up to him, kneeling in front of him out of gratitude. "Captain Michel, thank you, truly," the man cried, grabbing his hands. Michel just patted the man on the back. "I didn't do anything, you guys saved them by yourself, I just provided a way for you." Belgium. A man was sitting in his study room, in front of him was a messenger, giving him some news from the outside. The man that was sitting was King Leopold II, with his beard and attire, casually listening to the news. But as soon as the messenger finished, his face looked grim. "Apes?" he questioned bitterly. "Are you saying that my colony rebelled with the help of apes?" "Yes, your majesty," said the messenger nervously. "Captain of the force public, Leon Ram, was killed." "Then what are they doing?" the king roared. "Those are mere apes." "How can that be?" The messenger was silent for a minute. "Answer me," roared Leopold, impatient because the messenger didn't speak again. "Mere apes?" the messenger questioned. Soon enough, the king felt like something was wrong. He's starting to get dizzy, he could suddenly see monsters of unimaginable proportions, scaring the shit out of him. "You call us mere apes," the messenger spoke again. Soon, gorillas surrounded them, they were 2 times the size of the king's, and they slowly approached the king, making the king back off. The king stood up from his chair, and slowly backed off towards the wall, cornered by the gorillas. "You trespass our land, human," spoke the gorilla. "Torturing the humans around us, our friends, you think you could go unscathed?" I didn't know," stuttered the king. It was the captain. I didn't know that they cut their hands. I just want the money." "Lies." The biggest gorilla roared in front of the king, making him flinch in fear. "You knew, yet you act like you see no evil, like you hear no evil." "Actions have consequences, human," the gorilla growled. "You will soon see." The king gulped. He then saw the gorilla raise his hand, and tried to slam the king. But then, the king suddenly woke up in the same room. He was sleeping on the desk, and was jolted awake from the nightmare. "Your Majesty," a voice questioned, making the king flinch. Leopold looked around, and saw a man standing in front of him. "Why yes," he questioned, wiping his cold sweat. "The rebellion is still raging on," the men informed. "It's only a matter of time before we lose the Congo basin." "What about the reinforcements?" the king asked calmly. The mercenaries we hire are still traveling to Congo, the assistant explained. What about Britain? I gave them the eastern Congo, why haven't they moved yet? We still don't know, your majesty, but I heard that they are preparing for an assault on the apes. Apes? The king frowned. How can there be talking apes? But we have photographs of the society. Yes, I know, that African-American journalist, the king scoffed. I treated him well, yet he sent an open letter to every newspaper in Europe. Now look what he did, all in shambles. Any other news? The international pressure is getting stronger and stronger, your majesty, the assistant said. You should give the Congo state to the country, so they could deal with it themselves. Let me think about it. The king murmured. In the meantime, give those apes more pressure, bring more soldiers, hire more mercenaries. At the end of the day, they are just mere apes. Chapter 133, Chapter 120, War of the Apes. 1900 CE, 3. Anna woke up abruptly as she had finished her task. She was breathing heavily, her body soaked in sweat. Cleopatra then walked up to her bed with a towel, wiping her face. What did you see, sister? Cleo questioned. I did what you asked, I warned him, she said, sighing tiredly. I also heard Leopold sold the eastern Congo to the British, expect an assault soon. Cleo frowned. She put down the towel, and sat down on the bed. First Belgians, then Zanzibari slavers, then Britain. We can't do this anymore, sister, said Anna calmly, already recovering. We can't hide in the jungles anymore, we need a full assault. There will be thousands of casualties if we do that. Cleo denied. We have you. Anna smiled. We have Kojiro. If we move our forces at once, the neighbors will be scared, Anna, said Cleo calmly. They'll bring their forces together towards us, and international relations will crumble at that point. Not to mention the existence of, well, us. Where is father when you need him, right? Anna chuckled tiredly. We can't ask father for help, answered Cleo. He can't interfere, remember. That won't stop him, I assure you. I know, but, all these years, and we can't handle some pompous kings. Cleo shook her head in amusement. I can't face father if that happens. You're right. Anna sighed. We'll do it your way, sis. A gorilla then suddenly entered the room. It was Grodd. He looked older, wiser, stronger. He stood over 8 foot tall, dwarfing the rest of the gorillas. Our scouts reported a British army coming towards the eastern border, said Grodd solemnly. Belgium ships are also coming from the river to the west. I already sent my force to the east, I'll leave the ships to you. Cleo hummed. Kojiro's enough for the ships. Humans can't fight well if they're also drowning. Grodd grinned widely. You know, I'm tempted to just send my forces to clear the rest of Africa. That is the last resort, said Cleo. For now, we need to go the diplomacy route, force them for peace, and demand the release of the colonies. That is not going to happen, Cleo, you know that. Grodd scoffed. Unless you want to brainwash the leaders. You are the one that needs to deal with diplomacy, remember. You are the king, not me. I know. Grodd sighed. Anyway, the army is approaching, you should tell Kojiro to go. Kojiro stood at the edge of the river, facing the vast sea in front of him. He had his nodachi as usual in his scabbard, standing quietly, watching as a fleet of ships were approaching. He took a deep breath, his forehead was sweating a bit, and he unsheathed his sword. The ships were made out of metal, it was a standard transport ship that had a bit of cannons equipped to it. The ship stopped just near the coast of Africa, when they aimed their cannons at Kojiro, who was with some gorillas, watching as the ship approached. The cannon shells flew through the air, towards Kojiro, but he just swung at the direction of the shell. Crimson energy flew through the air as he did that, and it cut through the shell, making it explode in the air. Humans always find ways to kill themselves, murmured Kojiro. His sword then glowed red, and he raised it above his head. He took a deep breath, and he slammed his sword towards the ground, generating a huge wave of crimson energy that can't be stopped, and it was coming towards a ship. The energy was splitting the sea apart as it hit it, and Kojiro could see a lot of men aboard the ship was jumping to the sea, trying to get away. As the slash hits the ship, it splits it in two, killing a lot of men in an instant, as it hits a vital part of the ship and it blows up. The gorilla behind Kojiro was thumping their chests, dancing in circles as they saw one of the ships explode. He started to generate crimson energy from his nodachi again, and did the same position, targeting another ship. The energy cut open the sea once again, rushing towards the ships, cutting it in half. He did this multiple times, literally decimating the ships, sinking all of it. At the time he was finished, a lot of the coast was covered in water because of the effect of the slash cutting the sea in half. He took a deep breath one last time, turning to the gorillas. Make sure that there are no survivors, he said. If anyone sees me, if it's the enemy, kill them, if it's a friend, convince them to be silent. The gorilla nodded vigorously as they dragged a strange small transport ship to the beach. They turned it on, and it floated on the water. Kojiro hummed. It's not quite the time for us to show ourselves yet. Chapter 134, Chapter 121, War of the Apes. 1900 CE, 4. Uganda-Congo border. A small British army had just crossed the border to Congo. They were crossing a river, and took time to transport some of the supply. They brought some horses and carriages, as the terrain of Africa is hard to go through. A commander was overseeing the small army, commanding every man to quickly move the supplies. He walked towards the other side of the river, where a jungle stood. He looked around. It was quiet, but he could feel something was wrong. "Commander," said a man suddenly, turning the commander's attention to him. "Report," the commander ordered. "Our scouts found nothing," the soldier answered. "There are no wild animals, and we are clear to go." "None at all," the commander frowned. "Is there something wrong with that, Commander?" "We are facing an unknown and mythical enemy here, soldier," said the commander calmly. "Tell me, do you believe the newspapers? That these apes inside these jungles could talk?" "I truly don't know, sir, only one way to find out." "Exactly," the commander hummed. "The scouts didn't see anything?" "No, sir." "At all?" "Yes, sir." The commander sighed. "Very well, dismissed." The soldier then left the commander alone. He kept watching the jungle, as if he was alert at all times. But then, the jungle suddenly shook. The trees were moving uncontrollably, birds flying to the sky, a sign of huge movement. The commander frowned and turned around. "Enemy attack! On position!" He shouted at the top of his lungs, and quickly, the soldiers got in position. They dropped their carriage, and used it as cover, aiming at the jungles in front of them. They quickly loaded their rifles. They weren't muskets, rather breech-loading rifles, a new technology, a sign that the Empire was serious on dealing with these apes. "Hold!" shouted the commander, raising his hand. The trees kept moving, the bushes started to shake uncontrollably, as if a herd of buffalo were running through the thick jungle. But, it just suddenly stopped. Which made the commander even more alert. The jungle was dead quiet, not even a sound was produced anymore. Then, a bush started to shake, and the soldiers were aiming at it. The bush kept shaking, as if a thing was traveling through it. As it reached the end of the jungle, it revealed a gigantic gorilla, who was standing straight like a normal human. The gorilla was 8 to 9 foot tall, dwarfing the humans. He was wearing a metal-like attire, but the attire was loose and flexible. Unlike most metals, he was wearing a yellow necklace made out of wood and leaves, and a crown fit for the king of the jungle. As he took a step, the ground shook, signifying how heavy he is. The commander noticed that there was a ring on his finger, glowing faintly as the gorilla moved. Gorilla was unarmed, which was calming and alarming at the same time. The gorilla stood around 10 feet away from the carriages, and spoke in fluent English. "Turn back to your land, soldiers." "Dear God." The commander heard someone murmuring. "It's all true." "Silence," the commander whispered sternly. The commander grabbed a handgun, and put it on his holster, before walking through the barricade, towards the gorilla. "This is the territory of Her Majesty the Queen," said the commander calmly, still walking to the gorilla. "I would suggest you evacuate your society from the area. We do not want any conflict with your kind, Simeon. Planting flags on the ground does not make you the owner of the land," the gorilla gruffed. "Turn around, humans, before you regret it." The commander looked at the gorilla, and sighed. "Why don't we discuss this like civilized men?" "There's nothing civilized about you," said the gorilla calmly. "Enslaving your own species, is that how low humans have become? We didn't enslave anybody, it has been banned, we simply made them work for the benefit of the Empire." "Tell that to Leopold," the gorilla gruffed. The commander was a bit surprised. "You know about our kings and queens. We Cimmerian apes do not condone war. We are a nation of peace," said the gorilla. "Yet you attacked the Belgians out of nowhere." "For a good reason," refuted gorilla. "Do not act like you are the messenger of God, human. Eshu brought us intelligence, and we will return to him, to serve him once more when we die. He helped us prosper, and told us to pursue peace above all others, but he also told us to bring his wrath to those who hurt our kind." The gorilla then walked closer to the commander, making the other soldiers alert. They all aimed at the gorilla, but the commander kept calm. The gorilla knelt, making his face, and the commander stood close. "What will it be, human?" questioned the gorilla menacingly. "Do you want to receive our kindness, or our wrath? We already kicked the Belgians out of our land, do you think we couldn't do it with you?" Suddenly, hundreds of gorillas and apes appeared on the trees, as if they were there from the start. They were armored to the brim, with a color scheme of silver and gold. They were holding warhammers, strange guns that glue, and floating darts that moved on command. The soldiers gulped as they saw that. The sight of an armored simian army was a terrifying thing to see. It was like straight from a fantasy. The commander was also surprised. He saw the strange technology that these apes created, and he was sure that all of the soldiers behind him would be killed, to erase the intelligence if they attack. Very well, sighed the commander, surprising the soldiers. We will retreat. But I will ask Her Majesty to send a diplomat to your nation, Simeon. Maybe we could learn to live together as a society. We will see, the gorilla hummed. Send them to this place, and my subjects will send them to me. Your subjects. I am Grodd, ruler of Zimura. King of the apes, spoke the gorilla. Tell that to your queen. Do not step into our lands unprovoked again, or you will suffer the consequences. The commander frowned, and nodded. He quickly commanded the army to retreat. Slowly but surely, the soldiers started to retreat once again, all the while the apes were watching them. As soon as they crossed the river, there was some noise from the jungle. Who? 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 The gorillas were huffing loudly, as well as thumping their chests in a rhythmic way. The commander could see the king doing the same, thumping his chest as he huffs, staring at the commander menacingly. An old woman was drinking tea slowly as she was watching her garden peacefully. Then, a group of well-dressed men suddenly destroyed her peace, as they were arguing non-stop on the way to her. Your Majesty, news from Africa, said a butler. Do not hear the news, Your Majesty. It is a joke, another man refuted. Silence, said the queen calmly. Speak. The Simian society that were recently at war with Belgians were requesting a visit, said the butler. They were planning to stop at London as their last stop before going home again. What's their destination before us? Questioned the queen. Only Belgium, Your Majesty, answered the butler. They wanted to demand justice there, however, we do not know why they want to go to us. They asked us at the last minute, because as of now, the King of the Apes is traveling to Belgium, along with a small entourage of simians. The queen hummed as she sipped her tea. Very well, I accept their request. Your Majesty, another man barged in. You must be joking. You don't think you will accept these filthy apes to our nation, do you? Watch your tongue, said the queen sharply. I'm old, and in need of entertainment. I heard these simians defeated the Belgians quickly, and liberated the whole Congo basin. That is true, Your Majesty. Then the chance of them storming Uganda, and possibly towards the north to Egypt is high, said the queen. Hear what they said, perhaps we could deal with this without a war breaking, gather intelligence, and perhaps we could strike when they were at their weakest. Very well, Your Majesty. Chapter 136, Chapter 122, A Threat to the World. 1900 CE. Belgium. At the port of Belgium, the king and his entourage were waiting impatiently as they waited for King Grodd to arrive at their kingdom. All of his entourage was definitely not happy. He is king, yet he was to be kept waiting by a herd of apes. This is madness. Leopold spoke to his advisor. We have waited for hours, where's the ship? Or don't tell me these apes swam across the ocean. We have been told that they will arrive today, Your Majesty, said the advisor calmly. How? By a bird. A bird. There was a message attached to the bird's leg, said the advisor. They will come soon. Let me see. But before the king could continue, his entourage started to see something from afar. They were shouting, wondering what that was. The king stood from his seat, and narrowed his eyes, to see the thing that was coming towards them. As the thing kept getting closer and closer, they could hear noises, buzzing noise coming from the sky. What is that? Questioned the king. I don't know, Your Majesty. You don't know, frowned the king. Are you telling that you have no intel on the Simian society whatsoever? No one came back, Your Majesty. What? What do you mean no one came back? No one came back from Congo. The king frowned as he heard it. The thing kept getting closer and closer, it was now hovering just in front of the king's entourage. The thing was shaped like a dragonfly, flapping its wings so quickly that the wind around them made ripples on the water. The aircraft then turned around, and its backside opened, revealing an 8-foot-tall gorilla, standing inside the aircraft. Good afternoon, King Leopold, said the gorilla, who was King Grodd. His voice was clear to King Leopold, the noise of the aircraft made no disturbance whatsoever. What is this? The king shouted angrily. Are you trying to show off your power, ape? Well, yes. Grodd shrugged. Do you like this? I've only just tested this aircraft a couple of days ago, seeing that we don't really have a reason to travel far until now. If you want to talk, ape, then come down here, said Leopold. I have no time for jests. Oh, who said I want to talk to you, human? Questioned Grodd, making the king frown. No. I wanted to deliver you something. Another buzzing aircraft then suddenly hovered to the port, and it hovered just near the king and his entourage. The door of the aircraft slowly opened, and one by one, something rolled to the ground, making the entourage pale. What is the meaning of this? The king shouted angrily. Your people, said Grodd. Well, the rest of it anyway, it makes you wonder, how around 200-ish men could enslave hundreds of thousands of people. How dare you mock me, shouted Leopold. This is my land, ape. Your land, and what army, questioned Grodd calmly. I have decimated your navy, they have sunk to the bottom of the sea, trespassing our land. Your people hate you, it's just a matter of time before you die, Leopold. Leopold clenched his fist, he looked around, and saw the uncomfortable looks of his entourage. Leopold, may Eshu forgive you for your sins to my nation, spoke Grodd softly. But I certainly will not. The doors of the aircrafts then closed down, and the aircraft quickly left Leopold, leaving him with a red face, and a tense atmosphere. Chase them, he said. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, but with our technology, we couldn't cat. I don't care. Chase them. The advisor sighed. Very well, Your Majesty. Grodd was now flying through the English Channel, flying to London, when he suddenly clicked the comms terminal. Report, he said. All units in position, my king, spoke a voice from the comms. The bearded men will be sent to Eshu tonight. Grodd hummed. Make it painful. Lady Anna will take care of that. Good work. Grodd continued. A thopter will pick you up tomorrow, gather in the rendezvous point. Thank you, my king, said the voice in comms as it shut off. Grodd sighed as the thopter kept moving, and sat down. I wonder what Wakanda's reaction will be like. He chuckled to himself as he leaned against the vibranium wall, resting himself. Chapter 137, Chapter 123, A Royal Funeral and Visit. 1901 CE. A solemn yet noisy atmosphere filled London. It was a cold and stale day like usual, the smell of smoke and excrement plagued the city, the masses were gathering in the streets, jostling around, trying to see what was happening. Queen Victoria had died. The event made the royal family confused and shocked. No servants inside the palace had witnessed a monarch's death, so they were naturally confused on what they were supposed to do. Many family members even flatly denied that the queen had died, showing how out of touch they could be. They quickly arranged a military state funeral as per the queen's request, along with her other strange requests. Her casket will be paraded across London and sailed through the river to her resting place. Along the way, however, King Grodd and his entourage arrived at the palace with their steel dragonflies and landed on the garden of the palace. The servants welcomed them politely, but the royal family didn't come, as they were mourning for the queen. King Grodd looked solemn and offered his condolences, surprising the servants. The staff offered them rooms to stay, but King Grodd told the servant if he could pay respect to the queen. The servants were a bit hesitant, they contacted the royal family, but they surprisingly agreed. And so, King Grodd was allowed to escort the casket to the queen's final resting place, besides her husband. Grodd was now waiting at a train station, along with some of the elders that came with him. They brought their staves, and all of them wore black, respecting the nation's tradition. A train then soon arrived, the smoke pollution entered Grodd's nose, and he coughed just a little bit. The train's compartment soon opened, and men started to flood through, and with them, the queen's coffin. A lot of men were surprised at the sudden appearance of Grodd and his representatives. The public was not here anymore, only representatives of nations and royal families were there. The soldiers soon aimed their weapons at Grodd, but the newly appointed king stepped in. Calm down everyone, he said calmly. It's my mother's funeral. I do not want a bloodbath today. Grodd nodded to King Edward VII, to which he nodded back. The soldiers then soon calmed down, and continued the procession. Soon, the coffin was dragged by horses again, towards her final resting place. Grodd and the representative walked behind the coffin, they were the most eye-catching of them all. Even though the Kaiser was there, even though the king was there, Grodd and his entourage caught all of the guests' eyes, after all, an ape that could talk. It feels like it's the end of the times. It was a slow and solemn journey. The king and his family followed the coffin right behind it, they looked sad. Grodd had heard the royalty of Egypt from Cleo, Anna's family, Kojiro's homeland, Jean's story, but he had never seen the likes of humans southwest up close like this. Why are you here on this mournful day, ape? Questioned a man beside Grodd. It was Kaiser Wilhelm II, the German emperor. I've come to talk, human. Grodd whispered calmly. But it could wait, you can mourn all you want. Wilhelm hummed at his words. I thank you for your patience, he said, still looking at the coffin solemnly. I wonder, how is your view on death, King of the Apes? I have seen many of my subjects come and go. Grodd answered. To us, death is just the beginning for an endless war towards freedom, so that our descendants may live in peace, without interference of higher power. Higher power. But you believe in gods, are you not? We do, said Grodd. But Eshu and Ifri do not interfere with our lives, they only taught us how to live, how to prosper. In exchange, we will fight with them, so that he and she, along with us, will not be bound by higher power, so that this Mother Earth may prosper continuously. It seems that our definition of God is not the same, murmured Wilhelm. No, said Grodd. I find your belief quite interesting, Kaiser Wilhelm. If your God created you so that you may serve him, why do you have free will? Isn't it just easier if your God erases your free will so that you won't rebel? I do not know, King Grodd, I am not a theologian, said Wilhelm. But I trust God's plan. God's plan. Eresham's design. Grodd murmured, thinking. Pardon me. I'm sorry, I was talking to myself. Grodd said. The entourage then proceeded to the chapel where Prince Albert rested. As the coffin entered, Grodd and the other representatives weren't allowed to enter, which he accepted. And the others then came back to the palace to wait for the mourning days. Weeks later. Grodd was sitting with two rulers of nations. He was sitting with King Edward VII and Kaiser Wilhelm II. They were tapping their fingers to the desk, thinking about what Grodd had just said. It is a rather insulting demand, said Edward grimly. After everything we've built, you want us to leave Africa. And you want us to help to contact the other nations. Wilhelm raised his brow. Yes, said Grodd calmly. You have no right in those lands. So are you, said Edward. Grodd smiled. So you recognize that what you're doing is stupid, the gorilla chuckled. Yes, I also have no right to those lands. It belongs to the people living there. You said your nation has an absolute neutrality rule, but this isn't neutrality, King Grodd, said Wilhelm, standing, walking around the room. My only interest is the safety of my subjects, and my neighbors, answered Grodd. My nation will be neutral, and we will not interfere with human conflicts, but when it comes to Africa it is an entirely different thing. Zimra will always be Zimra, deep in the Congo basin. When I asked you to leave Africa, I will not take the land. I will protect it, but I will not take it. What about our territories that we got before the scramble, questioned Edward. Grodd sighed. Let me ask you, do the colonies make any profits for you? The two rulers were silent. No, correct, hummed Grodd. The exception is Congo, which is our land. You only do this because of your petty and childish competition with each other. I will only ask once again, to decolonize Africa. And if we refuse? War, said Grodd calmly. You think you could win against us humans, ape? You have no idea what we're capable of, kings, said Grodd. You could try, but your neighbors will probably smell opportunity. Edward frowned. We can't accept this. It's either all of us, or none of us. Then call them, said Grodd rather demandingly. I want answers in a year. If you don't answer, then I will attack. Think about it, humans. It is more profitable if you trade with them, rather than colonizing them. Religion. You could spread it using trade. Influence. Again, trade. And you won't care about it. Grodd smiled. As long as your army doesn't step into Africa, then I won't interfere. Edward and Wilhelm raised their eyebrows. We will think about it. At most, we may be able to reverse the scramble in Africa. But the rest, I have no promise. Grodd nodded. I appreciate your clear thinking, kings, said Grodd as he walked away from the room. May we never meet on the battlefield. Grodd left the room, leaving the two rulers alone, talking about the looming threat. Chapter 138, Afterlude, Dawn of the Apes. 2 years later. Dawn of the Apes. After a long and exhausting discussion, the European powers agreed to reverse the partition of Africa, making many African lands independent. This treaty, what is now called the Treaty of London, stated that no foreign power shall step into Africa, otherwise, they will face the might of the Zimra. Previously, the French government had refused the treaty, and attacked the Congo basin from the north. Alas, their army was reportedly decimated and the entire French occupation of Africa was abolished in the span of 1 year by Zimra. We do not yet know what threat this new species civilization will bring to the world. We are now living in the reality where we are sharing space with another sentient species, the Simia sapiens. Previously, the famous War of the Apes against the Belgians and the rumor of the British Empire allying with the Zimran Kingdom have sparked political tensions between the European nations. The British Empire and the German Empire now have some rights to trade deals with Zimra, such as rubber, ores, and many more. It is also rumored that the newly discovered metal that could withstand bullets, vibranium, is not allowed to be distributed, although King Grodd remained doubtful if it should stay that way. As for the African nations, many representatives had come to Zimra to be educated, so they could build an effective government to govern themselves, but the Zimran representatives sternly said that they will not interfere with other problems except for military invasions from foreign nations. A man with violet eyes was sitting calmly on a ship, reading a newspaper. This man was of course, Pluto. Looks like Grodd did a thing, he murmured. What thing? Questioned a woman, Thea, walking towards him. The woman sat on his lap, and read the newspaper with him. Oh, he freed Africa, good for him. Well, not the entirety of Africa, but still, progress. Said Pluto. Thea hummed. I just think. We've been here for almost 7,000 years now, but what? Outside of technologies and ideologies, nothing really changed. I could argue that it's worse. Why? People still kill each other unjustly, hatred blooms for no reason besides because of the color of the skin and race, wars became more brutal, it's just. I know. Hummed Pluto. But I think we should learn right now that as long as goodness exists, darkness follows after it. But in this state of the world, the darkness overshadows goodness, said Thea. I've been called the goddess of war, but, if the wars are like this, I don't want to be called that anymore. This isn't like you, said Pluto. Usually, I don't care, answered Thea solemnly. But, we are planning to have a child, are we not? So you're worried that the world will not be a better place once our child is born? Thea shook her head. I'm more worried about what his reaction will be. His? Pluto questioned in amusement. I want a son. Thea shrugged. We have too many daughters already. Pluto chuckled. True, he said, before sighing. But still, we've got a long way to go before we achieve that. I identified some ways, but I don't know if it'll fulfill what we want. I trust you, said Thea, kissing Pluto's cheek. Take all the time you want. Pluto hummed, and stood up. He walked to the window of the ship he's in, admiring the cold sea outside. Say. You said that you're disappointed in the humans, saying that nothing's changed. So do you think we should let the emergence happen? Don't be a fool, Pluto. Thea scoffed, walking to him. I might say that I'm disappointed, but I don't believe that humans deserve to be massacred just for a celestial. I'm just tired, for all we did, they still haven't changed at all. It feels pointless teaching them, guiding them to the right path, they'll diverge themselves in the end. True. Pluto hummed. Chapter 139, Interlude, Hey, it's me, 1914 CE. The winds blew over the hills of Sparta. Pluto stood over those hills, breathing the warm air of Greece as he looked at the statue in front of him, the statue he had made, the statue of Helen. Pluto conjured a red rose, and put it on the statue, breathing calmly, his expression solemn. Hey, he spoke. It's me. The wind kept blowing past him, the smell of the rose started to permeate as the wind brought it around. How are you in there? Pluto questioned, speaking to the grave. Are you in Elysium? Or Valhalla? Or simply floating on the empty void? I hope it's not the last one, you know, the idea of resurrecting you is just tempting right now. I'm starting to get tired of waiting, wandering endlessly around the world, seeing how humans tore each other apart for power as technology developed to a dangerous level. Thea gazed on Pluto as he kept standing solemnly in front of the grave, his face haggard, his face pale. I miss those days, murmured Pluto softly. Where it's just you and me, with no responsibilities, just laying around in this beautiful land. Pluto sighed as he looked at the sky above. He took a deep breath, and turned to Thea, and smiled at her, to which she smiled back. I married her. Pluto continued speaking. We're planning to have a kid, still don't know how, but I'll manage. Pluto then turned to the statue again, and touched the marble stone. I'll see you around. Maybe we'll meet face to face the next time, though, it'll be around 120 years. I'll bring your brother to you by then, if I manage. Pluto patted the statue softly as he walked away from the grave, towards Thea. She crossed her arms as he approached. Tell me the message again. Pluto questioned calmly. Here, read it yourself, said Thea, giving Pluto a scroll that Thea got from a raven. Pluto opened the piece of paper, and read it. Gil needed our help, questioned Pluto. He's in Armenia. Thea nodded. Sounds bad, the raven's quite haggard when it came. I might get an idea on why he contacted us. Pluto murmured. This is so like him, you want to help him. Well, he sounds really desperate, and, he's great, never had any quarrel with us, so why not? Pluto hummed, and read the letter all over again. Thea looked at Pluto's solemn expression, and sighed. You okay? She questioned. I'm fine. Pluto said. Just, when we get there, don't do anything too drastic. Why? You'll see. Pluto murmured. Right, we need a lot of food supplies, we should buy it first. Food? Thea questioned. Yes, food. Pluto nodded. Maybe clothing and blankets as well. Will be a pain to carry, so I'll just portal it. Why need all of those? Thea questioned, leaning to Pluto as she tried to find the answers from the letter. Pluto sighed, and just kissed Thea's forehead, hugging her tightly, making her confused. Do you really want to go? I could just go alone, you go west to America, I don't know, find Druid or something. Pluto asked Thea again. No, Gil's my friend, I'll help him of course. Thea frowned. What's wrong? You're acting strange right now. I just thought, you're starting to dislike wars. Said Pluto calmly. And we'll be in the middle of the war there. War? Thea questioned. I thought the front line was far from Armenia. Well, true, but... But what? Pluto sighed. Fine, you'll have to see it for yourself. Chapter 140, Chapter 124, The Death March. 1915 CE. Syrian Desert. A long line of people were marching through the hot Syrian desert on a scorching summer day as a group of armed soldiers escorted them by force. The people were thin, frail, barely clothed, and on the brink of death, yet the soldiers forced them to move anyway. If anyone dropped to the ground exhausted, either they'll be left alone or the soldiers would just kill them to not waste time. Bodies littered the path that they took, be it men, women, or children, they didn't care. Then, from the far west, the soldiers could see someone approaching. He was cloaked, his head covered in a turban, and he had a big muscly build. He approached the group slowly, his cloak waving from the desert wind, and his sharp eyes visible between the turban. The soldiers frowned as they saw the men. Hey, a soldier shouted. Are you lost? The men didn't answer, instead, he kept approaching the entourage, slowly walking on the sand. An escapee maybe, whispered a soldier to another soldier. The soldier just hummed, and he walked towards the men, stopping in front of him. State your identity, said the soldier, pointing his rifle at the men. Greek. Armenian. Assyrian. Turk. The cloakman frowned. He took off his cloak, revealing his face. Asian, exclaimed the soldier. What is an Asian doing in the middle of the desert? Hunting pigs, he said. Hunting what? Hunting pigs, he repeated. There are no pigs here, are you insane? No, there's a pig, stated the big man. Right in front of me. The soldier frowned. The fuck did you just say? The man walked up to the soldier, who kept pointing his rifle at him. The man stopped just right in front of the barrel of the rifle, placing the barrel at his chest. Try, the man said. See if you can do it. Are you suicidal? The soldier scoffed. You must be crazy. You are the crazy one, said the man calmly. Marching entire groups of people to their deaths. The soldier got ticked off by the words, and pulled the trigger. The loud boom echoed throughout the empty and vast space of the Assyrian desert, but nothing happened. The man was still standing, and the bullet dropped the ground, flattened. The soldier's eyes widened as he saw it, but he had no time to react, as the man grabbed his rifle, and threw it away. The man's hands then started to glow golden, the sound of an engine started to roar, and he slammed his fist towards the soldier. The soldier dropped to the ground hard, the sands around him swirled from the force of the impact, and the man's body shattered to pieces from the impact. The entire soldiers started to panic, and the line of people scattered wildly, trying to protect themselves. The soldiers tried to calm them down, but it couldn't, so instead, they just let them be, and focused on the strange men. The man who just killed a soldier stood straight again, his legs glowing golden, and he jumped high towards the other soldiers, slamming himself to the ground as fissure lines started to form on the sands. The soldiers shot their rifles towards the men, only to dread as they saw the bullets bounced off of him. The men kept going, crushing every single soldier with the most brutal way possible, making his cloak drenched with blood, and his hands painted red. Red sand soon stained the desert, with mangled and crushed bodies scattered everywhere, and the people that were once a line looked at the men in fear and hope. The man looked at the sky, breathing deeply, catching his breath to calm himself down. Then, a sound came from behind him, and he saw a blue light appear. As he looked at the source of the blue light, he saw a raven-haired man and a blonde woman that he knows very well, along with barrels of water, food, and clothing behind them. Well, Gil, said the raven-haired man, looking at the bloody scene around him. Seems like you've outdone yourself. The man, whose name was Gil, just shrugged at the raven-haired man's words. Many camps have been set up around the area as Pluto and Thea arrived at the scene. Gil was now sitting solemnly in front of the campfire with the two Eternals as the moon shines brightly above. I was staying with them. Gil spoke softly. They were friendly, good food as well, and learned a bunch from them, these Armenians, Greeks, Assyrians, they were bullied by the Turks, but they don't really mind it, they are just silently trying to get away from their grasps, but... The war happened. Thea continued calmly, but Pluto could tell she was a bit enraged as she saw those starving men, women, and children. Gil hummed, drinking from his mug. The Turks thought they betrayed them, so they're deporting them now. You call this deportation? Pluto scoffed. It isn't, said Gil, crushing his mug as he thought about the memory. They force-marched them through the deserts, or to the sea, dangling the hopes of survival, but no. They were just trying to kill them. They're not deporting them to Russia through the Black Sea, they are deporting them to the Black Sea. Look at them. Thea murmured, her eyes glistening as she saw the children eating the food that they brought happily. They were starving. Only given 3 pieces of bread for the whole trip, said Gil silently. Events like this make me wonder. Did we even make an impact towards humanity? We were supposed to protect them, yet we can't even protect them from themselves. I wonder about it myself. Thea said calmly. But Pluto said that between goodness, there will always be darkness that looms around it. It's true, said Pluto solemnly, looking at the humans around him. But, kind of feels, disappointment, we've worked so hard to make them prosper, only to see them squabbling among themselves, killing each other for the sake of artificial hatred. I'm done with this, said Gil suddenly, standing up. What? Pluto questioned. After this mess, he said, looking around. I'll just hide myself, maybe go to Australia, new land there, hide myself there. Don't be like that, Gil, stated Pluto. No man. Gil sighed tiredly. I'm tired of this. I can't see this anymore, it's torture. Gil, said Thea suddenly. Do you love these humans? Love, questioned Gil. I honestly don't know anymore, Thea, but I suppose I do, don't I? If I don't love them, I'd not feel this way, disappointment, rage. Do you want this to continue? Pluto questioned. Well, I don't have a choice but to leave them alone, right? Gil chuckled desperately. Erisham's command and all. I could only help the innocents, if I could kill those pashas, I would, but I can't. Pluto hummed, and walked towards Gil. He hugged him, patting him on the back. Sorry about all this. It's not your fault, man, said Gil with a smile. Maybe visit me once in a while. I heard you want to make a baby, good luck with that, invite me when he or she is born. Pluto smiled. Will do. Gil turned to Thea. Thea, good to see you again. Good to see you again, Gilgamesh, she said, also hugging him. Well, I will give everything to you now. Gil said sadly. Take care of the others, yeah. Especially Fastos and Sprite. Well, I can't stop them if they want to do anything, but I'll try to convince them. Good enough for me, said Gil as he turned away from the others, walking through the dark deserts of Syria. Chapter 141, Chapter 125, The Goddess of War. 1916 CE. The trenches of no man's land is a place that no one wants to stay in for long. Soldiers cramped to one place, refugees also spread out across the trenches, running from the Germans across the battlefield, and shortages of food for them is not an uncommon thing. Thea and Pluto are also there, giving food and blankets to the refugees. They volunteered to the army as support, not as fighters, deciding to help the refugees and the innocents that caught up in the war. Thea was bringing cans of food to a group of family, but then they pulled her closer. Please. A mother begged. My sons and daughters, they're still with the Germans. I'm sorry, said Thea sadly. This is no man's land, we're barely moving. They're killing them, please. I'm sorry. Thea said once again. She released the mother's grasp on her hand, and walked away from the weeping family. She walked towards Pluto, who was sorting out the inventory of the army. People are dying too quickly, said Thea softly as she helped him sort the food. You'd think Erisham would do something about it. But we've grown used to his silence, have we, said Pluto rhetorically. When the Black Death happened, he didn't even say anything, and that killed almost half of the population. Thea hummed as he stared at the sitting refugees around the trench. She then looked at the land across the trench, and sighed. Why don't we do something about it? People will see you, stated Pluto. They'll not talk, argued Thea calmly. Nobody would believe them anyway. Pluto sighed. They still have to report it, and our record of existence will be stored around the world. We already did that with Britain. That's different, said Pluto. I know who knows, so I could erase our trace, but when you come out of that trench, I can't erase it fully. Then what should we do? Just stay here. Giving food to people. Pluto took a deep breath as he put the last of the canned food on the inventory. Thea. But then, a yellow gas started to come out from across the land, blown by the wind towards their trench, making people around them panicked. Gas. Use your face masks, a soldier shouted desperately as he used his mask. The other soldiers soon followed, but Thea could see a problem. The refugees don't have it. Oh no. Thea murmured nervously. Pluto. Got it. Pluto hummed as both of them ran towards the refugees, who were also scared when they saw the gas approaching their trench. The yellow gas quickly enveloped the trench, and Pluto conjured a barrier around the refugees, blocking the gas. What is this? A refugee stuttered, dropping to the ground as he saw the barrier surrounding them. The refugees quickly gathered in the middle of the barrier dome, and prayed for their safety. The surroundings were clouded with gas, and they couldn't see anything, they could only see yellow. It's our chance. Thea murmured. We could attack them now, these people won't see it. Thea. There's a village ahead, darling, Thea insisted. You heard those refugees, they're killing them. Pluto sighed. Fine, be careful. Thea just smiled, and she quickly ran through the barrier, even though the other refugees shouted at her not to. She ran past the gas, and jumped from the trench, leaping across no man's land as he landed in the middle of the barren soil. The Germans quickly saw Thea, and aimed their guns at her. Men started shooting with their bolt-action rifle, bullets flew across the land, traveling to her. Thea conjured her shield, and easily blocked the bullets that came towards her. He ran towards the German trench, she summoned a golden spear, and leaped to the sky. She threw her spear as the German's vision was blocked by the sun, and when the spear landed on the trench, it exploded, sending waves of golden energy through the specific part of the trench. The German soldiers began to panic, and they brought their machine guns to the front, and started loading it with bullets. Soon, a barrage of lead flew through no man's land, flying to Thea. She just raised her shield, continuing to run to the trench as bullets piled up around her, deflected by her golden shield. She leaped once again, this time, directly to the trench. As she landed, golden energy spread widely around the trench, knocking many soldiers out. She conjured a string of golden energy, and a golden knife was attached to the string. She quickly threw the knife to the nearest soldier, and pulled the string, making the knife tear the body apart. Soon, between the yellow gas, the soldiers could only see golden strings of light glowing across the land, moving around soothingly, and the sounds of screaming accompanied it. An hour had passed, and the soldiers didn't hear any screams anymore. The yellow gas had passed, and they couldn't feel the bullets flying through the air anymore. They were confused, of course, and so, one brave man journeyed to no man's land, and surprisingly, he wasn't hit at all. Other soldiers quickly marched towards the trench in front, and once they arrived, they saw the trenches littered with mangled bodies, blood covered the bottom of the trench. Many soldiers threw up when they saw the bloodbath in that trench, and the culprit was nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, in the previous trench, Pluto was giving Thea clothing so that she could change, because she was bathed in blood. I couldn't. She murmured as Pluto took her clothes off for her. I couldn't stop, once I saw blood, I just... Shoo, it's okay. Pluto cooed. It's war, it's always been like this, you should know this. I know, I just... Old habits. Pluto helped her wear new clothing as he cleaned her hair using clean cloth. I have old habits too. Don't be ashamed of it. Thea hummed. I think. I've had enough of this, after we save the villages, let's go somewhere else. Sure. Pluto hummed, kissing her forehead gently. Chapter 142, Chapter 126, Flu and Truce. 1918 CE. In an isolated hall, Thea and Pluto were helping those who were affected by the Spanish flu. They were resting on the side of the hall for a little bit, watching as other nurses and doctors helped the patients who were dying. Never really thought about it, but humans are quite fragile, murmured Thea. An outbreak like this caused them so many deaths in the span of a year. Well, they're not like us. Pluto shrugged. I mean, we're robots, we can't get diseases, well, except mod WYRE I guess, but that's a bit of a stretch also. Thea hummed as she stood up from the chair. Let's move to the west after this. The west. The US. Thea answered. Nobody knows us there. There's a Jack. Then don't live near her. Thea shrugged. Live in New York maybe, I heard it's quite lively there. You sure? Asked Pluto again. There'll be a lot of trouble there. Thea chuckled. Like I said, it's quite lively there. Pluto just shook his head in amusement as he also stood up. Then, he heard the radio on the corner of the room suddenly started to speak, bringing news from outside. The Great War had ended, said the voice from the radio, making the room silent, listening to the news. Representatives from the participants of the war are now traveling to Versailles, where they will discuss the repercussions of the war. The German Empire and their allies had lost. Pluto hummed, and he saw the rest of the men inside the room continued their doing, quite happy about the news, but Spain is a neutral country, while economically they were damaged, war didn't come to them, well, they are dealing with worse things right now. It is also said that a representative of the Zimra kingdom will also come to Versailles, the news continued. Following the attempted attack of Portuguese Mozambique by the German Empire, the Zimran army had reinforced the Treaty of London and pushed the German army with ease. It is not known however what they will do at the international conference. However, there are rumors that there will be a separate meeting about another matter, about an international association that governs and builds international law. As Pluto and Thea heard that, they just hummed and continued their work in the hospital. A year later. Thea and Pluto were walking to the port of London, moving their things to emigrate to the US. With them, they brought the maids and butlers from the countryside, they also brought some of their collection that they have gathered so far, and they chartered a ship to go to the US. Pluto walked through the port as he saw a man reading a newspaper with the headline of League of Nations, Should the Simians Join? He sighed at the title and continued towards the ship he chartered. He greeted Thea, who was dealing with the moving of things and arranging the maid's and butler's room. Anything more, dear? Pluto questioned. No, she said. All clear, we can depart now. Pluto smiled. Good. All of them then entered the ship, Pluto leaning against the deck railing, admiring the sight of London for one last time before moving away from it. You're going to miss it? Pluto asked Thea about it. Thea scoffed. Not a chance, all those dresses, all those formal meetings. Well, we probably still have that in the US. Pluto chuckled. But not too annoying like in here, I guess. You already bought a house there. Pluto hummed. Upstate New York. Thea frowned. Really? Upstate? Well, it's quiet, or would you prefer the city itself? At least it's a bit more entertaining. Fine, I'll buy a plot of land in the city too. Pluto hummed. I'm thinking of buying more land, to be honest, for steel factories, or maybe some gold mines too in the west. Do what you really want. I don't really care about money. The ship then moved from the port, the smoke coming out of its cylinder, tainting the air around them. Pluto felt the breeze of the sea, inhaling it softly as he calmed himself down. We'll be busy in a couple of years. Pluto stated. Need some buildings and managing to do, then we can relax a bit. Thea held his hand and put her head on his shoulder. Fine by me. Chapter 143, Chapter 127, South Dakota. 1921 CE. Somewhere around South Dakota. A woman was tending to her farm gently as she poured some hay into the feeder of her cattle. The place was quite big, a small field so the cattle could graze, a simple house beside it, and some horse pens to store some, well, horses. She was whistling some kind of tune, enjoying the calm life she has right now, away from all the chaos of the world and her duties as an eternal. That woman is, of course, a jack. Suddenly, a loud boom could be heard in the sky, making her turn around sharply, and the next thing she knew, she saw a man standing just in front of her house, wearing thick clothing that was usually worn by the Brits. The man was standing calmly in front of the house, staring at a jack with a sad smile on his face. It was Akari's, his face looked tired and a jack could tell his emotions are a bit shaken. A jack sighed at the sight, and dropped the things she wanted to do that day. A jack was now sitting with Akari's on her terrace, sipping some milk calmly. Sorry, I only had these, she said to the man. It's fine, a jack. Akari said. It's my fault for dropping in so suddenly. A jack hummed as she drank her milk. So, what's going on? Akari stared at the vast field in front of him, and sighed. I ran away. Ran away. Doesn't sound like you, away from who? Away from Circe, he said calmly, but he was clenching his fist so hard that his fists were white. A jack was surprised to hear the news. What happened? Akari's chuckled desperately as he shook his head. I couldn't take it, a jack, the guilt. A jack put her milk on the table and sighed. Akari's. I mean, what was I supposed to do, continued Akari's, his face really sour. Every day, she got closer and closer with humanity, she started to help orphanages, she even befriended a human named Charles Darwin with Fastos. Why can't you just tell the rest, a jack? It's just spiraling out of control at this point. We're at the point of no return, Akari's. Said a jack guiltily. I did what I did because I was scared, they loved them, in their different ways, but still loved them. If I told them the truth then, they're probably not as happy as they are now. Well, I am not happy, a jack, he continued. Do you know how I feel? Hiding this secret from her every single day. Every time I see her talking to humans and smiling, I feel like my existence is slowly consumed by grief and guilt. I cannot stand it, a jack. Then tell her, I will allow it. Is that you speaking? Or Erisham? Akari's questioned calmly. A jack didn't say anything, and sipped her milk softly. You know, these years, you're not the only one who traveled the world, I do too. She put her mug to the table, and held Akari's hand. This guilt that you have, it's not healthy, Akari's, you hurt her feelings by running away like this. If you want to tell her, then tell her. Akari's was holding back a sob as he covered his mouth. I can't. Why? A jack said calmly. I'm allowing you to tell her now, why don't you want to tell her? It's too late, a jack. Akari's held her hand tightly, a little bit of tears started to come out of his eyes. It's too late, if I told her now. It'll crush her. It'll haunt her, it's best if we told her right before it happened. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see her cry. You're making her cry, right now, Akari's, stated a jack. You left her so abruptly, she'll think that she made a mistake, and it's her fault that you left. Come back to her, Ikaris, tell her the truth if you can't bear the guilt anymore. I can't, he shook his head as tears flowed out of his eyes. I don't. Listen, Ikaris, said Ajak sternly. If you had a choice, would you choose a peaceful life with Circe, or eternally serving Ereshkigal? What would you choose? What? I don't understand. Ikaris questioned. Ajak, do you want to rebel? I'm asking you, Ikaris. Ajak repeated. What is more important to you? Eresham's grand design for this world, or a peaceful life with Circe? If Pluto discovered a way for us to reproduce, you could build a family, Ikaris. Ikaris started tapping his feet nervously as he heard the question. I don't know. Ereshkigal, we exist for Ereshkigal, Ajak. Ajak sighed. So you chose Ereshkigal over your life with Circe? You have doubts now. Ajak raised her eyebrow. Ajak. I love her. Ikaris stated sternly. But. There's no buts, Ikaris. You have to choose, yes or no. Ikaris clenched his fist. He stood up from the chair, and stared at Ajak. Are you saying that we should rebel, Ajak? To go against a celestial? We have no chance of defeating them, Ikaris. Ajak softly said. I'm only asking you, I am not telling you to rebel, I am merely asking. Well, I can't choose then. Why? I exist for Ereshkigal, Ajak. We all are. Ikaris stated. But I love her, and I would do anything to live peacefully with her. You can't have both. Ajak shook her head as she stood up. Think about it, Ikaris, I don't want you to regret the choice you had made. Ajak hugged him tightly, caressing his back softly, as if a mother was hugging her child. Ikaris only hugged softly, and separated from her. He walked to the grass in front, not looking at Ajak anymore. He looked at the sky above, and clenched his fist. I'll think about it. Then, he flew to the sky, disappearing from Ajak's sight. Ajak then sat down again, and sighed tiredly as she nervously played with her fingers. Pluto. I'm trusting you now, find a way to break the shackle. Chapter 144, Chapter 128, New York. 1933 CE. Upstate New York. A young man was standing in front of a rather lavish mansion. He was bringing a bunch of papers with him inside a suitcase, and he was wearing rather formal clothing. The young man took a deep breath, and walked up to the front door of the house. He knocked on the door softly, and sooner rather than later, the door slowly opened, revealing a rather well-dressed man. He looked quite old as he had gray hair. He was a butler. I'm here to see Mr. Smith, said the young man nervously. The butler opened a book near the door, and read it quickly. He nodded at the young man, and spoke. Certainly, Mr. Stark, follow me. The butler then guided Stark through the hallways of the house. It was beautiful to say the least. The architecture is nice to look at, a mix of Victorian and Greek style. He could see paintings depicting historical events. Stark doesn't even know how much is that. At the edge of the hallway, he could see a painting of a man with violet eyes and a blonde woman. They were the owner of the house. The butler stopped in front of a door. Stark could hear jazz music from the inside playing softly, and the butler knocked on the door. Master Smith, Mr. Stark is here, he stated. Stark could hear a hum from the inside. Come in. The butler soon opened the door, and Stark could smell the smell of paint entering his nostrils. He entered the room, and saw that a man was painting in the middle of the room. The surroundings were messy, filled with finished and unfinished paintings laying on the ground. The man continued to paint as Stark entered the room. The butler closed the door behind him, and he gulped in nervousness. Good afternoon, Mr. Stark, the man said, not looking at Stark at all. He had a faint British accent. It's quite a cold day, isn't it? Ah. Why yes, quite cold. The man hummed. You want some tea, he offered, pushing the tea tray beside him a little bit to Stark. Help yourself, if you want. Thank you. Stark said, and poured himself a cup of tea. I've read your proposal, Mr. Stark, continued the man, still painting. But how do you know I'm looking to invest in the technology industry? Oh, a friend of mine told me about it, Joseph Manfredi. From the crime family, the man questioned, whistling. I didn't know you were involved with those men. I assure you, I am not Mr. Smith. Stark coughed. He's just my friend. Good then. Smith said, stopping to paint as he grabbed himself a cup of tea also. I admit, Mr. Stark, your proposal is tempting. This Stark Industries you're talking about has a lot of potential. Stark's eyes gleamed for a second, but Smith continued. But, you are still young, Stark, he said. You may be smart in terms of science, but you have no experience in business, if I didn't count the selling fruits you used to do, but at the end of the day, you are still a 17-year-old man. Mr. Smith, I promise you, I am fully capable of. And I don't doubt it. Smith smiled. But others will. Stark became silent and sighed. Then, forgive me to take your time, Mr. Smith. I'm not finished, Mr. Stark. Smith said sternly, making Stark stop in his spot. He drank his tea, and looked at his painting once again. There's an engineering conference in Geneva next year, did you get invited? Oh, I did. Stark said calmly, a bit disappointed for some reason. But I can't afford the trip. Well, I will be accompanying a friend of mine to the conference. Smith said. I want you to come with us. Excuse me, Mr. Smith, you want me to come with you? Yes. Smith hummed. Also, about the Stark Industries, I will not invest now, it is early for you, you should learn more from your colleagues, get more connections, talk to me again when you are 21 years old, Stark. For now, I'm bringing you to the conference, I'm sure you'll learn something there. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Said Stark gratefully. No problem, Stark, said Smith. I can see you're quite ambitious with your career, and I will watch it with great interest. Now, Benson. The door opened, revealing the same butler from before. May you please escort Mr. Stark to the outside, please, said Smith. If he doesn't have a ride, use the car. Certainly, Master Smith, said Benson, and Stark followed him, leaving Smith alone. He sat down in front of his painting again, sighed, and continued to paint. Chapter 145, Chapter 129, Geneva. 1934 CE. Four people were now standing in front of a convention hall in Geneva. It was not too crowded, but there are simple banners everywhere, pointing at the fact that right now, there is a conference inside. The group then walked towards the building, and one man in the group was a bit nervous, seeing all the engineering geniuses enter the building. The four people were Pluto, Thea, Phastos, and lastly Howard Stark. Stark's palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy, he's nervous, but on the surface he looks calm and ready to drop bomb, you get the point. Look, Stark, said Pluto calmly. This is it. Befriend many people here, so calm down. I am calm, Mr. Smith. He said, trying to look calm. Doesn't look calm in my eyes. Thea shrugged. Just come on, man, the conference is about to start. Phastos said excitedly, walking to the hall, leaving the others. Pluto sighed, looking at Thea, who was also staring at Phastos in amusement, and all of them walked towards the building. The conference itself was boring, at least, in Thea's and Pluto's eyes. Phastos and Stark though were listening very carefully about what the speaker was saying. Well, Phastos is more like judging them rather than trying to learn something, because he kind of knows what the men were talking about. Stark brought a notebook with him, writing down countless notes for him to review later, which was amusing to say the least. After the conference, there was a party, and the participants had room to talk. Phastos instantly disappeared from Pluto, so was Stark, leaving Thea and Pluto alone. They were only sitting on the corner, watching the scientists talking to themselves as they drank champagne that was given to them by the waiters. Nobody really talked to them, well, because they hid themselves using a spell. Most of the people that want to talk to Pluto either want to try to make him invest in their projects, or flirt with Thea. Pluto is starting to regret coming to this place, to be honest, it's just a group of old men jerking each other, like it always were, although he saw someone interesting in the corner, he looked nervous. Phastos came towards them, seemingly satisfied with what he just did, whatever it was. Phastos noticed that Pluto was looking at somebody, and asked. Who are you looking at? He questioned, turning towards the direction Pluto was seeing. Dr. Abraham Erskine. Pluto stated, drinking his champagne. Phastos was surprised. You mean the man who's trying to develop the body enhancement serum? So you know. Pluto hummed. Of course I know, I keep in tabs with whatever technology that interests me. Phastos snorted. Want to talk to him? Sure, if you want. The three then walked towards Erskine, and as he saw us walk to him, he flinched, but he kept his calm. Good evening. Pluto greeted. You must be Dr. Abraham Erskine. Ah, yes. Erskine coughed nervously. And you are? William Smith. Pluto smiled. This is my wife, Justina, and a friend of mine who has an interest in engineering, Philip. Smith. As in Smith Enterprise. Erskine said in surprise. Ah, well, yes. Said Pluto, coughing in embarrassment. To what do I owe the pleasure then, Mr. Smith? He questioned. My friend here is a fan of your work. Pluto said, pointing at Phastos. As soon as Pluto mentioned work, his face filled with nervousness. Yes, I am a huge fan of your work, Dr. Erskine, said Phastos excitedly. Tell me. How do you? Phastos barraged him with questions about how his serum works on the body. Erskine kept getting more and more nervous as he heard the questions, and he paled as he looked at someone between the crowd. Pluto turned towards the crowd, and saw a man with a military uniform, with a Nazi armband around his arm. Are you okay, Dr. Erskine? Questioned Phastos in worry. Erskine wiped his cold sweat as he snapped back to reality. Yes. I'm fine, gentlemen, my lady, I'm afraid my time here is short, I must part with you right now. Ah, that's a shame. Thea smiled, also noticing the Nazi soldier around the hall. Well, if you excuse me. He murmured, walking away from Fastos and the others. Should we help him? A soldier stalking him doesn't sound good. Fastos stated, frowning. He doesn't want to be helped, it seems, said Pluto calmly. Let him be. Another group will save him, probably. Pluto then turned towards Stark, who was talking to the wives of the scientists, even some female scientists as well. He was flirting with them all, like father like son. Are you sure you'll invest in his company? Thea murmured. He seems unreliable. He's only flirting, Thea, let him be. Pluto snorted. Anyway, need some more drinks, I'll see you around, Fastos. Fastos just hummed as he walked away from Pluto and Thea, leaving the two alone to drink all they want. Chapter 146, Chapter 130, East. 1937 CE. Somewhere near the pass of Kunlun. Pluto and Thea were walking quietly towards a direction in the mountain. They didn't bring anything, only themselves. It was a windy day, the winds of the trees around them were blowing gently, and the fresh air hit Pluto's nostrils. Are you sure this will be it? Thea questioned rather calmly, but Pluto could tell that she was a bit scared and excited at the same time. I don't know, love, hummed Pluto. If we want to create life, we need to study life itself, Kunlun might know what we're looking for. As they neared a pass, Pluto sensed something familiar around him. I smell, my kind, my lord. Smog spoke in his mind. Your kind? You mean a dragon? Pluto questioned. It's faint, but I know it is. Pluto hummed. Careful, a dragon near here. A dragon. Thea raised her eyebrow. That sounds fun. Pluto rolled his eyes in amusement and walked closer to the pass. Suddenly, a man dropped from the rocks above, attacking Pluto and Thea from the sky. Thea quickly summoned her shield, and her shield held the man's punch. The man's hands were glowing golden, he was bare-chested, a dragon-like tattoo visible. Pluto then kicked the men from Thea, and the men slammed towards the mountain rocks, cracking it. The men quickly recovered, and made a stance. We just want to talk, said Pluto as he approached him. We need to go to Kunlun. The men frowned, and rushed towards Pluto. His fist glowed golden, and he tried to slam it to Pluto's face. But, Pluto caught the fist easily, surprising the men in front of him. Iron Fist, you have no chance against us, we're not trying to attack Kunlun, we are seeking answers. Iron Fist's eyes widened as Pluto knew his nickname, and stepped back. He stretched his fist, as it hurt a bit when Pluto stopped it. What do you seek from us, strangers? We seek knowledge, said Pluto calmly. To create life itself. Life. You mean you want a child? Questioned the Iron Fist. Yes. Then just make one, said the Iron Fist with a weird face. Don't tell me you don't know how to have sex. Pluto sighed in annoyance. Look at us. Are we alive in your eyes? What do you mean? Of course you are, the Iron Fist stopped speaking as he noticed something. You. Undead. Of course not. Pluto scoffed. I sensed a familiar energy from you, said the Iron Fist, pointing at Pluto. But you, lady, it's as if you are not alive at all. We're not humans. Thea stated. We. I don't know how to say it. Synthetic humans. You mean androids? So you know about that kind of stuff. Pluto sighed. Yes, we're androids. Then I'm sorry, said the Iron Fist. Kunlun won't be able to teach you anything. Without life force, one cannot practice chi. Yes, I know, I just want to know if it's possible to have a baby or not. No, said the Iron Fist. As far as I know, no, and I'm quite knowledgeable about this. And even right now, you can't enter Kunlun, the pass only opens every 15 years, today is not the day. Pluto sighed in disappointment. Well, that's a waste of time. Fine, sorry to take up your time, oh, one more thing. Pluto's eyes then turned golden, and above them, Smog appeared with his golden body, floating menacingly in front of Iron Fist. He gulped at the sight. A dragon. This stranger could summon a dragon. He has the smell of my kind, my lord, confirmed Smog, speaking loudly. I do not know what happened to him, however, I suspect he killed him. I did not kill him, the Iron Fist refuted. He lives in Kunlun, guarding his heart. I have been graced by him, to bore the power of the Iron Fist. Well, Smog, that settles it, no need to get mad over it. Pluto hummed. Maybe we'll visit another time, to see your kind, but until then, we should go. Very well, my lord. Forgive me for having wasted your time. Not really, I'm curious as well. Pluto shrugged as he opened a portal. Love. Thea entered the portal first, and Pluto entered next, leaving the Iron Fist alone. He sat against the cracked wall of the mountain, and sighed as he felt some of his bones broken. Damn, that guy packs a punch. Chapter 147, Chapter 131, Stark Industries. 1940 CE. In a convention hall somewhere in New York, many well-dressed men and women were sitting calmly in front of a podium, listening to a man that was speaking rather confidently. Among those men and women are Pluto, sitting in the right corner of the room, watching tentatively. Thea didn't come along however, as she was scouting for a land in Queens Boulevard, as they were planning to build a home there, because it's rather annoying to go from upstate to the city back and forth every day. The man that was speaking was Howard Stark. He, along with his newly built company Stark Industries, was explaining something towards the masses in front of him. Vibranium, he said. Stronger than steel, third the weight. It is also one of the rarest metals on Earth, maybe even the universe. Stark wandered around the podium rather patiently, calming himself down from excitement. My team and I managed to get some vibranium, courtesy of Mr. Smith from the Smith Enterprises. He's generous enough to give us some of his vibranium collection to us to study, and I assure you, Mr. Smith, we discovered many things. Stark took a deep breath, and continued. You see, one of the reasons that the simians of the Zimra kingdom were able to quickly develop is because of the versatile uses of vibranium. It could be used for combat, as we have seen countless examples in the Great War that it could easily block bullets, artillery shells, and so on and so forth. That is why they banned the free trade of vibranium. Well, for good reason. If it falls to the wrong hands, it could be a deadly thing. It might be a hypocritical thing for me to say, as my company deals with weapons, but the property of vibranium is so rich with possibilities that I might just shudder from the weapons that could be made from them. We already see the ornithopters of the Zimmerans that even to me, while it looks like it breaks the laws of physics at first, but when you look at the material that it's made of, it makes sense. Stark looked around the audience and smiled at Pluto. There is also the possibility of medical uses. I believe in the near future, tiny robots made out of vibranium could be used to cure even the deadliest of cancers in a matter of days, hours even. If we could just get our hands on those vibranium, that tomorrow, from those sci-fi movies might just be reached in a matter of decades, our lives would be much better, but I understand that it could also be much worse. If an evil gets their hands of those tech, we'll be doomed. Stark then continued to talk passionately, and the audience heard him talk, seemingly mesmerized with his voice. As he finished talking, the audience gave him a standing ovation, to which he just bowed, thanking them for their attention. Pluto and Howard Stark were now in a car, traveling through the streets of New York as it rained from above, wetting the road below. The government just approached me, giving me an offer to work on a project, said Stark. That's good. You'll get more protection from that. I don't know, Mr. Smith. Stark sighed. Making a deal with the government is just. A war is coming, Howard, stated Pluto. Although I specifically said to my company to not support wars in any way, you still can, especially that you're talking about revolutionary technology over here. Spies are around us, you could be killed at any moment. Howard sighed. I understand, Mr. Smith. Pluto clicked his tongue. Please, I told you to call me William. All right. William. Howard murmured. I must thank you once again for the vibranium you got me. How do you get it anyway? It's easy enough, I know the Zimmeran king. Pluto shrugged, making Howard's eyes widened. You're joking, right? Pluto hummed lazily at Howard's question, and changed the topic. Where do you go from now? I guess I should take up your advice, working with the government, he said. Although I still don't know what I need protection for. As soon as he said that, Pluto's instinct flared up, and a bomb suddenly blew up from the side. Pluto saw the car was speeding through the road to catch up with them, and they caught up. Pluto quickly conjured a shield, protecting him and Howard as their car blew up to pieces. Pluto and Howard got knocked onto the side of the street, the barrier still surrounding them. Pluto looked around, he used Juno's power to scan the surroundings, and he discovered the group of assassins. He just raised his hands, and mere seconds later, heads started to drop in front of him, blood running down the rainy road. Howard stuttered, scared by the sudden gore in front of him. He was also surprised to see Pluto do weird things in front of him. Pluto turned to Howard, making him flinched. You all right, son? He questioned. Why, yeah. Howard stammered. Pluto hummed. Do me a favor, don't tell anyone, or I have to remove the memory myself. Howard gulped at the words. He looked at the bodiless heads in front of him and he thought that he was threatening him with that. Howard nodded. I promise, Mr. Smith, I will carry this secret until the day that I die. Pluto sighed. I told you, call me William. Chapter 148, Chapter 132, War Never Changes. 1942 CE, 1. Pluto and Thea were standing in front of their newly built home in Queens. It was a rather lavish house, although not too different from the surroundings. They were standing in front of a taxi, with another man in front of them. It was Fastos. "You sure you want to do this, man?" Pluto questioned him calmly. "Are you kidding? Of course I would." Fastos exclaimed excitedly. "I mean, nuclear power research. I can't believe we're here now. I mean, imagine, man, sustainable energy, so climate change won't be a worry anymore, then there's medical research for that. What are you even working on anyway?" Pluto questioned. "Honestly, any department's fine, as long as it's nuclear research," he said. "I mean, I'm black, so nobody will notice me anyway. I'll just be an assistant, I guess. My goal is observing anyway, not actually helping them. I want to see them harness nuclear energy. It would be revolutionary, I tell you." Pluto sighed. "Please, think about it again." "I'm all set, Pluto, don't worry about me. I won't interfere if that's what you're worrying about." "It's not that," Pluto murmured. "But fine, you do you, men, just take care." Pluto hugged him and patted his back lovingly. Thea did the same with him, and she also kissed his cheek. "Do take care, Fastos." "I will, Thea," he smiled. "Anyway, see you around." Fastos then entered his taxi and bolted off, leaving Pluto and Thea alone. "Why didn't you tell him?" Thea questioned softly. "Can't do it," he murmured. "If I told him, he would try to stop it. And that's a bad thing. For the long term." "It is," Pluto answered. "World wars would practically be impossible unless the leaders are insane. The possibility of mutually assured destruction is not worth another world war. Besides, Fastos is right, nuclear power will help humans advance." "You're sacrificing his feelings." "Am I?" Pluto questioned. "He's doing this himself. I've no right to force him not to go, and besides, it'll be a good lesson for him. Many will die." "True," Pluto hummed. "But many more will too if nuclear isn't invented." "You're starting to sound like a jack with her preaching about Erisham." Pluto raised his brow and contemplated. "Maybe I am, but at least I know the outcome of it." Suddenly, a woman approached them from the sidewalk, wearing a military uniform. "Mr. Smith, Mrs. Smith," she greeted them politely, making the two raise their eyebrows. "Can I help you with something?" Pluto questioned as the three of them walked back to the house. "My name is Margaret Carter." She introduced herself. "I'm an agent of the Strategic Scientific Reserve. The place where Howard worked." Pluto hummed, surprising Carter as Pluto opened the door, letting Thea and Carter in. As they entered the guest room, Pluto offered her a seat, which she gladly accepted. "What do you want from us, Agent Carter?" "The government has noticed that you seem to have a connection with the Zimra Kingdom, deep enough that you can get vibranium," she explained. "I thought you heard Howard's presentation." Pluto spoke calmly. "It was from my collection, I didn't get it from Zimra itself. Mr. Smith, I know that the Zimmerans are secretive, but if you could just help us with the—" "I told you, Agent Carter." Pluto cut her off. "Smith Enterprises won't be helping with any war effort projects that the government puts into place unless it's for the citizens and the ones who suffered. I have no idea how you got this delusion that I somehow have a connection with the Zimmerans, but I suggest you erase that idea in your head. Do you have any more matters to discuss, Agent Carter?" Carter was about to refute, but she calmed herself down. "Right. Forgive me, Mr. Smith, I was too forward with my words, then I want to discuss something else." "Then speak." "You were with Mr. Stark when the attempted assassination happened. He said that he doesn't remember anything about the ones who attacked him, and he was lucky that he was still alive. You were with him too, right? Could you tell me if you saw the ones who attacked you?" she questioned curiously. Pluto hummed. "They had German accents, I could hear them shouting when they were trying to slam their car into ours. Then it exploded. Thankfully, we're still alive today." "You were lucky, Mr. Smith." Pluto frowned. "What are you getting at, Agent Carter?" "It's honestly nothing, Mr. Smith. It's quite hard to believe that both of you survived a TNT explosion point blank. The car probably protected us." Pluto shrugged. "I bought extra protection for my cars." Agent Carter nodded as she wrote it down. "Thank you for your time, Mr. Smith. Pardon me if I offended you with my words before." "It's nothing, Agent Carter. Anything else?" "None," she said. "Then I shall take my leave." "Good afternoon, Mr. Smith, Mrs. Smith." Pluto hummed. "Have a good day, Agent." Chapter 149, Chapter 133, War Never Changes. 1943 CE, 2. Pluto and Thea were just getting out of their car, walking to the Stark Expo near their place. It was crowded to say the least. Men and women rushed inside the pavilion, bringing their dates, holding hands. "Ugh, I hate dressing up," Thea murmured in dissatisfaction. "I didn't force you to dress up." Pluto rolled his eyes. Come on, you want to look around or not? Fine, fine. The two then entered the pavilion, watching as many inventions that were made by Howard were displayed and showcased. He could see some inventions that weren't made by him too, but it's still cool nonetheless. Told you it's worth it to invest in the kid, stated Pluto casually as he walked through the pavilion, towards the center. Yeah, you were right, I was wrong. Thea said lazily. But this expo, is this really necessary? Trust me, our child will love to visit these kinds of things in the future. Pluto hummed. The thought about walking through this expo with a small boy holding her hand makes Thea really happy for some reason. The two then walked straight to the center, while they could see Howard presenting on a podium, again. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Howard Stark, a female announcer exclaimed as Pluto and Thea gathered up front. A group of sexy women then welcomed him on the podium. He bowed to everybody with his usual smile. He then suddenly kissed one of the women on the podium, making the others cheer. Thea rolled her eyes. This is why I hate him. Pluto chuckled as he heard Thea said that. Howard separated from the woman as he wiped the lipstick from his face. As soon as he turned to the audience, he saw Thea with an unamused face, and gulped. He coughed to focus himself, and spoke. Ladies and gentlemen. What if I told you in just a few short years, your automobile won't even have to touch the ground at all? Pluto could hear some of the gasps around him, and sighed. He continued to explain about the car beside him, and the assistants quickly took off the wheels of the car. He then turned the car on. It floated for a few seconds, but it dropped to the ground as it broke. He then joked about that he told them that it was still a couple of years, hiding the embarrassment in his face. The masses then soon scattered, and Howard walked to Pluto to greet her. Hello William, ma'am. He said to the two. Nice place you got here, Howard. Pluto hummed. Yeah, I was thinking it would be good if I do this yearly, you know. Keep the public entertained while also educating them. That's a good idea. Thea hummed. But Howard, you should drop some of your habits, it's getting annoying seeing you getting touchy with women. What's wrong with that? Pluto stated, earning an elbow from Thea. You should find someone, Howard. Thea continued, speaking like a mother. I'm focusing on my job right now, ma'am. He said awkwardly. Then find someone from your job. Thea shrugged. That agent from London, she's quite a good match for you. Okay. Pluto chuckled as it's getting more and more awkward. It's his business, not yours. I'm just suggesting. Well, ma'am, we are having an auction for antique things down the street. Howard suddenly turned the topic around. Thea raised her brow. What kind of antique things? Medieval relics, swords, things like that, said Howard. I heard you like collecting things, I thought I should let you know. Intriguing. Thea murmured as she turned to Pluto. What do you say? You go on by yourself, or Howard, accompany her if you can. Pluto answered as his gaze trailed towards a specific skinny man walking away from the podium. I have spotted something interesting. Thea tried to see who it was, but she shrugged. Very well, Howard. My pleasure, ma'am. The two walked towards the auction, while Pluto went in the opposite direction, to the U.S. Armed Service Recruitment Building. Chapter 150, Chapter 134, Steve Rogers, 1943 CE. Steve Rogers was a skinny man. He had failed to enter the military 4 times, and all of them failed, just because he was skinny and his body was frail. He entered the recruitment center softly as people came and went from the exhibition. There was a stand in front of the front door, putting you in a soldier's uniform at the wall. He could see people trying it one by one, and once it was time for his turn, he stepped on the stand, only to be disappointed when his head couldn't even reach the spot properly, as he was too short. He sighed at the display, and was about to hop off of the stand, but then, a voice spoke from behind him. Why the gloomy face, young man? Steve turned to his back, and saw a well-dressed man with his fancy hat, looking at him with a smile. Ah, it's nothing, sir. You want to be a soldier? The man questioned again, pointing at the image in front of him. Steve sighed deeply. Denied. Too frail for the military. A pity, said the man, shaking his head. Another man then suddenly walked to Steve, and tapped on his shoulder. It was Bucky Barnes with his military uniform. Sorry, sir, if this man's bothering you. Bucky apologized to the men in front of Steve, then turned to him. Come on, the girls are waiting, don't just ditch us. Steve looked at the ground and sighed. Go on, I'll catch up. Bucky raised his eyebrow at him. You really going to do this again? Steve shrugged. Maybe I'll get some luck. As who? Steve from Ohio. Bucky snorted. They'll catch you, or worse, they'll actually take you. Is there a problem here? The men from before interrupted. Bucky's eyes went wide for a second. Oh, it's nothing, sir, it's just. From what I hear, you've been changing identities to get in the military, the man continued. Is that true, young man? And no, sir. Steve murmured. The man sighed as he stepped on the stand, watching himself wearing a soldier's uniform in the image in front of him. Why do you want to enter the military so bad? Steve, is it? Bucky elbowed Steve in forgiveness and told him to just ditch him, but instead, Steve just stood there, answering his question. There are men risking their lives out there, sir, he said sternly. I've got no right to not follow them. War is not a joke, Steve, he said calmly. People die, families torn apart, yet you still want to join, you want to kill Nazis, Steve. I don't want to kill anybody. Steve answered. I don't like to see people suffer out there while I sit here and do nothing. Well, what are you going to do with that small body? Be a meat shield, the man turned around, speaking while smiling to Steve. I can carry supplies, or be in a support division. Steve argued. Sure, at the end of the day, you're just going to break your back carrying all those things, the man chuckled. The man then saw someone in the distance. Ah. Dr. Abraham Erskine, you're still alive. Mr. Smith, he nodded as he approached the group. I am surprised that I am alive myself. It seems you finally have the courage to ask for help, Dr. Erskine. Smith hummed, making Erskine sighed. I should have asked for help then. You should. Smith hummed. But no crying over spilt milk. Anyway, this is Steve. He had faked his identities multiple times to get into the military. Really? Erskine said, seemingly following Smith's lead. Steve and Bucky's paled at the mention. How many times, young man? Sir, I. Answer the question, Steve. Smith said casually. It's illegal to fake your identity, you know. Steve gulped as he heard it. 4 times. I just want to fight in the army, sir. I have no ill will towards the military. My God, 4 times. Erskine exclaimed rather theatrically. Wow, that is a serious criminal offense, young man. You might be imprisoned for that. Sir, in his defense, he just wants to fight for his country. Bucky interrupted rather desperately. Please don't brand him as a criminal. Look, young man. Smith said suddenly. If you had one shot, or one opportunity to seize everything you ever wanted in one moment, would you capture it? Or just let it slip? Pardon me, sir. Steve stammered. How do you know about this, Mr. Smith? Questioned Erskine in surprise. I work with Howard. Smith shrugged. He blabs when he's drunk, you know. Ah. I need to talk to him after this. Erskine sighed while massaging his forehead. So, what will it be, Steve? I will give you one chance, and only one chance. Would you take it? One chance. What do you mean, sir? To be a soldier, stated Erskine. Well, of course, sir. Good. Erskine nodded. Follow me, Steve. Erskine then turned around towards his office, with Steve following him, but before that he said thank you to Smith. Thank you, sir. I don't know if I could repay you like this. It's fine. Smith shrugged. Don't blow it, kid. Smith then walked away from the scene, patting Bucky's shoulder just before he left. Bucky, meanwhile, was staring at Steve as he walked away, smiling proudly as he shook his head, while waiting for his best friend to come back.